your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming.
Ooh, hey, everybody, welcome back to the Salt Street Podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am, of course, that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am, of course, joined as always, by my co-host, brother-in-arms, the Nero of Neoprene, the original Salt of the Street himself, Donovan Phillips. How are you today?
I'm excellent, sir. Thank you very much for joining me.
I like this classy-ass pose you struck
thank
as I
you.
was like building you up. You're
Thank
like,
you.
yes, I am just like Nero. Aren't
Usually I'm doing something else, and this time I wasn't, so I just was sitting and listening, you know?
So time and date, baby. What are we doing?
Yes, today is July 1st, 2023. It is 12:11 p.m. This is episode 151 of Salt of the Streets podcast.
Fantastic. I've made a sign. I changed it. I
There it
changed the
is.
number.
There we
Sometimes
go.
I forget, but I didn't last night.
No, we got it.
And we got a lot of stuff to talk about today.
It's going to be a great show.
There's no end of the shenanigans and chicanery going on in the world these days.
Yes.
So we're going to get all up into it. But before we do, without too many spoilers, what are we going to be talking about today?
Yeah, for part one, I have quite a few local stories.
Got some
That
governor news.
Yeah,
Got some governor
and then
news.
I'll tell you. Well, you have to tell me about that.
I will.
And then in part two, we have we're talking about Hunter Biden.
Oh, yeah.
His whistleblower stuff. We're talking about the plea agreement that he made with the Department of Justice, or with whatever. We'll get there, because technically it's in.
It's all DOJ,
Yeah,
I think.
it doesn't matter. So,
It's all just Big Daddy Uniparty anyway. So.
yes, yeah. Here, let me pull up my notes really quick, so I'm not just trying to think off the top of my head. And then we have.
SCOTUS.
So some Supreme Court decisions, a couple of different ones that happened just over the last few days that we're going to discuss for part three. We're going to be talking mostly about the Wagner Group in Russia and kind of the whole thing that happened there. I have a lot of questions and talking points and stuff that we can go over. And then aside to that, the Ukrainian elections, that's kind of an ending point for us. And then the French protests. And of course, in part four, we got the grab bag going.
Oh,
So yeah, before
it's
we
gonna
go,
be a great grab
before
bag.
we go any further, I have to tell you guys, this show is executively produced by Zeke Gata. And yes, every piece, every episode from here on out, Zeke Gata. And of course, I want to remind you to do everything that you can to evaluate and separate yourself from the Communist Party.
The Chinese Communist Party in particular.
Yes, evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP.
So close. It was so close.
Yeah, I was looking at other stuff. I have it at the top so that I don't forget to do it, and I was looking at other stuff. I have a small story that I want to share, and then we got to talk about the breaking point stuff.
We got to
before
talk
we
about
go
the breaking
into it
points.
because it's too good.
All the BP Sims were out hard in the comments.
So Jordan's cousin Michael Barker was in town.
Michael Barker.
Yes.
I love Michael Barker.
Yes, he was in town for a while, and he left yesterday. So on Thursday, when I left work, I'll show you the video when I'm done.
Nice.
Michael Barker decided that he wanted to try his hand at stand-up and also play a song. So he found an open mic in Gig Harbor that I went and I surprised him at.
Oh, no.
And yeah, and so he did one joke and it was fine, and then he got scared to do the other joke, so he did it in Spanish, and then he sang a song, which was great. And when I was there, this is a very small story, but it's a moral thing, right? So when I
like
was
it.
there, I was sitting next to a man at the table next to me, and he dropped $10 out of his pocket, right? $10 cash.
Ooh.
And I noticed it as I was doing whatever on my phone waiting for Michael Barker. So I picked up the cash and I handed it to him. Hey, you dropped this $10. And he was like, oh my God, thank you so much for your honesty and your integrity and blah, 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 blah. He was like, do you need a beer? And I was like, always I need a beer.
Always.
Yeah, always I need a beer. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And he was like, of course, integrity should be rewarded. So it's super small, right? It's a very small story. And it isn't like, do this because you'll get free beers. But it's because I think that that's great. And that's something that we try and live out and embody on this show. And it just goes to show you that if you live your life in this integral manner, right? Small shit happens. It's worth it. Like, it comes out on the back end, because I vividly remember a time in which I would have put that $10 in my pocket and not given a second thought. I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
I don't live in Gig Harbor. I'll never see this guy again. So it doesn't matter. And even if he notices, someone else notices, I'll never come here again. So it doesn't matter, you know?
That's right.
But I didn't. So
Live your life as if we used to say, like, your mom was looking over your shoulder all the
yeah,
time. It's a good way to do it. That's how you build karma.
Yes.
That's what I think colloquially karma would be. Do good shit. Good shit'll happen.
that's what I told Michael when the guy brought me the other beer, and he said, "What's with that?" And I said, "Though this is instant karma, is what this is." that's precisely what
It's like,
this
do you
beer
not
is.
know me,
Yeah.
Michael Barker? I'm just a big deal around here.
Yes, and Michael Barker loved that. He was just thrilled that I gave this guy
Yes.
$10 back. He was like, "That's really great that you did that."
Was he an older gentleman?
Yeah, he was probably in his late 50s.
There you go. He
Yeah,
appreciates.
easily
you know.
could have been my dad.
I like it. And yeah, never mind. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
I was thinking, and maybe he was. You don't really know, but you do know.
And I'm a slightly grungy enough looking individual that I think he probably was like, this guy could have taken my $10. You know what I'm saying? Like he might have done it, but he didn't do it.
So there's a little shade built in there, you know?
Yeah. Well, I was in Gig
Look a little
Harbor,
shady.
so
you definitely don't belong down there.
All of the shit in this coffee house was gluten-free and vegan, other than like the beers, you know, like it was all super hoity-toity and very yeah, one of the guys that did a song, it totally relates to my Let Me Ask You This. It just was very, everyone got to play 2 songs, right? So this guy was wearing a kilt, and his name was like Nick with the Kilt or something like that's like his title. That's how he's known there. So this is a thing he does all the time, right?
The stage name.
And he had a haircut kind of like you used to have that was like longer in the middle and shaved on the sides. And he had like a very defined beard that was going on, a very calculated like image that he had going on.
Yeah,
you
either
know?
like it's a coin toss. You're either a white supremacist or you're trying to model some GQ stuff.
Yes, and so it was very calculated, and in the music that it was very good. He was very, very good. So I can't really like shit on him first. He was very good.
Like played guitar and stuff?
Yes, he played guitar, and he's saying the first one he just played guitar, and it was just very like very fancy, just super. You know what I'm saying?
Just
so
real fancy stuff.
So as I was watching
Fancy
him,
fingers.
I came up with my Let Me Ask You This because I didn't have one for this weekend. So,
Okay, so hit the button.
yes. With that, let me ask you this. Okay, so I was watching this guy and I'm thinking about what he thinks about when he plays guitar, like when he's at his house, you know, because he just, you have to play for a long time to get that good. It was very skilled. It was very, it was very intricate. So do you think that, so there's 2 parts to this question. We'll start with the skill part and the other part. Do you think that everybody who has a skill like that wants to be the best at that skill? Like that they're always striving for that, even if it's subconscious, they don't really think that they're striving for that, but they're always trying to be the best? Or do you think that people are cool with wherever they're at?
From my knowledge of musicians, and I used to, you know, I was in band forever. I played drums forever and all that stuff. My understanding is essentially you don't necessarily want to strive to be the best all the time. Some people obviously do. It's like some people, they just always want to be famous or something like that. Or I'm just going to use this right up. Most musicians that I found like to be, it's kind of like the economic thing we talked about last week. It's they want to be as good as they want to be. They want to be able to play the stuff they like, feel free to express their artistic endeavors or whatever it is. You know, if they really like this particular song and they want to do covers of it or something like that, they'll build up to at least that kind of skill level. But when you're playing musical instruments, there's like you unlock different tiers of skills, right?
Yeah.
And at certain points you just unlock something new and you're like, oh, well, then I can have a whole new like realm of fun with this and fuck around with it and maybe make new songs or blah 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 blah. But I would say the underlying, like, I want to be the best guitarist of all time and I'm going to start playing guitar, doing that, I think that's probably very few people.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's just like, I just want to have fun. I want to learn how to play this thing, and then I can fuck around with my friends. I can just have a good time, because it is kind of therapeutic to just sit there and fucking play around on whatever kind of instrument you're doodling with. So that would be my guess.
Yeah.
But who knows, really?
So I'm not really musical at all, you know. That just isn't where my creativity expresses itself. And so as I watched all these people play, they're all of varying skill levels and ages and stuff like that, and I was thinking, like, do all these people want to be in a band? Do they all, like, at this one point in time, are they like, what's the you know, I don't know, it just isn't. So because I don't do it, it's like very foreign to me. So
yeah, a lot of it is like any kind of art, like you make it for you, but at the end of the day you want to be able to present it to the world and have people enjoy it.
yeah.
And if people are enjoying your music, you're having the best day of your fucking life. Right then, right there, for that 2 to 5 minute set of 2 songs, whatever. If people are vibing out with your music and having a good time, you're having the best night of your life at that point. And then it's over, and then everybody gets depressed, and then we all resort to heroin, and then you go down this spiral of misery, and because that's like the creative world. That's why artists are so fucking dark half the time. But no, that's what I think if you're doing your thing and whatever kind of crowd you're presenting to is enjoying it, then you're killing it, you're nailing it, you're exactly where you want to be, regardless of skill level. I went to my first open mic session over at the brewery on Mondays. Usually I miss them because of soccer. I was like, I'm gonna go check this out, and it was like 3 people, I think, signed up over the whole night, and they just get up there, they play guitar, they sing, and every single one of them was like really fucking good.
Yeah.
And there's only maybe a dozen people in there to enjoy it, but fuck if we didn't all like clap and hoot and holler after each one of them, because you could tell they're up there kind of vibing out. And then if you're gonna like pay attention, listen to it, you're just like, oh, this is, you can tell when like a musician is really in the zone and like putting out they're kind of, I don't even really know what to call it, but yeah, they're in the zone and they're kind of focused and they're just performing. They're firing on all cylinders and having a good time, and that's
The flow state.
the flow state. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're in the flow state, and you're receiving something from that too. So I think that's really what it is.
So after I was thinking about that, I was thinking about that expanded over into just general life. Do you think that people are always striving for? Do you think people are not always striving because people get complacent? Do you think people always want more, or they reach a point in their life of like contentness?
Oh, for sure. It's going to be a very broad strokes general answer, but
Yeah.
like a lot of people, in my experience, a lot of people get pretty, I don't know if complacent is the right word, but they kind of find where they're comfortable and they'll just hang out there. And sometimes they reach a level of comfortability at like 25, and this is where they're going to be at in life, and everything's fine. Their bills are paid. They got a place to live. They got a job. They can do what they want to for fun, and then they're just going to roll like that the rest of their lives, more or less. Some people have an issue with always wanting to do more, to do bigger, better things all the time, and that can
Yeah.
fuck up your life too, because then you can leave a good thing behind and not realize what happened and fuck things up. And some people 100% are like diehards, always going to go hard, always trying to do bigger, better things, and they're going to be successful at that. Not everybody that has that attitude gets to achieve that, but it's definitely a path worth walking. I think that's real good. And I think age is also a big factor in it too. You can kind of struggle and do what you can, climb the ladders that you can climb and all that through your whole life. And then you, whatever point in your life that you reach, where like, I'm cool now, like I'm settled. Maybe it's a maturity thing with how old you get, and I'm like, I'm happy with where I'm at. You can realize that I'm going to try to work in a portion of let me ask you this here. The meaning they're getting from their life is exactly where they want it to be, and they just chill from there. That's what I would think anyways. But there's definitely a lot of go-getters out there that are just never going to be satisfied being anywhere,
Yeah.
which itself can be problematic.
I don't like feeling complacent. If I don't feel like I'm moving forward or making progress in some aspect of my life, then I feel like I just get uncomfortable. I start to get very depressed. Like I'm something's
rut.
missing. Yeah. And sometimes it takes me time to figure out what that thing is, So I told Jordan yesterday, peek behind the curtain, BTS for everybody, behind the scenes.
Oh, word. I was like, what does that mean?
I was thinking about the book club. I was thinking about writing because I was doing my article and stuff like that. And I really want to try and write more because there's several projects that I have in mind and things that I want to work on. There's fiction stories that I want to write. There's nonfiction stories that I want to write. And so next year, I'm gonna evaluate in December what my schedule is like, because it's going to change a lot after Jordan gets all her stuff going. And I want to see about maybe putting the book club on a pause next year to get more writing in. And I will incorporate that in the show somehow, whether I'm like putting out pieces of it, or whatever the deal is.
And it could be like a Patreon safe space too. Like if that's where,
I'm finding myself really, really, really craving writing more, and I just don't have a ton of time for it.
Yeah, it's definitely a lengthy endeavor.
Yeah.
It takes all of your focus too at the same time. So it's
Right.
you kind of got to shut the world out and go that way.
Yeah, because you and I got a thing, and then I got another thing, and then I just in the last few weeks I've been thinking about other, like I said, like nonfiction stories and stuff that I'd like to write, that I think would be a ton of fun.
I'm into it. I fucking enjoy your writing, so I'm fucking down for it.
Yeah.
And I think more or less people will be into it.
And I would love to. I was talking to Paul when I made that video with him, Paul and BG, which you guys can see on Swell Blended Instagram. We could even watch it on here. But I was talking to Paul about stuff that I wanted to film, and I was like, yeah, I've been like playing with this book, you know, and part of it I see as a movie for sure, you know, like this last kind of chase scene, like I really see as a, there it is.
Nice. I mean, I haven't seen this.
You haven't watched the whole thing?
No,
I was
only
so,
seen the
when I
thing.
watched it first, I was crying. I was laughing so hard.
I'm into it.
Yeah, and so I think Paul might be a good person for that as well, to film, you know, that kind of last chase scene that I have in my mind. I think
the one we've talked about before with the overpass.
I think he would have a ton of fun doing that.
Does Paul himself do a bunch of like actual filming and stuff?
He's just started to kind of do that, but he's the one that filmed this and has filmed
Nice.
the last like couple of videos that him and Brandon have done. That he's been filming all this. So
Yeah, because Brandon, I know, does a bunch of stuff himself lately.
Dude.
All these crazy shorts. Man.
I don't even know what he's doing.
I don't think he knows what he's
there
doing,
was
but
a
he's having a
woman-
lot of fun.
There was a woman who works as a tax accountant in the building next door, or like in the door next to the barbershop, right? So when we were there, as I'm bringing in all my fucking guns and shit like that, there's a cop that pulls up, and I'm like, fuck. Somebody saw me bring these in, and they're now like, they're scared.
It's going to happen.
But the woman who works at the tax accounting place accidentally hit the silent alarm, and so her boss showed up and the cops showed up, and you know, everyone was whatever, and then they left and it was fine. But then she stood outside and fucking talked to all the boys for like almost 20 minutes.
Whoa.
And Brandon has his phone on in his pocket, recording her the whole time, and it's not like. She wasn't talking about anything interesting. Like, she was talking about how her husband is sick, and so she had to get the shots, and this, like, all like just regular stuff.
It's like, bro, there might be content here.
He's like, that's Twitter content. I'm like, what do you mean that's Twitter content? Like, what are you doing? What are you making? I don't understand anything. But I'm into
It's
it.
just
Like,
natural, baby. It's just natural.
He's crazy to be around. Is there's just so much. Like, he's always thinking about something else. The script they made, he got in. Didn't have a script made. Neither of them had a script. And so Brandon's like, I'll fire one off. He's like, I'll get ChatGPT to make one. And I was like, what? He said, yeah. He said, we've done it before. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, yeah, we'll put it in there like what we want, and we'll use like that premise, and then we'll kind of go off of that. So that's what he did. Is he put it into ChatGPT, and then they changed the lines around, and then we shot it.
I almost did that for our joke today.
That's
was
what
that
happened.
desperate.
That's what happened. So
That's awesome.
So they're making some cool stuff. So that's also the sponsor for this segment as Well Blended. So
Beautiful.
Yeah, before we do this, we can hit all the other socials. Obviously, you're watching us here on YouTube, youtube.com/saltofthestreets. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here. Patreon.com/saltofthestreets. We got another patron. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, for helping us, for supporting us. It is you that helps us make more, better content just like this, that helps us quit our jobs one day and only do this and continue to make excellent content. Thank you to all the haters out there. We're going to talk about you guys in just a few minutes.
The haters are
because
coming, baby.
You guys are delicious, and the fact that you hate this show makes me know that it's good.
Yeah. I don't want a bunch of corporate media shills trying to boost us up. No. If we're not your enemy, I don't know what we're doing here.
I got to start posting these comments on our stories, on our Instagram story. That's delicious.
That would be fantastic.
So of course, thank you. You can find us on our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those. Thanks.
Over there.
With that, let's watch this little video, and
Let's
then
do it.
we can. You have it. Let me ask you this, and then we'll go into the breaking points
Let's go.
the comments.
Oh, there we go.
Hold on. Hey, the money's in the bag, right?
Where the fuck else would it be?
You see it.
Good trigger discipline, bro.
I was also the safety coordinator on this shoot, so.
Shots are right in the dick, bro. No amount of armor will cover that up. 1 year later. "2019." I wonder where the date came up. I like that.
What's up, bro? Let me get a haircut. Oh, what's up, bro? Have a seat.
Just carries the bag with him for a whole year. It's a good thing you brought your bag, too. Gotta get that fresh trim. Oh, shit.
Well. I thought I wouldn't find you.
What the fuck?
Bro. Okay. Oh, I missed the beginning part of that. So it took place in Canada.
Yeah. In 2017, which is funny because then he says it's 1 year later and it's 2019.
Well, you know, a year-ish.
Yeah.
That's fucking
I don't know what
great,
they're
dude.
doing over there. I have no idea. I've had multiple people ask me, like, what are they, like, what are they? I don't know. I have no idea. He asked me to show up. I told him that I would do it. I said the things that he asked me to say, and then I left. I
Hey,
didn't ask any questions.
I didn't see any bad acting in that at all, by the way. Y'all were very convincing.
Trenton, when he was here. I'm telling you, I was crying. I was laughing so hard. When Trenton was here, he got his haircut, and Paul told him that they're making a movie, but I have no idea.
It's Heat 3. That's what we got
It's
going
something.
on right now.
I know.
It's
I
the
enjoy
beginnings
it.
of Heat
Yeah.
3.
It was a lot of fun. So
I'm a huge fan.
just wait for more of those.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
That
what
was
do you-
fantastic.
What do you got?
So this let me ask you, this comes directly from Joseph. We were talking about like people being in various cults and whatnot, you know. I mean,
Okay.
like, there's the whole concept of, you know, if you adhere to this particular ideology, especially the super woke progressive thing, it's like you're in a cult, blah blah blah.
I
But
thought you meant like a real cult. And then I was like,
yeah, yeah.
What the fuck did you talk about yesterday, bro?
yeah, we got into deep. But he asked, are you, if you're somebody that's not necessarily adhering to the doctrine, right? If you're not doing that, but you're being paid by the cult to say the things that the cult wants you to say, does that by de facto make you like a cult member at that point? So think mainstream media people, that kind of stuff, breaking points. I said I had to think about this one. And my initial answer, because I had to think about it, was that while you may or may not be in the cult, you're definitely, it's kind of like a banality of evil type of thing.
You're cult adjacent.
You're,
for sure.
Yeah, you're definitely a part of the problem.
Yeah.
You may not be in the cult, but you're supporting the cult and hence
Right.
should be treated as if you were a cult member, more or less. If anything, you might even be worse because you're kind of just like an assassin for hire who's willing to just be a whore for money and just say the talking points that you're supposed to say because you're
Yeah.
popular.
You're the person that's like, it's not, I don't write the rules, I just have to follow them. You
Yeah.
know, that's the it's that type of fucking the good German type of stuff. You know,
good
that's
German.
Like, I don't know. This is just what we were doing. I don't know.
That's a movie, right? The Good German.
I don't know.
Pretty sure. Either way.
You've seen more movies than I have.
Yeah, but all the movies I like are terrible, according to people like you.
Just all the ones you say are really good.
Hey. I'm going to take the W from the man that shot Hitler and then Bigfoot.
That was good, though.
Because
Yeah.
upon second viewing, it's a way better movie.
That was fire. I rewatched Interstellar last week, and that one's
That's a
good
great
too.
movie, too.
That one holds up for sure.
Yeah. And I
Super
watched
good.
that semi-recently at work, and it was like, fuck, I forgot how good this shit
So
is. Don't go near black holes. That's the whole moral of the story. You
That
just
was-
start fucking shit up left and
Yeah.
right. It's just not good. Next
I've-
thing you know, your daughter's 95,000 years old, and you're over there, still a middle-aged man, going, well, I guess I'm just going to check out now since you got the rest of your family here, and I've
Yeah.
just left you alone your whole life, so peace out.
I paid more attention this time to like the fine details and stuff, you know. So I got more like the kind of the science aspect and shit.
Oh, yeah.
And like the
Time dilation.
yeah, I obviously understand, but I was just kind of just watching the movie. You know, I was just getting the entertainment value. The other times that I've watched it,
Well, there's a lot to take in, too.
But this time because I was at work and I was just listening because I'm at work, you know, I'm only watching like maybe half of it.
Yeah. You pick up different things.
Right.
For sure. I've
Right.
noticed that.
Yeah, so the time thing, I was thinking about more of that type of stuff. It's like that's super fucked up.
I love it.
That's super fucked up. Them being on a planet and because of I don't know shit about science, you know. So just the thought of I don't know. I don't know. Space is fucked up. Space is really, it's not good. People shouldn't be doing stuff like that. I know it's not. It's like being at the bottom of the ocean. You shouldn't be doing that. I don't. Yeah, you're going somewhere where things are manipulating time in a way that you don't understand. You shouldn't be there. I don't, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, time is not determined by a clock.
Right.
It's just kind of how we track our version of it here. But yeah, it's super weird.
Yes. They
Stephen
go-
Hawking type shit. You know, time gets funky when you get
Yes.
close to, you know, the singularities and whatnot.
the water planet, and they're like, this woman probably only died like just a few minutes ago. Like, that's
Yeah.
fucked up. But
And then
this-
they go
that's-
back up to the fucking ship, and homie's been there for like decades.
It's like 20 years, something like that. It's horrible.
Bro, he's like, yeah, I slept for a while, and then I was just like, well, I guess everybody's dead, so I'm just gonna hang out here. Fuck, bro.
The robots too. The robots were funny. Like, I enjoyed, you
Robots
know,
are funny.
yeah, kind of that aspect of it, the TARS and stuff like that. It was good. Yeah,
Interesting.
I like that.
There's a Mariners game tomorrow that I just got invited to.
There you go.
Can I get kicked out of that stadium? Sure, we didn't play that game.
See how many you can check off the list. You only got kicked out just for that day, right? Like, you can go.
Yeah,
back.
I can go back.
That's nice.
I mean, nobody told me I wasn't allowed back, but it
Well,
was just not tonight.
yeah.
Just go away. I was like, okay,
But
that's
I think
fine.
we can. Yeah, we can assume that you're good.
But before we get, because this is kind of a heavier question, so we're gonna just want to get a couple things out of the way first. Happy 4th of July, everybody! I'm wearing some America gear over
There you
here,
go.
some red, white, and blue stuff. 4th of July will be on Tuesday, so you'll be getting this if you're not watching it live. You'll start getting the podcast out on Monday and everything else. So happy 4th of July, America's birthday.
Yeah. It's patriotic too. This is from Kevin's deployment.
That's right, bro. You're basically, what do you call those people? Veteran of foreign wars. Is that no? Or no? No, it's the Operation Iraqi Freedom or something like that. There's like a whole acronym you used last time.
GWAT.
GWAT. Global War on Terror. There
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, you're a GWAT guy now.
That's hilarious.
I mean, we know the teams wanted you.
Keep
at one
ISIS
point,
out of
so-
Iraq. Oh, I'm not going to say they want. I wanted the teams. They did not want me. That's, let's not take this too far.
Let's not go that
I don't need
far.
any false valor going on here.
Oh.
We got roasted enough this week. I don't need anybody coming here. Hey, this guy's claiming false valor. He's fucking wearing ISIS t-shirts. Last thing I need. Kevin never watches the show. He hears about it at work. He's like,
yeah.
so what's this about fucking false valor? Like, what's the fuck? I'm like, that's not even what happened. It's not even-
That's not even.
No.
It's not even really what happened.
No.
Okay, so my version of Let Me Ask You This is a
You
little
got
bit-
another one. Oh, that one was just from.
That was just Joseph.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
let's go.
No, this is the real existential one.
Oh Christ. Okay.
Been doing a lot of. This is weird, so I just want you to go with wherever your mind goes on this.
Okay.
Because there's definitely no answer, or everybody's going to have different answers. But I've been doing a lot of thinking about meaning.
Okay.
Meaning of what does it mean to live a good life, or how do you find meaning in life? And then the extension of that, what is the meaning of life itself? Blah 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 blah. And I obviously have begun to kind of like try to pull various values, morals, ethics, and stuff like that to help try to see if those on the whole kind of like resemble some form of meaning, some greater meaning, something like that. But every time I start to go down that path, everything just seems too big picture, and all the fine, the small things in life don't seem to be taken into account there. And I think there's a whole lot to be said about all the little things in life. Rule 32 from Zombieland, gotta appreciate the small things, right? So how much contemplating do you give meaning, your meaning of life? How do you find meaning in your life? And don't just say kids unless that really makes sense, because I feel like that's definitely something that a lot of people say. It's like I didn't really understand what my life was about until I had my kids, and then all of a sudden I had purpose and true meaning in life, which might be a thing. But
No, I
where does
think-
your mind go?
Yeah, I think
when
that's-
you're talking about that.
I think the kid thing is bullshit. I love my children, and
Mm-hmm.
they're obviously like a part of what I'm doing. But that's a thing you do. That's a thing that people do. That's you're made. Everybody is supposed to procreate. Like on a biological level, you choose
Hot
to.
take,
That's
bro.
fine. Yeah, we live in a time where you can choose to or not choose to, but everybody is supposed to. That's why you're coming. That's the whole point. Like
That's why you're coming to the party.
yeah,
right? There you
that's
go.
the whole point. So
COME.
right, it's not just for fun. Like it is fun as an incentive for you to do it.
Indeed.
So I think about it a ton, and it's part of my let me ask you this is based on that. I'm watching those people, you
seemed
know
like
what I'm
it.
saying? Yeah. And so it kind of my questions were kind of bullshit, and I'm gonna make that apparent with my answer because everybody's is different. You know, as
Yeah.
far as what your meaning is, it's
That's a
defined.
you problem.
It's defined by every individual being, and like I said, that's why my question is bullshit about. Like, well, do people want more? Because some people do, some people don't. You know, and
Yeah.
some people find out what their meaning is, and if they do, I think that's what's causes you to strive for more. If you know, like, this is the thing that I'm meant to be doing and I need to live this out to its fullest extent, then that a lot of times is what keeps people driving. And it can also be societally based because of the time that we live in. A lot of people are money driven and stuff like that, that
yeah.
maybe drives to a deeper thing that they really want, but maybe it's distorted by the time that we live in or the culture or the whatever. But I think about it a ton, especially when I think about people whose purpose is to like be like an auto mechanic or to like Jordan, like bake things. You know what I'm saying? That I think about it a ton because drives me to the same point of the people who are making music of like, what do you want to do with that? You know, this is what your purpose is because it's incredible with that. So what is the ultimate point of that? You know, and it's difficult for me to conceptualize because I don't do that. That's not the same thing with music. I don't do that. So I don't know what you're getting out of it. I don't know what you enjoy out of it. I don't know even what meaning you're pulling from this, you know?
Because how could you relate? Because it's what is going to give you meaning in throughout your life is not going to be the same for almost anybody else.
Yeah.
And except for maybe like your spouse or partner or whatever it is that you have, your closest intimate relationship might be able to share similar meanings, I would imagine at that point. But
And I thought about it a lot too when I was watching all that Triple D, because there's all those people who are like, they're operating at the top of their game. Like they're on this television show, but they're making tons of money and they have people waiting hours in line because they're making the best shit around. So that's what they're supposed to be doing. And I see immense value in that, but I also can see a place where someone who makes a ton of money in some type of like hedge fund or something is like, well, it's a fucking small time shit. You know, like, what do you even get out of making food for people? What do you fucking whatever? Like, so I think about that all the time, just because there's like optically varying levels of like success, you know, but the people on Triple D are just as fulfilled, if not more, than the people who are working at the hedge funds or any other place where they're seeing massive financial success. So
that's why I like Dirty Jobs a lot, because it's the same type of thing. It's like these people that are just doing their thing. The thing that they have found gives their life meaning and purpose, and then they either learn or they just happen to, you know, just through happenstance, actually enjoy what it is they're doing. And then they get to do that forever. And yeah, they may not be able to go buy the fucking yacht that's hanging, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio is hanging out on with his 25-year-old girlfriend of the month, but they don't need that to be happy in life, to get the true, to feel meaning and fulfillment. And so I think it's probably the same thing. Yeah. Food, I used to joke around because that was my shit for a long time. I used to joke around and say, like, everything I do turns to shit. Because when you're in the food industry, it literally does, right? But also, there's so much that comes from that. If you're just somebody that's making the fucking best burger in town and you got a line out the door, you're giving all those people satisfaction, happiness, and you're actually like giving them sustenance so they can maintain their life and stuff like that. I mean, it's a whole, there's endorphins that go off of, so it's kind of like a drug in a way. And so there's, you may, Bob's Burger style, you may just live in this small town that just is slanging this small time, you know, food stuff, but it gets you by, it pays your bills, you keep your family satisfied, you keep doing what you like doing, and the people that you do serve enjoy what you do for them.
Right.
That's meaning right there.
That's Jordan's deal, like with baking, you know, is that she likes people being happy from something that she made.
Yeah.
And I don't.
There's satisfaction in that can't be reached otherwise.
Yeah, and I just don't.
Don't feel it?
I don't get the same deal out of it, you know.
Yeah.
Like I like cooking for people and stuff like that, but it's not a. It doesn't compare, you know. I don't know. I like.
Do you know of something that you do in life that gives you that kind of satisfaction, perhaps?
Doing stuff related to the show, and that's what I'm trying to distill it down to what it is, you know. And it might be like teaching, like it might be like it might be that I like teaching people things, or I'm not sure, because that's I get a lot of enjoyment out of that, talking to people about this type of stuff and it making sense for them and be like, oh, holy shit, like I really should get to be able to choose whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like for that stuff makes me happy, for people to realize their own individual choice, because that makes me happy.
It's a big deal when all of a sudden you like, maybe not necessarily change somebody's mind, but open their mind up to an entire realm of thought and like life choices that they never really contemplated before. It was
Yeah.
like a possibility. They've always been in the rat race or whatever, and all of a sudden you're like, they have this weird awakening and be like, oh, there's like personal liberty is like a huge deal, because that means like I get to like, I can actually do the things that I really, that instill value to my life that way.
Yeah, but I don't know what that is, you know.
Man, it's ethereal is
like,
what it is.
Like what that value is, you know. Like we're talking about like the cooking, like that's happiness. You like making people happy. That's a value. You like providing joy to other people. That's that's the distilled thing that you're getting from this, is you're making people happy, you know.
Yeah, which can be a fucking double-edged sword, let me tell you what.
Yeah.
But I think if you look at the show as more of a tool to accomplish what it is you've realized you enjoy doing, it might make more sense. Because like doing the show is a thing, but at the end of the day, it's really just a tool for us to utilize.
Right.
You know, it's when we first started it was basically so we can hash out these ideas that we continually talked about beforehand. And it was like, well, people might enjoy listening to it, and it's obviously shifted a great deal since fucking 5 years ago. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, because I would really have to think about that to try and get it down to like, what am I getting out of this?
Yeah.
You know,
What's it really doing for me?
because I love writing too, and I love talking. Like I think it really comes down to I love talking. You know me outside of here too. I talk all of the time when I'm not at work. You know, at work I keep very quiet most of the time, but outside of work, I talk all the time. It's just a constant. So,
and it's not just talking; it's engaging in conversation with people.
Yeah.
Right. Something I've learned to really enjoy, probably through the show, but now I practice it in my outside life too. And it's like talking to strangers is really fun.
Yeah.
Most of the time. And if you're a decent communicator and you know how to hold a conversation when, let's face it, the vast majority of people out there in the world these days have a hard time carrying on a conversation. So if you can continually push them past the awkward moments, and then you get into some real meat and potatoes kind of like healthy conversation, they'll realize they enjoy it too. And that's a good deal. That's a really good deal. So I don't know if you just like, talking is one thing, but you like to have conversations. I think anyways.
yeah.
Because talking is just talking. It doesn't mean you're listening. It just means that you're trying to get what's up here out of your mouth to the world or whatever it is. I mean, solo podcasts are good for that, but also you like to talk to people.
Right.
You know, get their perspective on things. So there's something there. But I don't want to complicate your life too much. Don't dwell too much on it.
No.
But if you do,
No.
it's been a huge, you know, big things going on in my life over the last, 3 or 4 months have really gotten me into this point where I'm like just thinking about a lot of this type of stuff. And, the whole thing with, it's like, I don't know if providing is the right thing, but it's kind of, maybe it's a nurturing thing or whatever. But I tend to bend over backwards to help out people in my life, which can be a detriment because then I I don't take care of myself as much, or the people that are even closest to me sometimes.
Right.
So but it's a nice thing to be able to do shit like that for people. But I don't know if that's just a byproduct of the way I was raised or how it just worked out. I don't even know if I really like that much.
Right.
Because there are so many downfalls if you don't do it the right way. So meaning's a bitch, bro. It's a bitch, and it's been kind of fucking my life up for just been stuck in my brain for the last few months.
I bet there's a lot of people that don't think about it,
I would guarantee there's a lot of people that don't.
Yeah, those same people that kind of get complacent and stuff like that. They're like, this is just what I'm doing,
Go ahead.
That's what I say right now, at work. Like, I'm the job that we have now, I'm very good at that job. I'm very, very good at it. And it's obvious because I'm continuing to make more money there. Like, I've worked there for a long time. I get asked to do a lot of things. So I'm obviously very good at it. That's not by any means, no matter how much our bosses want it to be. This is not my thing. Like, it's not going to be my thing. It's never going to be. It's a thing I happen to be very good at, and that's very fortunate. It's providing me everything that I need right now.
Yeah.
This will never be the thing that I am going to find my value in. I find immense value in what we're doing because we're helping a lot of people every single day.
Especially little kiddos.
This is not my thing. It's a great thing that I'm doing. It's for all of the reasons, but
it's just a thing you're doing.
Yes.
It's a means to an end in a manner.
Yes. This is Deborah.
Hey, Deborah's here. Oh, and you're Jordan.
Deborah and
Jordan's
Jordan.
giving me some props here. I got a big heart. It's because I'm a Cancer, apparently. As long as I don't have it, then we're good.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm very proud of Deborah, by the way. This is 2 live shows she's made it to in 2 days. Very proud of you, Deborah.
You're the best, Deborah.
She was, what's the right word? She was very, very happy she made it to the live stream last night.
Yeah.
She's like, I did it. I made it.
Ecstatic.
Ecstatic. There it is. There it is.
Okay, so
now let's destroy our egos. You want to destroy
I
our
want to
egos?
talk about Breaking Points really quick. Well, I want to talk about our Breaking Points clips because people were very upset. They did very well. We got a ton of views last week, and it was great. But before we go on, we're not upset about this. Let's preface this whole segment. We're not upset about this. This is not a thing that we lose any sleep over. It's not a thing that makes us upset at all.
It didn't make me laugh.
Yeah. I laughed a ton, especially the dude that I read last night. This is just, it is what it is. I don't care about these people at all. I appreciate their views, and I appreciate that their comments continue to fuel the algorithm.
Yes.
You guys are obviously not here for understanding. I'm not even going to say like the truth or anything like that. You obviously don't want to talk about.
So you're not our target audience, bro.
No, especially because Breaking Points is just a thing we talk about. It's the same deal. It's just a thing we do. It's not. That's not what our show is about. I also loved how upset so many people were that we were reacting to another video. That's what half of YouTube is reaction videos.
Exactly.
Like, half of the fucking YouTube is reacting to other YouTube videos. I'm not going to take that as a hit that you guys are obviously unoriginal and fucking shit podcasters because you have to comment on another podcast. Yeah, no one ever does that, right?
Yeah, and
That's
also stick around for the other 7 hours that we do.
All of Jimmy Dore's clips are him watching another video and breaking it down.
And they're so good.
They're excellent.
They're so good.
You guys are fucking idiots. So you obviously love mainstream media, but got tired of hearing the same thing from all 3 companies. So you went to someone else, 2 people who used to work for the mainstream companies who now have a studio that looks just like corporate media and say very, very similar things to corporate media. I even looked into some of the shit that they said, right, about like Ukraine and Yevgeny, right? They were talking about how the head of Wagner, their Wagner group, that they were saying that,
I practiced that name so much earlier today, and I can't pull it out.
No. They were saying that there's evidence of him hoarding ammunition when he was saying that he wasn't being resupplied. I didn't find any articles, no data to back that up.
Me neither.
So I didn't, nothing to validate that information that he, and I'm not over here fucking defending the Wagner group, right? But I'm talking about the fact that they're reading an article from somewhere, not even providing their sources, and then providing information that it can't be verified anywhere else.
Yeah.
Because they, I assume that information came from an article that Russell Brand also read, because I watched this video and then pulled this article, and it's from the World Socialist website, right? So it's a great article, but they also don't provide their sources, and they say a lot of the shit that Russell Brand said because he read from the article, and then a lot of shit that Breaking Point says that I couldn't find anywhere else. So that's great.
Got to be in that one article.
But I can't verify the information that you just told to your 1 million fucking subscribers, and you're super jazzed, and now you're going to dress in an Indian garb, and you're like, but it's great that we're doing this, right? So that's awesome that you love breaking points. You love corporate media. That's what you love. That's fine. That's not what we do here. We aren't corporate media. We aren't here to tell you the same fucking line with a fresher, prettier face and a different outfit. That's not what we're doing here. That's not what we're doing here. We're here to call out people who are giving you bullshit like that, and then on the back end, as the main focus, help you identify ways that the powers around you, the administrations around you, the bodies around you are effectively working to remove your freedoms and liberties from you, and then try and find ways to preserve them. That's what we're doing here. We aren't giving you fucking corporate lines. That's not what this is. So if that's what you want,
It's like the antithesis of what we are.
We don't do that opposite here. So I love that you love that. I don't love that you love that. I think it's great that you love that. We don't do that here. If this is the type of shit that you have to say, keep watching Breaking Points. Thanks for the view. Thanks for your comment. Have a great fucking day. We don't do that here. We're never going to do that here. That isn't what we're about. So,
I mean, it's a pretty dead giveaway when you read the actual thumbnail, breaking down breaking points.
yes.
You think that means that we're going to sit here and like tell them how awesome they are every minute of whatever bullshit they're spewing out of their mouths? No, man. That's not what I mean. I feel like it's in the title, and you kind of missed it.
You also watched a 10-minute segment of a 1-hour part that we did. So,
oh no, it was over 1 hour.
It was
definitely
over
an hour.
1 hour.
It took us over an hour to get through 12 and a half minutes.
The internet and the world is full of fucking idiots.
Amen.
And places like this, comment sections, happen to congregate them in mass. And
Yes.
so it's an interesting,
It's a nice little distillation of where they're at.
Yes, yeah. So we're gonna take a look at some of these because they're pretty fucking hilarious.
Awesome.
So this is the one that I was telling you about that is 5 paragraphs long. And look, he's an old man. John Blanderson,
yes.
if he's a real person. He's got to be if it's this long. But so he wrote a 5-paragraph comment on one of these, on part 2 of our breaking down breaking points thing. So we're going to read kind of as much as I want to until I get tired. But it's there if you want to read it, because it's pretty rich and hilarious. So John Blanderson 1626, because we said we're gonna call you out. Breaking Points has a large audience because they are intellectually honest. This is their, except they're not. Like I just said, I just went over how they read one article off of the internet and then spread that information without sharing their sources or finding any way to verify that, because that's what I tried to do and I couldn't do it. So isn't that interesting?
When they consistently shit on their own arguments within the same sentence.
The polling
when
thing
they're
all the
starting to
time.
do it.
All the time with the polling thing, and that's part of that's. The one we did before this was about the polling, and he has no hobbies, and that's Deborah. We'll get to it. That was literally what I said to him: is, you have way too much time on your hands. His responses were even better. So this is their new set that is well earned and paid for by their grassroots subscribers, not billionaires or corporations. After 2 years of building an audience that likes them because they put out great analysis, actual political debate, feature and give a voice to marginalized candidates / guests from every political point of view, highly important and marginalized news stories, and offer a wide range of opinions with a transparent basis for their arguments, which many people find refreshing. So as I just said, they don't provide a transparent basis for their arguments because, like I just talked about, they obviously, and this is just one example for everybody who's going to watch afterwards, this is just one example, but they obviously aren't, because in just one segment this week, they watched a Russell Brand video and then shared that information. No way to verify, didn't share their actual sources or anything. They just said that that's what's happening.
Well, and the whole idea that he's talking about, like in a new and refreshing way, giving those great analysis.
Yeah.
That's objectively wrong. They do not do that. They'll give you the same answers from the corporate press, the same analysis from the corporate press, just with a little bit of a different angle to it. They get to the same points.
Yeah. Tell me what was different about their take on this supposed coup in Russia than any other corporate media source. There was no fucking difference.
Nope.
There is no difference.
No.
I won't stand for it. I'm not going to hear it. It isn't different. This is the same thing with younger faces in slightly different clothing. I won't hear it. I won't stand for
I
it.
won't stand for it. Where's my pearls? I need to clutch them.
Yeah. In addition, they offer content from many different content creators that do deep dives into important social issues often overlooked or even suppressed by corporate and legacy media. They don't always agree. By that, are you talking about Kyle Kalinske?
Yeah.
Is that who you're talking about? Who provides refreshing and deep... I'm not even going to go into it.
No.
They don't always agree with each other. They do. Are fully funded by their subscribers instead of rich assholes or corporate advertisers, and are fully transparent in any conflicts of interest that arise or stories that they have gotten wrong. I mean,
Congratulations.
you're willing to admit when you know someone who's involved in something.
Yeah.
Good fucking Christ.
That's like the bare minimum of being somewhat authentic.
I'm not going to high five you for that. You're a journalist, right? That's what you're supposed to be doing. I'm not going to high five you for doing shit that corporate media doesn't do, because they're not fucking journalists. They're not real. That's entertainment television. That's why they used, who was it, CNBC or whatever producers to make the fucking Jan 6 trials, because it's not real. This is an entertainment news. That's why Fox News is able to skirt around the lies that they do, because they're entertainment. That's real. That's verifiable in court cases. None of this is real. I don't.
Yeah.
It's all fake. You're wrong. You, John Blanderson 1626, you're wrong. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're wrong.
You're wrong.
Yes. I'm glad we live in a country where you can produce your content regardless of your bad takes on things, because there are about 1 million people who see this unfounded attack for what it is. You're going to get me 1 million views? I'm here for it. I'll take any shit that you have for 1 million views in the video. If that's what you say, whatever you want. I'll read all your comments for 1 million views in the video.
That's right.
I don't even care. Yes, a jealous attempt to get views by trying to tear something down without any actual basis in reality for your poor opinion. Ooh. I guarantee over the hour and a half that we did that clip, there were some pretty good fucking takes that we had.
Oh, yeah.
Guarantee it.
Didn't like them, but
Guarantee
they were solid.
There. More. I see that you're making fun of their professional studio setup and comparing it to MSNBC, which is ironic because their content is the literal opposite of legacy media like MSNBC, except that it's not in the ways that we just outlined.
It's the same thing, but it's YouTube rules instead of cable TV rules.
They even have the shit at the bottom now.
The ticker.
Yes, that misrepresents what they're actually talking about. It's precisely the same thing.
Yep.
They show their little bar with all the subjects for like a brief moment, and then they go to the ticker thing. So explain to me, John Blanderson, what's different about their studio and their coverage than MSNBC. Also, you know that Crystal used to work there, right? She came from MSNBC. You know that, right? You're aware of this? You know that Sagar used to work at Fox News? You know these things? I just want to make sure that you know that. So when we're talking about MSNBC, that we're both on the same page, that she literally fucking worked there and had her own show there for a short period of time until they took it away from her because she was garbage. Because her takes are fucking shit. Just so you know. I just want to make sure. More than that, it's just not a good point because it's based on an ad hominem logic fallacy and is irrelevant to the quality of their program. Can you not build an actual argument using reason, actual logic, or factual basis for why you don't think this is a good show? Yes, I just did. And we also did in this entire segment. And every time that we do the show and every time that we fucking talk about breaking points, this is what we do.
Yep.
Is this just another logic fallacy-laden echo chamber of lazy takes to create controversy and, in turn, views from random hacks who think ad hominem attacks of... This dude loves ad hominem. I think that's the 4th time that he said it. He loves it. Attacks of legitimate meta-journalism. It's so meta, dude. They're so fucking meta that they're looking at everything on a granular level. They're even identifying their own behavior and calling themselves out. Oh, wait, except they're not. They're living in a fucking echo chamber where Sagar's supposed to be conservative and doesn't ever argue with someone who says unions should control everything and we should just fucking federalize everything. Oh, this is not an echo chamber, right? No. Oh, because they're willing to have someone who fucking works for the Heritage Foundation? Oh, good Christ. They're so fucking conservative. They're so fucking conservative and counter to your points. I'm so glad that they're here. Thank God. The farthest right person on that program is Emily Jashinsky.
Yes.
This doesn't speak very much.
And she's just a libertarian, really.
Come on, dog.
She's a big government libertarian, really.
Yes. I mean, Crystal essentially thinks that she's a fucking extremist. I mean,
Yes.
what are we really talking about? This show, this new beautiful studio they're talking about is an echo chamber. They've literally built a chamber for their echoes to live in. It's crazy. It's hilarious. As you see what I'm saying, the distortion of the brains, the mind worms, the breaking points, mind worms.
Yes. I like. It's just really interesting. Attacks on legitimate meta journalism.
Yes.
I've literally never heard of anybody talk about meta journalism before,
dude.
Because that's like studies of studies, right? That's like I'm going to take these 12 studies and then do a study on those 12 studies, not based off of any of the actual details involved. So they just skip over all the actual details involved, and then they talk about the differences in reporting from the corporate journalists, and then decide to be like, well, here's our take on the corporate journalists, instead of actually talking about what's actually happening. Because every time they try to get down to like the finer details to get away from the actual meta version of the journalism, they go back to the same talking points of we need a living wage, we need powerful unions to protect workers, and the government just isn't doing enough.
Right.
So everything that they talk about, that's where they end up going. That's as far down as they go. They never get into the nitty-gritty details of things.
So is meta journalism just when a journalist reads other articles and looks at them? Because if that's the case,
right?
If that's the case, that's literally what we're doing here on this show. I don't have a degree. I'm telling you now, that's my part-time job. I'm a journalist. I work for Salt of the Streets. We're fucking legitimate meta journalists now. Like, what are we doing? You're making up words to try and fucking shit on something that you've watched for 10 minutes, maybe.
Meta journalism. Good God,
I love this.
That's just called punditry, bro. And we're not even pundits necessarily. We just talk. We just have conversations about what's going on. This guy is a normie who has stumbled upon an alternative media for the first time in the form of Breaking Points.
And he's in love with it.
Yes.
He absolutely loves it. Yeah.
This is so amazing.
Yes.
I mean, I could watch this on YouTube all the time.
It's meta journalism from journalists who created an uncorrupted revenue model. They didn't create the revenue model. That's not true. The thing that they're doing, they have like a fucking Patreon. I don't like it's. They're doing the same thing Eric July has been doing for years now. They're now, and so have many millions of other people. They didn't create a revenue model.
No,
they created a revenue stream. They found a way to make money by selling their subscriptions to things. They didn't create a revenue model. That's not true.
No, it's an old revenue model. It's called the subscription model. The New York Times and every newspaper or magazine has been doing it for literally decades upon decades.
We're doing the same thing.
It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Hey, we invented a new revenue model.
That's right. To ensure honest and transparent reporting and critical analysis of important news is a show we all need to
see. Question
mark?
Oh,
I think most of us are tired of. That sentence was way too long. Listen to me. I love a good comma. If you're one of our subscribers to the articles, you'll know that. I'm a big fan of commas. Make real this was too much.
This is too much.
This was too much.
You need to double space that
it's
too.
Too much, sir. I especially enjoy how you're so quick to interject your preconceived attack that you don't even listen to one segment for more than 15-second introductory portion, though it is a 20-minute segment. We watched the whole thing.
Oh yeah,
we watched the whole thing. I promise you.
And every time they say something stupid, we would pause and interject. It's not our fault that what they said every 12 to 30 seconds was something that needed to be addressed, because either they were lying, being purposely dishonest, which I don't think is necessarily the same thing as lying.
Yeah.
Or spinning something to make their own point, not based off of what they're actually talking about.
And the first thing I said, if you go back and watch it, was, what's a Teamster?
What's a Teamster?
Tell me what a Teamster is.
That's right. I don't fucking know.
Tell me, Joe, what is a Teamster? I that's a genuine question. Someone tell me what a team. I understand that that's a union. What is a Teamster, right? I know what an electrician is. We have an electricians union in our building. I know what that is. I know what a machinist is.
Yeah.
What's a Teamster? What does a Teamster do, John Blenderson? That's a legitimate question that I don't think Crystal Ball can answer. What the fuck is a Teamster? That isn't a thing. That doesn't exist. That's not real. I told you.
Nobody's ever had a job as a Teamster.
The reason that it's called that is because you can't make a mobsters union. I understand that's not what okay, tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. When Jimmy Hoffa was the head of the Teamsters, tell me that I'm wrong.
It's not.
Okay, I get that that's not, whoa, they don't do that anymore. Okay, when the Teamsters were formed, what were they doing? covering up organized crime. Okay, get the fuck out of my face. A Teamster isn't a thing. That's not real. People from
But they have a horse and a wagon wheel in their logo.
that's not
they gotta
real.
be doing good
That's
shit.
not real. Mobsters made up a word, which is fine, and they were able to use corrupted government to protect themselves financially. That's not real. This isn't real. What is a Teamster is a legitimate question.
That's why, like, all the mobsters over, like, back when New York and Jersey and
Yes.
Rhode Island were popping like that. That's why they all had, like, garbage companies or fucking
Yes.
concrete companies.
Yes.
That's why. Because they were
Yes.
all unionized and they all fucking ran the unions.
Get out of my
That's
face.
the best way to launder dirty money.
You don't know what a Teamster is. I just told you what it is, and I'm the one that asked the fucking question.
Organized labor, just another
Yes.
word for organized crime.
This is not thorough and displays the this 10 minutes is not. The entire thing, the hour and a half, is very thorough.
Yes.
And displays the antithesis of analysis you claim to be making. We're breaking it down. I don't know if it's analysis. That's splitting hairs. I know it is. Maybe listen to a few of the 300 plus episodes. Oh, we have.
I've been listening to them way
much.
longer than you have, good sir.
Since they were on the hill, you idiot.
my
Before
God.
deciding what you think, or I love it. Or better than that, maybe just listen through one episode before we did watch that whole episode. I watched that whole episode, and I picked that particular one out of there for us to break down. Aren't they your unionized truckers?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, most truckers, I believe, are Teamsters, bus drivers.
Word.
They're like all the things that don't have a specific union. They hit up the Teamsters.
I'm right. That's
Like,
why
what-
the specific
yeah.
question is not what is the union doing. I
Yeah.
get it. I know what the union is. I'm asking what is a Teamster?
What is a
because
Teamster?
that isn't a thing.
I'm gonna
That's a
Google it.
Teamster isn't a thing. This is a thing that
gonna
was
Google
made
it.
up
I'm
to
gonna
have a
see what the
union that
Google
can
machine
encompass
says.
large groups of people,
What
which is
is
fine. Which is fine, but
Teamster?
we're making up words now. And that's the question I was asking. It was a cheeky question. It wasn't even meant to draw this length of comment about it. It was just a thing. Is there a thing?
There's a thing. There's a thing.
I just say you talk shit this whole time.
No. It's a thing. It doesn't exist anymore. And that's what Deborah was very right when aren't they unionized truck drivers?
Yeah.
So a Teamster, and this totally makes sense when you get all the way back down to like a Teamster is in American English is a truck driver, a person who drives teams of draft animals or a member of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, a labor union, blah, 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 blah.
All right.
But as far as like an old school career, they were the dudes that ran teams of draft horses to haul goods from place to place to place.
take the L.
So the
It's a
only
thing.
true Teamsters are truckers.
All right, I'll take the L. It's a thing. I'll take the L.
Maybe
We're doing it.
stagecoach drivers.
I'll
We
eat
could
the
give
crow.
that.
I'll take the L. A Teamster drives a team of fucking horse. Get
But
the fuck
not
out
anymore.
of my face.
Not anymore.
No.
There's, I mean,
No, and again, it was
so
a
many.
cheeky question as to like, what the fuck is a Teamster? Anyway, the point has been made.
that's why they have a wagon wheel and a horse on their thing.
Yes,
Because they're all a
so-
bunch of coach drivers.
The perfect encapsulation of this is I went to check the views last night,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I was like, well, let's see where we're at on these clips. And I read this comment, and I was like, this is hilarious that this
is.
guy did this. So I responded to him, and I said, you have way too much time on your hands.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it. That's my name. Also, if you watch the clip,
right
my
there.
name is in the corner.
It's right there.
It's there. My name is right there. So, and he in 19 hours, so he got at me like right away, like
Yeah.
almost right within the same hour. He got at me, and he said, too much for what?
Too much for what?
Too much time in general. Too much time because you left a 5-paragraph comment on a fucking 10-minute video. You have too much free time. That's all. Not too much for anything. You have, in general, too much free time on your hands that you're willing to spend this much of it to say the word ad hominem 10 times and then get at me again with the same shit in the response. Because
Yeah.
he came back an hour later because I'm still living in his brain. And he said, cool ad hominem attack on me in my time, by the way. You are a perfect potential viewer of the Salty Shorts brands. I said this before the show. This is my house. This is my fucking house. Don't come in here with this weak fucking bullshit. This is my house, and you are a corporate shill. This is my house. Get the fuck out of here.
And also, the Salty Shorts isn't a brand, bro.
You idiot.
It's not really a brand. It's just it's like a segment.
Look at the channel name,
I mean,
you dumbass.
it's the Clips channel. Come on now, bud. Oh, that's a healthy back and forth there, buddy.
Yeah, we
I
got
mean-
roasted pretty good, you know?
Oh,
We
yeah.
had some good ones. Y'all seem to have no clue. Strong unions led to a thriving middle class after World War II. We have increased income inequality since Reagan came in and worked to weaken unions. Corporations treat their employees like crap. Do they? Wage theft by employers is estimated to be over $50 billion per year.
I bet there's a study that backs that.
Worker productivity increased while wages remain stagnant. You seem to be living in some libertarian fairy tale that exists only in your head. We've discussed the union thing multiple times. I'm not even going to dive into it now. I've fucking defended unions before. Get out of my face. Breaking Points is a great show. I love people talking about how we're living in a fantasy world, and you just watched one 10-minute video and are making these huge generalized comments about something that we've been doing for fucking years now.
Oh, yeah.
So you've watched one thing that, again, isn't even what we do. This is a segment on our show that we did because we have a personal vendetta with Breaking Points.
Yes.
And this is now the whole... It's excellent. He had a point in the 60s. 100%. That's what I'm telling you now. It's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious because I think in this video is when I was talking about, like, they're acting like these unions are in the fucking Virginia coal mines where there are machine gunners literally shooting down people who are trying to stay alive and just make reasonable wages. This is not the same thing.
Coal towns,
Yes.
trying to escape those. I mean,
while defending the AC units and the trucks, I also said, but this is not the same thing that where these were made. And that's how they're acting, is that this is the same thing. And they're not even a little bit.
No.
It's not even a little bit. Do you want to talk about for a moment how unions did help save those people's lives? Because they did. That is a reality. They did, in fact, help those people make more money and help liberate them from the corporations.
Oh, yeah.
From the corrupt companies and fucking warlords that were ruling over their land.
That's right.
Yes, you are correct about that. Do you need a union now to have a livable wage and a good job? You don't.
No.
You honestly don't. I guarantee that you don't.
I would make the argument that the existence of most of these unions today actually help prevent you from doing that unless you decide to go with the mob mentality and have to join them. Otherwise, if you're trying to participate against a union in the private sector, you're going to lose out every single time by not a little bit. They keep the rest of us that much poorer because they have secured through government contracts wages that are 3 to 5 times more than anybody in the private sector can afford. And if they weren't absorbing that sector of the labor department, I think I made an argument about this in my piece this month, that money would be spread around the community way more because they'd have access to the jobs that they don't have access to. And then all the overpaid salaries that get dumped into just the union members will get spread around to all the private sector people, raising the standing of the overall middle class.
Yes. Are we going to sit here and defend every fucking corporation? No. They're corrupt and also hate you, just like the government does.
Indeed.
They're no different, especially with the level of entanglement that encapsulates the two bodies. They're effectively no different at this point in time. A large corporation and the federal government. They're effectively no different.
Yep.
So
Again, read the piece I wrote this month because I talked all about that. It was fantastic.
These people are great. This came from my feed. LMAO, you guys are literally just hating and arbitrarily nitpicking for experience or word choices. Good luck building subscribers on undeserved negativity. That's because they're ideological clowns.
It's like, again, tell me you haven't actually watched our show without watching the show.
Look at this.
This is an old one.
Yes.
This is from
This is the guy. This guy roasted us, and I was like, hey, we have tons of other shit. I hope that you enjoy it. Okay, so I haven't even read this one yet. Okay, this is more what I was looking for. Great conversation. On the Cronkite point, I'd say that with so many alternative forms of getting information versus the few ways people had access to information back then, I would have to watch that segment again. That was a while ago.
It was so long ago.
People have much more opportunities to either correctly or even falsely question the narrative. Facts can be interpreted in any specific matter depending on how you spin it. I completely agree with all of you that objective journalism does not exist. There is only the journalism that discloses its bias and the journalism that does not. With that said, I think I have to disagree with Breaking Points does not attempt to bridge that gap between giving news but allowing genuinely different points of view interact on the subject. I think I have to disagree that Breaking Points disagrees that Breaking Points does not attempt to bridge the gap between giving news but allowing genuinely different views. Okay.
And I will say too, like back when they first went back out on their own, after leaving the Hill, I would argue that they did a much better job at that. And they've just crawled their way closer and closer to fucking corporate press status as the years have gone by since they went independent.
And maybe now that they're bringing the panels back, like that will change because they do in fact bring on people that don't agree with them. That is a fact. They will bring on one person from the left and one person from the right. Their right could be fucking Emily Jashinsky, so it's not really very conservative. Like it depends on what the subject is, but
ideally it'll be different than their standard talking points.
The issue at that point is that Crystal and Sagar, their opinions that they put out on the show don't vary enough, in my opinion, to carry genuine, like, conflicting conversation. Because the times in which they do argue, she will shout him down and he will capitulate.
Yes,
that's not
every single
that's
time.
not effective. So I agree to an extent. Kevin De Silva, thank you. Will you heart that and tell him that we talked about this on the show and we appreciate him watching.
Okay.
And then he said, I don't see Breaking Points getting a more professional studio or any of those analogs to mainstream news as being them trying to fully incarnate them. I think it is all an attempt to bring the visual stimuli that someone expects and naturally lends confidence to, but inject that nostalgic scenario with people who are not trying to hide a narrative. Everyone has a narrative to tie the loose knots of info in their heads, but some people try to pretend like they don't have one and gaslight you into thinking they're objective. So I understand what you're saying. The reason that I disagree is when you look at shows that don't have a studio like this, which is so many other news shows. Timcast is a great fucking example. That's not even close to the studio of like this classic corporate studio they're talking about. They still have tens of thousands of people that watch them and rely on them for valuable and factual information every single day of the week. That's a reality. Fucking Joe Rogan is the same deal. Joe Rogan is a traditional podcast studio with brick walls similar to what they had before they changed.
Yep.
That's not the same thing anymore. People still watch Joe Rogan, and like part of this is figures, but that's what doing podcast and YouTube shows is that people trust who you are.
Yes.
That's
you don't need the backdrops, you don't need the setups. Some of the most successful, like smaller time, not even like small time, but like they talk about like, you know, the current events of the day. A lot of them are just a dude with a webcam looking at their semi-messy room behind them, and they still have millions of views and followers. Like, the setup doesn't really matter. It speaks more to you as an individual and kind of like what your comfort zone is. Or, and I think Breaking Points' case, it's to portray a like an environment that you want to portray. Like, I'm using the wrong words here, but like if you're going to build your studio to look like a corporate press studio, you're trying to convey to your viewers or your listeners that like we are as professional as the corporate press because this is what we've built behind us. If it's more about what you're actually talking about and the thoughts and ideas and the actual conversations being had, it doesn't really matter what's behind you. It's what actually matters is what comes out of your mouth and how you handle the conversation as they come along. And if you're being authentic, if you're being honest, that's what actually matters in the podcast sphere. If you're trying to make a corporate news show, you need to look and act like a corporate news show.
Precisely.
You know?
And that's why they're talking about they want to replace corporate media. They're saying that in the endings of their videos. They're trying to replace the corrupt like mainstream media. That is what they're doing. They are trying to fully incarnate them. Like they're telling you that in the end of their videos. They're trying to take their place.
We're just going to do better at it.
And with the variation that I've seen in them just since they started Breaking Points, I don't trust that they will forever stay away from that corporate influence, the party influence, whatever influence it is that's going to take hold of them. I don't believe that. I think that there's a huge possibility that Crystal Ball gets fucking closer in with some political party. And I mean, that's a very specific accusation. I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but I don't trust that separation from big money ties will stay forever.
Once you grow, if this is your lane that you're going to be in, at some point you're going to have to get some kind of big backing. You're going to have to. You could stay on YouTube and generally keep your costs down at that point, but if you're doing the old school mic people and camera people and producers and editors and all the things behind the scenes, especially if they're all former industry people, There's going to come a day when they're going to get fucking Young Turk styled, and all your people are going to want to unionize.
Yes.
And you are not going to be able to say no to that because of the platform that you've built for yourself. And then you're going to be fucked. Just like TYT is. When all them people tried to unionize and all of a sudden they all were like, well, we're going to lose everything now. This is what happens. That's the
Right.
reality of your situation. And you will only be able to grow to a certain point without having to like make a leap outside. If you want to stay in the YouTube lane, it's going to be real hard to maintain like this corporate look for a certain period of time. And then at some point you're going to have to outgrow it, and then you're just kind of one of the normies. Then you would have ostensibly replaced the corporate media at that point, but not really. You're just adding to it.
And
you
I
become the same, just slightly different.
Right. The only real thing I think that separates them is like their willingness to cover, and this is a point that some of these other people made, some of these other weirder stories, and not necessarily stuff just the corporate media won't talk about, because the entire of corporate media is corrupt. So there's going to be whole things they try and shut down. The Hunter Biden thing for a long time that I guess I'll give you credit for that, but the only real difference is like the aliens and stuff. Like, it's not there. I don't know. I don't
The
see
aliens and
that much
stuff.
of a difference between their shows anymore, between
No.
these shows and corporate media shows, except
Maybe their segments are a little longer because they don't
Yeah.
have to go every 10 minutes to commercial break. They
yes,
just
they are not bought out. Okay, so here's the differences, right? Because I want to be really specific about it, because I appreciate what this dude is saying.
Mm-hmm.
The differences are they are not bought out by different corporate institutions, so they aren't going to shill for those institutions, but the stories that they're covering and the takes that they're giving are not different. That's the point, right?
Yeah.
That's great that they're still doing it by themselves. Obviously, that's a huge thing. They're not influenced heavily by those corporations.
Yeah.
They're still influenced heavily by their bias while still trying to claim to be objective and not being honest about that, and letting that influence the way they're covering things, the way they're interviewing people. Her shit with RFK is a great example of that. The way that she shilled out for the entirety of, I don't even know, just shit on him the entire time. That,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That whole interview.
that was rough. That was rough business.
These things are not different. The stories they're covering, the way that they're covering them, are not different than corporate media. And
No.
that, I think, is what matters. Their studio, to me, doesn't matter.
No.
What they look like doesn't matter. That's why the Tim Pool videos where it was just him in the corner and you couldn't see anything behind him, those are the best ones. I don't care
they're
what
great.
room you're in. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I care that it's your face that's telling me this thing, because I know that you're not going to lie to me.
Yes.
These people, as we just outlined in this show, have already provided you information that can't be verified. And this is, again, just one example, but it only took me one time to try. One time. I don't know how more often they're doing this. I don't watch the show all the time. I'm just diving back in because I think that it's the right thing to do. I don't know how often it's happening. I can tell you the one time that I tried, that's what happened. They gave information in 2 different pieces that couldn't be verified, that came from another news source that also didn't verify the information and didn't provide sources. That's what I'm telling you. And I think that matters more than what their studio looks like, or that they're just subscriber funded. Like, that matters. If you're lying but you only have subscriber funding, I don't care, because you're still fucking lying. You're still
yeah.
doing the same thing corporate media is
There's
doing.
plenty of other outlets that are listener or subscriber funded and just spew lies. That's
The
there's
Young Turks.
tons of people do that. Oh yeah, yeah. Timcast had recently on this gal from what's the name of the show? Oh, I don't remember anymore, but it's some far left show with Sam Cedar as well, and all they do is spew lies like that too, and they get YouTube revenue and they get subscriber revenue. And then she showed up to the Culture War podcast, which is a debate show, and got a fucking train ran on her, and it was not pleasant to watch.
Yeah.
And you know, it versus like when they had Destiny on, the big streamer. It was a very, very different type of, I mean, that's an honest debate at that point. It's very, very different. But a lot of these people make a living lying to their subscribers, or just using specific talking points to gather up the masses and make money off of them that way. None of them are really that honest about what they're doing.
And that's the difference between, I'll stick it right now, that's the difference between us and Breaking Points, is I trust my ability to go onto any platform that will have me, yours as well, to go onto any platform that will have us and defend whatever opinion it is that they want to question us on, defend whatever stance it is, and make a logical, evidence-based opinion about that. I don't trust the ability for both hosts on Breaking Points to do that. I don't.
Yeah.
I think that it would turn very ideological and repetitive, as we have seen in the past. I don't.
I think it would be really interesting. I would love to see a more old school style, more where Sauger has more conservative points that he puts up against Crystal Balls, and the two of them have like a little back and forth. And if they were both honest about it, which Crystal generally isn't, then that would be a way better show at that point. But if the content, you know, with an arbitrary deadline of like they only have an hour to do the show or whatever it is, and we have to move on to the next point. No, you don't, man. You don't. You do because this is the way you've structured your show at this point. You're renting out the studio space or whatever it is, so you don't have unlimited amount of time to be able to actually give full-throated defenses or arguments against certain points and certain issues of the day. You just have to do it in 15, 20 minutes and then move on as quick as possible because we have 5 other stories we have to get to today within the hour and a half show that we do. That's no way to be able to try to push points out. If you have a super long like argument about something, you need to be able to encapsulate that and have that entire conversation out in its entirety. Otherwise, you're doing the argument a disservice, the issue a disservice, your audience a disservice, and yourselves, because you're not able to express everything you need to in a coherent fashion enough over a certain period of time. Drives me nuts. Deborah, you got a link for us.
You can tweet it to us.
Yeah, tweet it to us. Send it to my DMs or something like that, and we'll get into it. Yeah, grandfather would understand the knowledge of Teamsters. I'm into it. I got to expand my knowledge on this Teamsters business, bro. But yeah,
shit all over them.
No, I don't know. Maybe we'll see how it goes.
Just the word Teamsters.
Yeah, just the word Teamsters.
It's not real anymore.
It makes sense now. I'm like, oh, now I get where that came from. They all used to drive horse and buggies.
Yeah.
Very cool. We're closing in. I think we could do that.
Yeah, no, we'll call this. We got a lot of these.
It was endless. It was fantastic.
And I'm here for it. Keep them coming. This is what you got. This isn't for you.
Let's go.
But we only had the one comment, the one that we just addressed, that was any type of genuine at all.
Yeah, solid. Shout out to
which
homie.
Is typical for the internet. So
that's the way it goes. You might get 1 of 1,000.
Yes.
That's why they always say don't read the comments. I'm here for it. At this point, we need the comments. At a certain point, you outgrow the comments.
Yeah.
We're in Commentville these days.
So there's one thing I want to talk to you about.
Can
but we could talk about it in the beginning of part 2. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
All this stuff is just kind of nonsense. We got an actual Republican in the race for the governorship of Washington, which is going to be interesting. I just started to look into him. His name is Derek
Holy shit.
Reichert.
I know who this guy is, I'm pretty sure.
The former sheriff of King County.
Yes. Okay. This guy.
Nice.
This guy, I'm pretty sure. Look at a picture of him really quick so that I know that it's the right dude. Because I'm pretty certain that I know who he is. Because he used to be.
Let me go to the actual.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. So
yeah.
my God. Okay.
There it is.
So. Whoo! Whoo! This guy's lit. He had good shit from what I remember when he was in office, right? Because he was a representative for a while for Washington. And when he was sheriff, maybe when he was done being sheriff. Nope, when he was sheriff, he interviewed Ted Bundy to gain insight into the Green River Killings so that he could catch Garrett Ridgway.
Best known for solving the Green River Killings. He headed up the investigation team to arrest and convict Garrett Ridgway.
Yes.
Very nice.
He interviewed Ted Bundy.
Yeah, he's getting into the race, along with a bunch of other people.
I've seen a couple documentaries that this dude was in, like about Ted Bundy and shit, about serial killings. That I saw him, and then I saw him in Congress, and I was like, "Oh, holy fucking shit!" I was like, "That's the same fucking guy." That blew my mind. The first time I blew my mind. Yes,
that's so funny.
So there you go. I have small stories, but
and we've got a new guy that I've been interested in now. He's saying some interesting things. His name is Semi Bird.
That's his name?
Yeah, Semi. And it's just the greatest branding of all time when your last name is literally Bird, like B-I-R-D.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to show you his announcement video a little bit.
Before we do, because I might like him, it makes me think of Matt and Shane's because they call penises birds. Semi-bird. That's hilarious.
Got a semi-bird going on.
We have to, if we have to inform them that this is happening so that they can discuss
Oh
it
my God.
because that's too good.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We got a semi-bird over here, dude.
Yeah, we'll hit up Matt in the
Yes.
because Shane's too big for his britches these
Yeah,
days.
that's right.
He's out there competing at the beer Olympics and shit. Which I have a video for the grab bag later to show you exactly what he was getting into,
Oh,
so
God.
to see why we didn't get our usual Matt and Shane show the other day.
Those episodes
But
were great, though.
I will say, they were fucking Matt was on fire, dude.
Yes.
I never seen him in that kind of element. Well, I did watch Shane's old stand-up special, right? The one I think that was from Creek in the Cave or something like that in Austin.
I was watching that today before I left.
It's
That's
so good.
Funny.
It's so good. I had to watch it again last night because I
It's so
needed
funny.
inspiration. But I didn't realize that when Shane walks off and stuff, you could tell Matt
Yes.
he's like hosting it for him. I was like,
Yes.
oh fuck, that's Matt. I know him now. There it
Yes.
is. And I saw a bunch of other clips. I found a sweet like compilation clip of just Shane being funny. And more than half the time, it's like Matt's walking off the stage right before Shane comes on. I'm like, the bros, dude. The
I like
boys
that.
are in business. So you had something else you want to do before this or no?
No.
Okay. So let's just watch a little bit
No,
of this.
semi-bird. That's all I was going to say.
It's awesome.
Just semi-bird.
It's awesome.
I like his name, though.
Hell yeah.
All right, see what he has to say.
Hello, Washington. I'm Semi Bird, and I'm running for governor. I've spent most of my life in service
vet.
to our nation
No shit.
as a United States Marine and Army Special Forces Green Beret. I now find myself on the front lines of some of the greatest challenges facing our state.
Yeet.
As someone who began his life's journey in the inner city ghetto of East Oakland, California,
It's hard.
born to a single mom with 7 children, pre-civil rights, I know firsthand that the American dream is available for everyone.
That's right.
Let's
Through
go.
I like that.
and
Who's that?
Not
Oh, God.
Is that Joe Kennedy? Is that Joe Kennedy?
and despair. I continue to serve the children and families of our community as a school board director and legislative representative. I do so because I know our children are our future,
He's big into
and
education.
that families and parents are the most important stakeholders in their children's upbringing, and that includes their education.
He's using the right words too, stakeholders and stuff like that, to try to
Yeah.
get some of those more progressive people.
Here in Washington state, crime and inflation are at an all-time high, while educational outcomes are at an all-time low.
And
how is our
spending
current
also,
state
because I actually looked into this week, educational spending is at an all-time high.
Oh, yeah.
Because I looked into it because the capital gains tax that passed last year made like hundreds of millions more than they
Oh,
expected
bro.
it to.
So
and they're like,
much.
and it all goes to education. Like, wait,
What?
we're still spending a dickload on education. The quality is still going down, and I'm still getting charged more in taxes every single year.
Yeah, baby.
What's happening here?
Yeah, it's good shit.
Yeah.
leadership responding to these concerns by using our state revenues to increase spending, all
There it
the
is.
while imposing more taxes on our families who are struggling to make ends meet.
Just like you said.
Well,
by
God damn
bringing
it.
forth bad policies which hamstring our law enforcement professionals and exposes our communities to greater dangers and greater threats.
So
by
good.
bringing forth racially divisive policies and isolating us from our children's education. Isn't it time to replace career politicians with career Americans?
Yee.
My fellow
That's a little sloppy,
Washingtonians,
but-
it is time for visionary leadership. It is time for a new direction. Join me, Republicans, Democrats, Independents alike. Let's stand together and focus on what we can all agree upon: safe communities, quality in education, and economic opportunity for all. Together, we will bring unity, leadership, and solutions with action to Washington State. My name is Semi Bird, and I'm running for governor for all of
She's
Washington.
got the Obama
Let's
hand.
go.
Remember, united we stand, together we can.
Good
Like
shit, this guy.
He's got the Obama hand, like the semi-closed fist. you
Yeah.
know?
It's very important.
He's gonna do better. What was the name of the guy that ran last time? The sheriff.
Oh, fucking.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna do better than
That
that
guy.
guy. He's
Oh,
gonna do way better than that guy.
Larry Kemp?
Yeah.
Joe Kemp? Larry Kemp? Something like that?
Camp. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I clicked on his little platform.
No,
here.
Joe Ken. That's Joe Kennedy, right?
Joe,
Is that-
yeah. Joe Kennedy, Joe Kent.
Doesn't
and then,
matter.
Yeah. Lauren Culp.
There you go.
Lauren
Culp. He's going to do better than Lauren Culp for sure.
Yeah.
If only people in this state didn't love getting butt fucked by Bob Ferguson so much, because
Exactly.
they just happen to really, really enjoy it.
They
But
really enjoy it. One of his little terms that I really like in his platform is the meritocracy initiative. So this is like putting an end to like CRT type stuff,
Nice.
you know, DEI type stuff, and it's just he wants to bring back like merit-based choices in all things. And I'm a huge fucking fan of that. It is like the antithesis of everything Jay Inslee and Bob Ferguson stand for. And just started looking into him. He's done a bunch of Fox News hits, so you know he's soaking up that kind of crowd. And I'm excited to look more into this guy.
Let's go.
He piques my interest.
I like it. So
Yeet.
I have small things I want to tell you about. One thing we got to talk about in the future that Trenton sent to me. There's I'm trying to really get into it. There about some laced vape cartridges, and so there was some kids. I remember one school that died. They overdosed because they had some vape cartridges that were laced with fentanyl. So I looked into that story, but I found like fucking 5 other stories that apparently this is like a huge thing that's happening, that kids are buying shit from other kids in school, and the cartridges have been refilled or whatever.
Yeah, because kids can't buy.
Right.
They can't go to the legal shop where
Right.
everything's been tested and blah, 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 blah. And so they're just buying things off other people that are definitely getting them from the streets.
Yes. So one of these kids was addicted to heroin.
Oh.
That was inside of
Fuck.
like his nicotine vapes. Yes. And then the other kids, yeah. So they said vape carts, but I don't know if they're cartridges or they're like jewel pod things or like
Yeah.
what, you know, what the deal is. Some form of vaping device that children are getting their hands on that have been tainted with other drugs. And it's not I thought this was the one, like just one case, but there's multiple just in this state, and I guess it's much bigger on the East Coast and in the South.
Oh,
and
shit.
It's just kind of starting to trickle over here.
Great.
There is this is the one we have to look into in the future because it's worth kind of a deeper dive, I think. There's a bill that's been introduced out of the Senate that would establish a state domestic violent extremism board. And they use the guidelines that Bob Ferguson has laid out for domestic violent extremism, and so the powers that it would give this particular board is pretty dark. Trenton sent it to me, but he sent me a screenshot that he saw online that was from. Oh, I actually have I found the article that it was from, and it is from the Washington Policy Organization, and it's SHB 1333. And so this, like, their thing was a write-up they did, so it's like SHB 133 to criminalize free speech and independent thought in Washington State. Okay, so
A little hyperbolic.
like I understand what you're saying, but that's not what this does. So he was like, is this really a thing? And I was like, I have to look into it, but by the name of that, I almost guarantee that it's not.
Yeah.
And that's not the name of the bill, but it does do some dark shit, and it's pretty easy to see how it could turn even worse in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're real good at that here. If Bob Ferguson can find a way to clamp down on people's liberties, he's going to find a way to do it.
Yes.
That's just what he's all about.
The surplus money from the capital gains tax, which I just talked about. And then the other thing I want to ask you about in part 2, because it's a longer
Okay.
deal.
Word.
So
Real quick note, right before we close out,
yes,
we officially have the highest gas prices in the country now. Thank you, Jay Inslee.
I paid $4.55 at Costco yesterday.
$4.55 is below the state average, so congratulations.
Yeah, it's
Our
great.
state average now for standard unleaded is $4.98.4, which replaces California's,
probably.
finally.
Just so you guys know, we've covered this in the past, and we could talk about it again in the future. They've literally said the goal is to continue to raise gas prices until people are priced out of being able to drive gas-fueled cars and have to drive electric vehicles. They've literally said that's the point. Unless you don't have any money, then they'll subsidize you. They'll give you money and relief from these taxes so that you can drive a gas car because you can't afford it. But if you're anything other than in poverty, you will be literally taxed out of attempted Their attempt is to price you out of being able to drive a car until you have to drive an electric vehicle.
And then you can't afford to get the electric vehicle because you've already gone broke just trying to drive to work every day.
Also, the subsidies for the electric vehicles happen to cap out the same year that these taxes hit the highest level.
Oh,
Isn't that interesting? So if you didn't get in before it was, it's too late now.
you son of a bitch, Will Wallace. That's like one of the greatest things in the world.
Don't come in here and fucking brag, Will.
That's what I'm doing the 22nd. That's what I'm doing the 22nd bachelor party.
Okay.
That's what it was.
In the evening then.
Indeed.
All right. Well, then it shouldn't be a problem.
Oh yeah, because I'll already be halfway there at that point. Because I'll have to drive down that direction anyways before I go over to the thing.
There you go. I don't know where the thing is, but if you say, then I trust you. So
It's where it needs to be.
it's where it needs to be.
I think it's in Bellevue.
Oh, that might be the name of the episode this week. That was really good.
There it is.
Yeah, that one's going. It's up here. I've started to write them down.
It's where it needs to be.
It's where
the people are.
That's right.
It's where the people live.
That was so sad. I told someone else about that. I don't remember who it was, but they did not think it was very funny. They just were like, "That's really sad." And I was like, "I don't. I know that. That's part of
That's
the
why
point."
it's funny.
Yeah, that's. Oh, it was someone. It was one of Jordan's dad's friends, and he's like a military guy, and he just didn't think that it was very funny. You know?
Look at
He's
that.
also from an even smaller town in Wyoming than we live in, so he's like, he just didn't get it. You know, I'm like. The point is that I've never been anywhere and I need to get out of this town. That's the whole point. Well, that's why I don't live in my town anymore. Yeah, I fucking, you enlisted. I got it. I get it. I get it, dude. He did not think it was funny. So, just sitting there laughing.
Jokes on
at my own
him because
jokes,
that's just
but-
funny. There it is. That's funny.
Okay, so
Yes.
with that, everybody will be back in just a few minutes for part 2 of Salt of the Streets, episode 151. Thank you again, Zeke, executive producer for this segment. All segments here afterwards. You guys, if you want to become an executive producer, you can go to our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets, and subscribe there. $5 gets you the article. I don't even want to say it. The top tier gets you the executive producer. I feel
Top
weird
tier.
to people giving us money like that.
Yeah, it's
the,
weird.
The top tier gets you executive producer role. There's other things like that. Of course, if there are things you want to see, like we said last time, if you're on the Patreon, there's some things that you want, other rewards, things that would make you feel better or make you go to a higher tier. Tell us that. We will happy to look at them and implement them. So there's saltofthestreets.com for all of this information. You can also find our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. We will see you in just a few minutes for part 2. Thank you guys.
Bye.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 2, episode 151 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are happy to have you. Of course, you can find all of our information at our website, saltofthestreets.com, including our YouTube, where you're watching us now, and our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this. We just put out an article yesterday, a newsletter yesterday. Woo! Go and check those out. This segment is executively produced by Zeke, and it is brought to you by Location Skate Shop. So,
Do it.
with that, okay, so I want to talk to you about one thing before we talk about the standard topics.
Okay.
It is a local stories thing. Also, we got this beer from Colin's brother. It's from Montana. Has an otter on it.
It's called Otter Water
It's great.
Session Pale Ale.
I haven't tried it yet, actually. For the can, it's great.
Phillipsburg Brewing. So, cheers.
Yeah, let's talk about this beer first.
Yeah, let's judge it.
Super chill. It's
Yeah,
like,
real chill. I like that. What percentage is it? They
and
call it
this
a
one's-
session, so
yeah,
it's
like
got to be
5 or something like that.
4.5.
Yeah.
I dig it.
That's why.
It's a beer you can drink all
All
day,
day.
out on the
Yeah.
golf course.
Yeah, the can is not bad either. The bottle
Yeah.
thing is weird. I don't hate it. Like the screw top.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued. But we'll be getting into Haybag, Hefeweizen, and Razoo Raspberry Wheat Ale.
All right.
So we're going wheaty today.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about bank robbing. There was
In Bremerton?
Yeah, last
Yeah.
week there was a dude that robbed 2 banks, right? So he robbed one bank, changed his clothes, went and robbed the other bank. I don't remember reading how much supposedly he got out, right? Jordan brought it up to me, and I was like, honestly, like, who fucking cares? And then I said, actually, I think the first thing I said is, the average take from a bank robbery is like $2,000. Like it's very small. It's not very much money because most people go in by themselves. They shut the safe or the
Yeah,
what
you're
was
not
it?
getting into the
vault
safe.
immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get whatever is in the drawers, which is not that much, because you get to like a certain point in your drawer and you got to take it to the vault. They don't let you just keep stacking all
People
day.
have been robbing banks for a very long time. They got a system pretty down
Right.
packed
It
at this
just
point.
doesn't work that way.
Yeah, you're not walking out with 200 G's or
Right.
20 G's. You're not filling up suitcases and shit.
So then we started talking about robbing banks, right? Not like
As
we
one
should rob a
does.
bank, but like
The
the
concept.
the concept of robbing banks and kind of the modern ethics of robbing banks, And so I think Jordan was the one that posed to me like, is it really like that wrong?
To
be
rob a bank.
robbing a bank in modern times. So I started talking. I'm like, well, all money, a vast majority of banks are FDIC insured. So if you're hitting a bank, the likelihood is the money is insured up to whatever 150 grand, whatever it is,
Yeah.
So the whatever money you're taking, you're only taking from this institution. It's not coming out of anybody's pockets other than whatever bank you've just robbed it from. And in the end, it's really coming from the government because they're going to be reimbursed for the money that you took.
Yes, the whole FDIC
So-
thing it exists for reasons.
It's the government that's going to be paying out this money. So it's really who you've stolen money from. And so I think that the thing that we've almost been brainwashed to keep thinking this is a bad thing, because so long as you're not doing harm to other people in the process, that you're not like shooting somebody, hitting anybody, doing anything like that, right? You're going in, you're threatening somebody, which is not a good thing. You should be doing that. But
That's bad news
you,
bears.
you do that and in effect to get this money, you leave, like that's done,
Okay.
right? What's
What's the problem there?
is this still a moral question? Is it still a bad thing to be doing? Is it just a mentality we're operating under as a society still? This is a bad thing to be doing? Like, what's the line on robbing banks?
It's still theft of property that does not belong to you, so it is inherently immoral and wrong. We have laws against it for reasons because, even though by the end of the day the government and the Federal Reserve has fucked up the money supply and our entire relationship with money, it's essentially going to be like a drop in the bucket as far as everyone's concerned. Our taxes aren't going to go up for it, but you're going to be doing some kind of infinitesimal decimal. You're stealing that money that the government is then going to have to, put in, to the FDIC or whatever it is, so that people
Well,
get
they
their
set
money
money
back.
aside for it every year. It's written into the budget. There's X
That's
amount
right.
of money for the FDIC to give out every year because of robberies.
And that's robberies and fraud is essentially like the two biggest things for it. But robbery has gone way down for a number of reasons. But no, at the end of the day, regardless of the institutional backing and possibly the net worthlessness of the cash you're stealing, don't hurt people, don't take their stuff. You're still taking people's stuff. Whether or not a bank as an institution is a moral institution, at the end of the day, you're still stealing from people, still stealing from somebody, and that is going to be inherently wrong. And if you don't as a society decide that stealing money from a bank is wrong, then you literally just get rid of currency done. It's game over at that point. If you're going to allow society to have little to no backlash against a thief like that, that's going to steal money from people, I mean, the entire fabric of society kind of fades away, because then everybody just gets to steal money from everybody, and money is entirely worthless. You know, on an institutional level, we have arguments about whether money actually exists or not, but we still use it as our currency, so it still has inherent value to most people, and so you're still stealing. It's still theft. It's still inherently wrong. I think that even from a libertarian standpoint, you can pretty easily make the argument that bank robbery is wrong. You're not, because even though technically the vast majority of it is controlled by the federal, it comes from the Federal Reserve and then it's insured by the federal government, the money still belongs to somebody at the end of the day, and morally that's wrong. Don't take people's stuff. Money in the bank is technically supposed to be the people who deposit their money. That's their money. That's or even if you get past that level, you give it over to the institution and it's not your money anymore. They just owe you money in return. Then you're stealing money from the institution of the bank. So, yeah, no, I am, out of all the hot takes that I am not pro bank robbery. We'll do that. Not to mention, you have to infringe on a bunch of other people's rights to get to that point of stealing that money anyways. You're still going to threaten people with harm. You're still going to trespass on somebody's property. The minute you walk in there with the intent to steal, that would be trespass at that point. So you're walking all over people's rights to steal money from what may or may not be a government institution, but still, inherently wrong. I am anti-bank robbery. One of the few things I'm anti these days.
Okay.
I get where your mind comes from, though. Because, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, all they're going to do is just money printer go burr, or it's just going to fade away into the debt in some infinitesimally small decimal that's not really going to affect anybody, because they're not going to walk out with a gang load of cash.
Right.
But still, can't be enforcing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Can't be enabling that kind of
And
behavior.
I'm not saying we should promote it, right? I'm definitely not saying we should promote it. That's it. I'm just not saying we should promote it.
There you go.
You got me thinking. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I don't have a good argument to counter you. So I know.
So I have to try to go back to base values.
I'm just
Like, no,
thinking.
theft is wrong.
Well, I'm trying to. I'm more turning within myself. Like, okay, what's going on inside of you that you think this is okay? You know what I'm saying? Like,
To take money?
no, not just taking the money.
Kind of a Robin Hood thing,
I
maybe?
don't. No.
I mean, you're
If I
robbing
take
from
it,
the
it's
rich,
mine.
baby. If they use a non-insured bank, you're bad.
Certainly.
That's right,
certainly.
Ma. Oh, happy birthday, Ma. I know your birthday's
Happy
tomorrow,
birthday.
but you're here in the live chat, so I'm going to give you a happy birthday right now. I love you very much. Enjoy your beers.
I've just never had that much beef with it.
Robin Banks?
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you kill somebody in the
it's
process,
not
like
a
I don't
thing
really...
That I've
Makes
like.
for good movies.
Yeah, it's just not a criminal offense that I've ever heard about him. Like those bastards. Like it's not a thing that upsets me, you know. So that's why I'm thinking about it. Usually things that are
You go in and steal racks of clothing from a store or something like that. That feels almost worse than just taking random cash that is essentially worthless at the end of the day. I mean, to the institution you're taking from, they're not really
and I
gonna,
guess it's not
really
that
affect
much different. Like if you're stealing clothes from a Walmart, it's not that much different. It's not different than taking money from a bank. It's either way, it's the property of that institution at the time that you're doing
Yeah,
it.
and you're essentially, by stealing the product, you're stealing their money.
Right. So why do I? Yep. Okay.
You just have a really institutionalized or distilled hatred towards, the entire economic model that we deal with today, because they've devalued our currency so much, it becomes almost like, I don't care if you steal it.
I do have issue with it. Yes. So yeah, I wonder. Yeah, you got me thinking. I'm interested now.
Well, fuck around with that for a while and see where you land. It's always going to be fun.
I wonder what my deal is with that. That's interesting.
Because you've been thinking about bank robberies for a minute.
For a long time.
Because of stories and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it makes sense that you're like, well, is it really so wrong that this happened? You know, somebody goes in there and starts shooting it up heat style. Very different. Holding people hostage, keeping them under duress, threatening people.
Shouldn't be hurting people.
Don't hurt people. Don't take their stuff, bro.
Shouldn't be hurting people.
That's where I land. Seems a pretty safe place to hang out.
All right, I'm gonna think about that more.
Please do.
So part 2, we're talking about the Hunter Biden stuff, and then we're talking about some Supreme Court decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So,
And if we have time, we'll get into some institution conversations.
yeah, I kind of want to. I don't have anything written, so I kind of want to just put it out front because it's pretty fucking apparent. I don't have a beautiful paragraph like I usually do for the life and liberty thing or for freedom and liberty, because this, I think, is like pretty obvious when we see cases like this, when people are given, people in positions of power are given deals through the judicial system that the average person would never receive, right? We've talked specifically about gun charges on this show a ton of times because we talk about guns so frequently. We've talked about the different things the ATF is doing for people who are potentially in violation of a law that hasn't been crafted yet. They're going to people's houses, they're taking people's property. Like, this is the thing that they're doing. We now have somebody who's the president's son who has verifiably violated a federal law and is going to receive no jail time at all for a thing that if I did, I would most definitely receive jail time, probably see 8 years of it if I could keep my nose clean while I was in there.
There'd be there'd be a max or a minimum sentence involved, I'm sure.
I don't even want to go in like I said, I don't have anything beautiful because it's obvious and it's dark, and this thing has been happening for a long time, and this is just the latest example of this. Like, there are people talking about stuff that I didn't look into it, so I don't want to go too deep into it, but we could look up examples for days. Just specifically around presidents and their family who've received sweetheart deals, but like Jared Kushner was into stuff when Donald Trump was in office, and
and it goes down to the representatives and the senators.
It's not unique,
or the bureaucracy.
Yeah, it's not unique to party or individual. It's this is power.
This is class-based.
What happens when this type of power is able to concentrate itself in such a finite amount of the population? This is how it results itself. They use this power to abuse the system that they claim to represent, they claim to uphold, and they do it while they laugh at you and they put you in jail for the same exact thing. So like I said, I've brought things on here before that put me in questionable positions of federal law. I would most certainly go to prison if that were to happen. I have zero criminal record. I would definitely go to prison if that were to happen.
It's a good thing you lost all those things in a boating accident.
Hunter Biden just verifiably and provably broke federal law and is going to receive zero jail time in regards to gun ownership.
Or cheating on his taxes.
This is what they think of you, right? This is precisely how they perceive you, that they're better than you. The people around them are better than you. They deserve better than you. They don't need to follow the same rules as you. This is precisely how they think. The amount of people of any form of moral value that are serving in our government, state and federal, is very, very small. It's a finite. It's a finite amount of people who you could respect at any turn. It's we'll talk a little bit more about it during the Supreme Court, but it's another event in a series that underlines the illegitimacy of the federal government and the power that it claims to hold over us. And there isn't some type of fix-all for this type of thing. The only thing that I can advocate to free yourself from this type of horrific treatment is non-compliance with this type of unjustifiable law. That's the only thing that I can advocate. And I'm not trying to tell you to break the law. I'm not trying to break any YouTube rules or anything like that. But when you're in the face of something that is unjust, it's your. There's a whole quote that goes, I don't remember. It's your duty to not follow it. It becomes duty. So I am not trying to be cliche or anything like that. We are not lying to you because we've showed you examples of us doing this on the show. If there is a law that is in place that is unjust, don't follow it. That's the only way around this. The system, in my opinion, is too far gone for hope of reformation to be plausible that will turn in our favor. So that's what I can advocate. I'm not telling you not to pay your taxes,
Because they'll throw you in a fucking cage.
but I would.
It's tough to find the exact like right way to, practice civil disobedience towards the exact thing that you're upset about.
Yeah.
Mostly because there are so many convoluted laws and the multi-tiered justice system. A lot of people like to say that there's a two-tier justice system, one for us, one for them, but it goes farther than that because, yes, a lot of it's class-based and power-based, which is the same thing as class, but at the end of the day, Hunter Biden's going to get a different treatment than, say, some mayor of a big city that gets caught smoking a bunch of crack and,
Right.
and hanging out with male prostitutes or something like that. Those guys tend to get the book thrown at them and thrown into a small cage, never to be seen from again, or they get a slap on the wrist and then just disappear from public life. But this is a perfect example of a multi-tiered justice system, law enforcement system that just proves to you, the individual, that you do not matter to them. They do not care about you. And the only thing they really care about is protecting their own by exploiting the institution that they hold power over. That's what I would say to that. It's very frustrating because we see it all the time. This is, I think, a very special example because the depths of depravity and illegality around this particular person of Hunter Biden has been so visible to everybody that it makes the everyday person feel really, really wronged, aggrieved, offended by the existence of this multi-tier justice system, because you know for a fact that if you were doing a bunch of crack, hanging out with underage, women of the evening, and posting it or putting it on your computer for there to be evidence of, and then all of a sudden you lie on a federal gun form and then throw the gun in a fucking dumpster behind a school or grocery store or whatever the fuck it was.
For your brother's
You'd be
wife to
going
go
to
and
jail.
find.
Yes, your dead brother's wife who you were banging behind everyone's back. You're going to jail and not coming out. That's just the way that would go for 20 plus years. I guarantee it. And then add on the fact that you have all these crazy, lied on your taxes situations and all this stuff, which you're, again, getting a slap on the wrist for because you found a rich buddy to pay the IRS what you owe them. And then you're just, it's fine. It's an egregious display of what we all know is systemically wrong in this country. And you should be pissed off about it. And it should make you want to push back in whatever way you can. And this particular one's really complicated because how do you push back against a multi-tier justice system that would just as happily throw you in jail and throw away the key? It's a tough gig. But, he obviously has no issues. He doesn't feel bad about any of it. He's there he got invited to the fucking big state dinner and stuff that night.
Right.
And right after he was, charged with all these things and got the sweetheart deal of his life. And now he's up there hobnobbing with all the people that essentially give him the power to do that. It's pretty disgusting. Not a huge fan myself. But hey, if you really want to know what this whole story's about, you can watch either The View has a great clip on it.
Yeah.
Where they say
Yeah.
this is really just a story about a father's love.
You
Or
have
just
that, right?
oh no, but I can pull it up real quick. I'm sure it's really easy
we
to
gotta
find.
watch it at some point.
Or just check out today's thumbnail and get really, really skeeved out by what's
horrifically
happening on there.
uncomfortable. Yeah. So we'll talk about some of the details behind that. I think you guys probably have a decent idea because it's actually received coverage from all media outlets because I think that it's just finally reached the point that you're not able to ignore it. When the federal Justice Department, like when the Department of Justice is involved, you can't really not cover it. You have to address it.
Of course, the first clip that comes up comes from Breaking Points. But I'm pretty sure they do show the clip in its entirety.
So
I'll find it real quick so we can watch it.
I don't have the exact date, but at some point in the last 2 weeks, Hunter Biden was officially charged by the Department of Justice with 2 tax crimes and then 1 federal gun charge.
Yeah.
And
the tax crimes are really funny because it all stems from the money he made from Burisma, which is really hilarious.
So let me see. I have a couple articles here, so I'll pick. Let's see.
I'm excited about it. Well, while you're pulling those articles, let's go ahead and just play The View doing what they do best.
Known Joe Biden since he was a senator for about 20-some years. I can't tell you how much his life has been marked by losing not one child, but 2 children. Yeah. And once you've
And a
lost
wife.
a child, I think you are absolutely determined. It's even more urgent. It's even a bigger issue that you will not lose another one. Yeah. The Hunter
Also, I get that concept.
Yeah.
I get the concept for sure. For sure.
Biden story, the scandal, the this, the that, it's also the story of a father's love.
That's right.
And Joe Biden has never and will never give up on his son Hunter, and will never treat him lesser than.
Anna Navarro's
And
having a hard
he is
time getting through it.
father First. Take it or leave it. That's who he is. That is part of his heart. There was 380 people at this dinner. It's not like Hunter was sitting at Merrick Garland's lap. It was a bunch of people.
The real point of conflict there is that the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, was at this state dinner where Hunter was just there. And, I mean, technically there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. You know, he's technically, according to the way the justice system works, got what he's getting.
Right.
Merrick Garland has literally, he's like, I got really nothing to do with this. The system works. I just run the system. There you go.
And I think part of the reason that Hunter Biden has been able to get out of addiction is because Joe Biden embraced him entirely, the entire time. When he was vice president, when he was candidate, when he was out of office, and now as president.
Wow, so it's just
And every day beforehand, because this has not been a short process for Hunter Biden. This has been most of his adult life was getting into nefarious things that his big daddy had to get him out of.
Well, and just like all of the other times that someone has committed a heinous crime, and a news outlet tries to cover it up by talking about what a great person they were and a family man and all this type of stuff. That's great. That's not what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the fact that you have broken multiple laws that if anybody else broke, they would be in prison.
Yeah.
And you found someone else to pay your fucking fines for you, and now you're going to keep doing whatever you're doing, making money, selling art to rich people, and continuing to profit. I don't care about how much your dad loves you.
Yeah.
This doesn't matter to me. That's not what this story is about.
Yes.
This isn't a story of a father's love. This
It's
is a
not.
story of someone who broke federal law and is now receiving unfair treatment. Unfair, I guess that insinuates that it's negative.
It's you get a pass. You get a pass. You know, you get a quiet little slap on the wrist, and then you get to go about your day. All right, well, you fucked up, and unfortunately, the world caught you. So we have to do something to you. So we'll give you a little slap on the pee-pee, and then you can go about your day. It's not a big, IRS got what they wanted. They don't really give a shit. That's
Yeah.
fine. We're not going to make a big federal case out of this thing by throwing Hunter Biden in prison like we would anybody else.
Which again shows you that this isn't about the money, right? This federal entity, the IRS, well, doesn't matter. The fact that they're willing to settle for some amount of money shows it's not about this. When they're trying to put people in jail, they're trying to show you they have power, right? It's not about the money that you owe them. They don't care about that. They're willing to write it off. They're willing to spend as
means
much
to an
money as
end.
they want. It's that they need to show you, if you don't do what we say, we'll fucking put you in jail. That's what the IRS is for. It's not a means of collecting taxes, right? Because if they really want to just collect money, they would simplify everything. They would delete millions and millions of pages of tax code and make it so that you could understand how to file your own taxes and how much you needed to pay.
Yep.
They would make it so that you didn't have to find another person, a whole other corporation or private person do your taxes for you. You would
An
be able to do it
entire
yourself.
industry exists around people filing their taxes in a proper manner.
If they just wanted money from you, they would just collect money from you. They want to control you. This is a means to an end of displaying control. They're showing you, if you do not listen, we will put you in jail unless you belong to this special class. Then we'll collect some money from you when you walk away. Because we have to show people, we have to at least make it look like we care about the money. That's why you have to give us something. We have to settle with you. They don't care about your money. They care about having multiple ways to put you in prison. And this is a way where you haven't really done anything wrong because all you did was just not let the government steal from you. And they're going to put you in jail anyway.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it, too. It's like, well, found a way for you not to get robbed by the federal government.
Straight to jail with you.
Straight to jail. Sorry, bro.
Straight to jail
I got
with you.
around your theft. My bad. My bad.
Yeah.
I
so-
love how you could tell exactly when this article came out that you just sent us because of the stupid fucking Titanic story that's still in there.
It's tragic.
I love it so much. It just really rubs me
Can
wrong.
I quick take on the Titanic?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that you said something similar. I don't care.
Yes.
You shouldn't be doing this.
This is the whole moral of the story.
Human beings aren't made to be under the water like that. You shouldn't be doing that. I don't agree with this. You shouldn't be in space. You shouldn't be at the bottom of the ocean. We're not supposed to go there. There are things there that don't look right. You shouldn't be doing that there. I don't agree with that. I saw a video of a fish walking on legs. You shouldn't be going to the bottom of the
Oh,
ocean.
yeah, the tripod fish.
You shouldn't be doing this. I don't agree with it. I don't feel bad for you. It's unfortunate that people are dead. You shouldn't be going to the bottom of the ocean.
I take a different stance, slightly. I'm all for it. Go to town. I like the adventure aspect. I like discovering new planes and all this stuff. But don't come crying to me when you die.
Dude, send a robot.
Shit's dangerous,
You
bro.
don't need to be go. We sent a robot to Mars for a reason.
Or take the
People aren't supposed to go there.
the really fucked up thing about this whole thing, right, is that people have been doing massively deep water dives, manned deep water dives in hardcore submersibles for decades at this point. We've got that shit pretty on lock, right?
We have the technology.
We do. And if you were to put up the money to get, say, James Cameron's fucking submersible, I don't know, maybe buy it secondhand used, still works great, still passes all the certifications and the safety checks that says you're not going to fucking die when you go down here on this. You may not be able to bring 5 people. Maybe you can only have a pilot and a single passenger. But you know for a fact that when you go down to go see the Titanic, it's not going to fucking implode on you with over 60,000 PSI of pressure. That might be the way to do it. Go to town. Elon Musk is launching fucking rockets up into space left and right. He's delivering people to the space station. Tried and true methods that we know are all dangerous, but we've done the best to mitigate all the danger. And if you want to sign up for that dangerous thing, go do it. But if you're going to do it in an unproven, essentially like kind of ad hoc thrown together manner, don't ask me to feel bad for you when you fucking die. That's all. I like all this cool shit. That's nice. I'm not going to go do it. That seems like a dumb thing to me. I will watch the videos of all the cool footage that you bring back. How about that? But hey, if you want the experience, you sign on the dotted line that says, I will probably die if I do this. I just don't care. I do not care about the loss. My bad, dude. My bad. I don't care if they're billionaires or the poorest people in the world. If you sign up for something that you know is inherently massively dangerous, don't ask me to feel bad for you when you don't come back. That's it. You know, all the first people are going to go to Mars. Good luck, bro. You probably ain't going to make it. Most of you probably will not make it, if not all of you.
You shouldn't be doing that.
You know, that's fine. So there we go. That's my stance on it. So key takeaways from Hunter Biden's guilty plea deal with federal tax and gun charges.
Yeah, this is a quick one from CBS. Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss announced on Tuesday that a plea agreement had been reached with President Joe Biden's son, Hunter, potentially avoiding incarceration for a trial. A federal judge must first approve the deal. Hunter Biden was charged with 2 misdemeanor tax offenses and a felony firearms charge. The gun possession was for him being addicted to drugs when he was in possession of the firearm, which is federally illegal. If you've never bought a gun before, you have to, one of the questions you have to answer is whether or not you are knowingly addicted to marijuana or other type of addictive drugs. The tax offenses, Hunter Biden is entering a guilty plea to 2 misdemeanor tax charges relating to his willful failure to pay taxes for 2017 and 2018. A court filing on Tuesday indicates that he had more than $1.5 million in income each year and did not pay tax either year. He has since fully repaid. Someone else paid it back, taxes and fines, including $2 million reportedly paid to the federal government last year with the help of a loan from his personal attorney.
Oh, it was his personal attorney that did it.
Does he face prison time? If Hunter Biden has been convicted of the crimes, he would face a maximum penalty of 12 months in prison on each of the tax charges and a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison with the firearms charge. That is 12 years. Just so we're clear. According to a press release from the U.S. Attorney, a source with knowledge of the agreement said Hunter Biden will not be pleading guilty to the gun charge, which will be dismissed if he remains drug-free and doesn't commit additional crimes for 2 years. So he's getting a deferment on a federal gun crime.
Yeah. Out of all the things, I mean, but we'll tack him with the 2 misdemeanors.
Also,
Misdemeanors, they're not even felonies.
yeah. This next segment shows you how horrific and corrupt CBS is. Hunter Biden had a gun. We've known about this for multiple years. Multiple years, because during the election is when the laptop dropped. That's when we got the majority of this information. So,
And that's the fucked up part too, is that to come up with this gun charge, they had to go through the laptop.
yes.
And then just looked past all the other incriminating evidence on the laptop to include like underage prostitution. But
Yes.
hey, that's fine.
Because the gun thing
We've all seen the shit, man.
was active in, I don't remember I don't think they were in Delaware. I don't remember what state they were in with the gun thing. Was it like a small grocery store? It might have been in Jersey or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But either way, that was already working its way through the system. So that gun shit had already happened.
Yeah.
So it was the reframing with the laptop that verified that he was addicted to drugs at that time. So yes, Weiss said Hunter Biden unlawfully possessed a gun for 11 days from October 12th through October 23rd, despite knowing he was an unlawful user of and addicted to a controlled substance.
There you go. That would be the verbiage in the form.
Yes.
Hang on a second. Colt Cobra 38 Special.
That's the kind of gun that he had.
Yeah, I want to Google it and see what it looks like.
It's a Colt gun, so it's nice.
Yeah, it's a Cobra.
38
Colt Cobra.
Special.
Oh, it's a fucking snub-nosed revolver.
Yeah, 38 Special is a short 357.
Oh, okay. Look at that. Out of all, okay, bud, that's a fucking, yeah, I'm addicted to crack gun for sure. 100%.
I need a gun today. That's what that is.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So what else was part of the investigation? The investigation into Hunter Biden dates back to at least 2018. For a time, it appeared the investigation had broader scope, ranging across Hunter Biden's many international business dealings. In a 2019 federal subpoena obtained by CBS News sought banking records for Hunter and the president's brother James, as well as 2 business partners. The subpoena demanded they turn over the records for transactions with the Bank of China dating back to 2014 when Joe Biden was vice president. In December 2020, subpoena requested documents as far back as January 2017 regarding Hunter Biden's income, assets, debts, obligations, and financial transactions, and all personal and business expenditures. So, on this point, right, I kind of have like I side with Hunter a little bit, right? I don't like the fact that just by looking into this, right, you can tell this is kind of being pushed by, it looks like somebody's more or less looking into like his dad, right? And then he's so integrated with his dad that these things come up. What do we have to bring to the surface? What don't we want to? But they're subpoenaing personal financial records from somebody who is not in government. You might be able to convince me otherwise if this is justified if somebody's working for the government, but you're not in government, and they're being able to get your income, assets, debts, obligations, and financial transactions for years and years and years ago. Like, that seems, I don't know if I get comfortable with the fucking federal government having that kind of power towards any individual.
Yes.
That seems pretty problematic to me.
So let me steel man for you. This says the subpoena demanded they turn over records for transactions with the Bank of China dating back to 2014 when Joe Biden was president, and then the 2020 subpoena requested documents as far back as 2017. So it may have to do with his ties with the Bank of China because those date back to 2014. And so if
And is it problematic for an American citizens to do business with a foreign bank?
depending on what
The thing is, yeah.
listen to me, I'm the government man right now.
I know.
Depending on what the business is,
Fucking nameless,
yes.
faceless gray shirt over here.
Right. If you're doing it to hide funds from the IRS, from the government, if you're doing shady business deals, if you're fucking buying into Chinese companies that you shouldn't be buying into, you know what I'm saying?
What's the difference, say, in doing that directly or offshoring your money in the Cayman Islands and then doing business overseas?
So the difference that I would say with Hunter Biden specifically is they're also drawing connections, like you were saying, between him and Joe Biden. So if he's using these banks in China to use himself as a middleman for money to Joe Biden, then that's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
If you're a middleman for payments from the CCP to Joe Biden for whatever the fucking deal is, or Ukraine to Joe Biden, or whatever the fucking deal is, that's a problem.
It is a problem.
If you're
Because at that point you're really just acting as a middleman for somebody that's in the federal government that
Right.
has that kind of power.
right, to avoid taxes and the optics of corruption that are coming with those payments for whatever the payments are for.
Exactly. Because even by its own nature, I mean, if you as a career senator, former vice president, start going out there and doing a bunch of business with foreign powers, you cannot escape the cloak of conspiracy
The
or
influence that
corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't escape that because it's just the nature of the life, the way you've lived it, and who you are as a human being.
Right.
There's certain avenues of your freedoms that essentially are curtailed by the choices you've made throughout your life at this point. I can't do this anymore unless I totally ghost everyone in public life at this point and I disappear into the ether to just quietly make all my money.
Especially since he's president now and he was vice president at the time. If he's being paid by China while he's serving our government and hiding it through his son,
Yeah.
there's at the very least a level of suspicion there as to why are you doing that?
Yep.
If there's nothing that's weird about it, then why aren't you just taking these payments? Because
Yeah.
if you're president, I don't think you can just take payments from another government. I don't think it works
No.
that way.
No.
I'm sure there's some form of law that
We talk
says-
shit about Trump doing
Right.
that because of like where he was holding his meetings and shit at his properties
Right.
overseas, and so
And I
he
think
was
it has to
inherently
do
making money.
also with like the gifts that you get overseas. Like you can only get gifts, you can't get money from other governments.
Yeah.
You can just get gifts from. I think. I
And
don't,
even
but-
well, and there's a bunch of you can, but
Bunch
yeah,
of
there's a bunch of
rules,
rules
right.
about that. AOC, her gifted dress for the Met Gala and all that shit.
Right. I've heard like Derek when we were going to his open houses that he was saying like I can't take gifts from anybody. I have to, whatever. Like
Yeah.
So
I got to pass my ethics board. Baby.
right. So I'm sure that there's some type of something that would disqualify him from services getting paid by another government.
Yeah. So I will
I
restate my issue with this.
I think
right?
you're half right. Yeah.
because the half right is that's
Yeah.
the key, I think, is if you have a member of the family that works in some part for or has worked for the federal government to any level at that point, you essentially subjugate yourself to further investigation because of something that somebody might have gained
Right.
on the back end from. Whereas if this was just any normal, a CEO of an American company
Yeah.
doing the same thing, no issues. Shady, kind of gross, but at the end of the day,
And they
there's
would tie
no
his
conflict of
family
influence.
I think they would tie his family into if it was like the head of Chevron and he was getting money from the fucking Saudis and he
Yeah.
was funneling it through another country to his son and then into him. I think that he would get.
Yeah, and I would still have, like, I would be able to make the argument more that, like, that's something, like, you technically shouldn't be able to,
Yeah.
like, dive deep into. But, again, the nature of federal investigations, I guess it goes this way. And in this particular case, yeah, I got no love for Hunter Biden or
No,
anything that
certainly.
he's done. So, like, I got no issues with this. But I, like many of these things, when I feel like my own biases are being, like, fed at this point, if I'm being affirmed, my own biases are being affirmed, I want to take a step back and be like, well, what if this was me? If
And-
I'm just out here trying to make my nut because my
Right.
dad's famous,
And I think-
what's a brother supposed to do?
I think that
Just not do a bunch of crack and just be smart about it and get away with it.
that's right. No, and I think that the root of what you're saying is very valid. That we should all be leery of the government's ability to gain private information about you. That's something that we should always be hesitant of, and we should be aware of, because the amount of information that Jesus Christ. Ideally, they shouldn't be able to get any information about you. In the world that we live in now, they should only be able to get the information that is pertinent to whatever they're investigating.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be able to just get wide swaths of information and whatever is relevant, I'll use it, and whatever isn't, I just don't care.
Yeah. Similar analog to like a search of a house.
Yes, if
You
they
know,
can
you go in for a reason,
Yes.
and then, oh no, look, we found a bunch of guns.
Right.
Now we're going to use this. We're going to tack this on because we've also found you were doing something illegal in the process of executing this other separate search warrant. Like And at the end of the day, we talked about with like the January 6 people, when Bank of America just decided to hand over all the financial records of anybody
bad
that was in
shit,
the area. That's all bad shit that technically the government should have zero authority to get a hold of.
And there are multiple credit card companies that also, they've started to classify some purchases differently.
they all do it now.
Just to cooperate, make it easier for the government, for different entities to be able to look through that information.
If we make it difficult for them, they're going to come after us next.
Yeah.
And we can just give them what they want, and it doesn't really affect us.
Gun sales and stuff like that in particular. That's why That's why when I bought my pistol, I bought it in cash. Like I was like, I'll wait the extra week or whatever. I would like to buy it in cash.
Yeah.
Like of course it's going to be traced to me. It's registered in my name, but I know if I can keep as many institutions out of it as possible,
Yeah, that's a good strategy.
Yeah.
Pull a couple $100 out of ATM over the course of like a month or two and get whatever money you need to pay this thing in cash, and then go drop a fat stack, and guarantee you the business owners are really not going to care about that.
Yeah.
They're probably going to like it because it's just that much. There's that much less red tape to go through. But fees, every person that swipes a credit card at any establishment, that establishment is getting charged a fee for every one of those transactions.
Yes.
That's when I got a fucking call. I got to pay my not homeowners insurance, HOA fees. Unless I go down and get a fucking check or something like that to give it to them, pay it over the phone with a credit card, no problem. But there's a 3% fee for that because that's the way things work, and we're not paying for that because we're just this lowly fucking homeowner association.
And that's why small business will do cash only for quite a while until they are making enough money to make that transition worth it.
Yeah.
To pay that portion of the transaction.
And oftentimes it's that fee is just hidden away in some portion of the cost somewhere.
Yeah.
You're paying for it in some capacity, but that's how these credit card companies make money too. Is the investigation over? Did we read that part yet?
We did not. And so it says, depends on whom you ask. Weiss's office has said in a statement Tuesday morning that the investigation is ongoing. Earlier in that day, Chris Clark, an attorney for Hunter Biden, said in a statement to CBS News, it is my understanding that the 5-year investigation into Hunter Biden is resolved. What the fuck does he know?
I would imagine that if you're getting charged with something, that means those investigations are done.
Right.
Because every investigation either ends in charges or no charges.
Right.
So the IRS tax evasion scandal is over and the gun charge is over. Whether or not they're still looking into the rest of the things, I know Congress is, we know that.
Right.
But whether or not the DOJ and stuff is, I would doubt it after 5 years of investigating if they're not also throwing him in a fucking cage for all like the CP stuff and all the underage prostitution. Then he's not going to get charged for that because that's a pretty open and shut case. I mean, their fucking pictures and videos are time-stamped. I guarantee you can figure out where this was. I'm sure they're all geolocated too, so you can find out what all this was.
Someone geocache those pictures.
That's right.
Find out what
That's
it's
right,
called.
bro. Yeah.
Where you find out like where it's
Yeah.
at. Oh, it's hiding shit.
That's why metadata is not a good thing.
Yeah. And then I sent you another article that's also from CBS. So apparently we're just having a CBS day.
Hey-o. It's better than a CNN day.
And that's true. This one is entitled Two IRS Whistleblowers Allege Sweeping Misconduct in the Hunter Biden Tax Investigation. New transcripts show.
This is a good one.
This is from the 22nd. Two IRS whistleblowers allege sweeping misconduct, including interference in the Hunter Biden tax investigation, according to the GOP House Ways and Means Committee chairman, and newly released transcripts of the congressional interviews with the whistleblowers. They have both transcripts hot link there, which is nice. I'll give them credit for that.
Yep.
Earlier this week, Biden agreed to enter guilty pleas for 2 misdemeanor tax charges that related to his failure to pay tax on more than $3 million in income. We just talked about that. As part of the deal with Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss, who was appointed by then-President Donald Trump and was kept in the position by the current administration to continue the probe, Biden will avoid full prosecution on a separate gun possession charge. A Delaware judge must approve the... Oh, Jesus Christ. IRS whistleblower Gary Shapley, who recently spoke exclusively with CBS News' Jim Axelrod, told congressional investigators that IRS findings supported more severe penalties.
Check.
Quote, This recommended felony tax evasion charges. That's 7201 is tax evasion, and 72061 is false tax return. So also a felony for the tax years 2014, 2018, and 2019. And for the title 7203, which is failure to file or pay, that is a misdemeanor charge for 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Hey-oh.
The testimony we have just released details a lack of U.S. Attorney independence, recurring unjustified delays, unusual actions outside the normal course of any investigation, Chairman Jason Smith told reporters. Testimony shows the U.S. Attorney of Delaware, David Weiss, tried to bring charges in the District of Columbia around March of 2022 and was denied. Weiss sought special counsel status from the Justice Department in the spring of 2022 and was once again denied. Weiss sought to bring charges in the Central District of California in the fall of 2022 and had that request denied in January of 23. A spokesperson for that's 3 times. That's 3 times David Weiss moved to try and investigate these charges and was denied all 3 times for things in which Hunter Biden was just found guilty.
Yes.
Right? So there was obviously evidence to investigate him because they found him guilty of these crimes. He was denied 3 different times.
And at this point, those are way more charges, way more instances of the same charges that he was found guilty of.
This is just what he's pleading to now.
Yeah.
This is just the deal he has now. As a spokesperson for Weiss declined to comment, but earlier this month in a letter to Rep. Jim Jordan, the GOP chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Weiss wrote, "I have been granted ultimate authority over this matter, including responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges. Throughout my tenure as U.S. Attorney, my decisions have been made, and with respect to the matter must be made without reference to political considerations." In a statement issued Thursday, the Justice Department said, "As both the Attorney General and U.S. Attorney David Weiss have said, U.S. Attorney Weiss have full authority over this matter, including responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges as he deems appropriate. He needs no further approval to do so." So that is from Merrick Garland and also from David Weiss.
Interesting.
Merrick Garland, who's the head of the DOJ, just so everybody knows. There's literally the head of the DOJ besides the president, but they're, an independent organization at this point in time. That's completely independent. So
even though they totally work at the president's pleasure, the pleasure of the president, which is kind of hilarious.
Isn't it weird?
Super weird. Oy.
2 interviews do not make an investigation when more than 50 employees were named, especially when you consider that one recanted key elements of his testimony earlier this week. House Ways and Means Committee ranking Democrat Richard Neal wrote after the release of the interview transcripts, "It's all premature, and the rush shows how pretextual this is in stunning abuse of power."
Good old pretextual.
Okay, let's talk about abuse of power.
Let's do it.
David Weiss was just denied 3 times in trying to bring charges that were successful at the end.
Why?
At what point and where there had to be someone who misused their power for this to be done.
Yes.
Because as we've just heard, you could talk about Jim Jordan all you want, right? Fuck him, but whatever. Merrick Garland and David Weiss have both told you that he has authority to choose when the charges are filed. When, where, and how. 3 times he was denied. Why?
So who is stepping over him? Because Merrick Garland's saying he has the power, but obviously he doesn't have the power because he was denied multiple times.
Why?
It sounds like the only person that could really step over him at that point is the actual Attorney General of the United States. I mean, logic would dictate, right?
Right.
If you're top dog and no one else in the DOJ could tell you otherwise, obviously only one guy can.
If you're following chain of command, yeah. This week, after Biden's plea deal was announced, Attorney General Merrick Garland said Justice Department leadership had no role in the charging decision. "As I said from the moment of my appointment as Attorney General, I would leave this matter in the hands of the U.S. State's Attorney who was appointed by the previous president. Since gaining the majority in the House, Republican members of Congress have focused their investigatory powers on Hunter Biden's business deals, in some cases as far back as when his father was vice president. Well, if you're being fucking corrupt for 20 years and no one has done anything about it..."
Yep.
During the presidential campaign, Joe Biden consistently maintained that he was not involved in any of his son's business dealings, and the White House has continued to deny any connection exists.
Never talked to him about it.
No.
Never talked to him about
And
it.
Karine Jean-Pierre has just continued to say nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
Yep.
Nothing has changed. And because she keeps getting asked did he lie? Did you mislead people? Did you lie? When Joe Biden finally answered, he said, "I didn't mislead anybody." He blamed the Republicans. The Republicans are misleading people. Fuck, what did he say? God damn it, we gotta find it. Because he was rich. Joe Biden denies lying to voters about business deals with Hunter. That should do it.
And I like the fact that when she's now up there on the podium, Karine Jean-Pierre is just, I'm not going to answer that question. You know, it's a family matter, blah, 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 and I'm just not going to answer it. And she's been getting the business, actually, surprisingly, from the press corps, the White House press corps, because in typical White House press corps fashion, they all have essentially decided what they want to get answers to because they all want to write the same articles. And as soon as KJP deflects one question, said, I'm not going to answer that, another mainstream corporate press journalist will ask essentially the same question, and then she'll just deflect again, and then deflect again. And it's making her look real bad to the point where she gets frustrated and says, okay, guys, that's enough for today. We're out of here. Bye. And so her deflection skills have been truly put under pressure lately, and she's really showing the lack of her ability to do a good job in this situation, which is really funny. Because I think it is no secret to anybody at this point that she's got to be the world's worst press secretary.
Oh, she's bad.
So bad. It's one thing to sit there and lie to me, because that's your job, is to lie to the press about everything that's going on and try to be able to put just the slightest bit of spin on it so that corporate press will be satiated in what they want. They can run their stories, and they can make their money, get more subscribers, blah, 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 blah. But Jen Psaki was fucking great at that. It was infuriating to watch when she just blatantly lied to your face, but she was confident about it. She said it right up front and then moved the fuck on. Told you to sit down if you got a problem with it. Karine Jean-Pierre is not that skilled in at least that method of delivery here.
She can't even read from the binder in a coherent manner.
No, it's not good. It's really bad.
I can't fucking
makes for
find
good
this.
clips.
I saw it yesterday that he was asked again if he lied, and he said no, and he tried to blame the Republicans.
I have some clips of that. I can check that out real quick because it might be in one of those. But either way, he's definitely, at this point, he can't not lie about it. He has to lie about it because otherwise, he's already on record denying it. So then, you can't turn around and be like, that's, then you start to get into Clinton territory and the definition of is and all that good stuff. I wonder if it's in this tab. Because I had some good ones here. Oh, no, that's about the other thing. Cell phone records. Hunter Biden at the dinner.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah,
that's all right. It's out there. It happened. I saw it. I read it.
It happened for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So we can read this article a little bit more. This whistleblower one. See if there's anything else in here. Congressional Republicans have alleged that Hunter Biden and the president's brother James Biden were involved in a deal with Chinese conglomerate CEFC China Energy in August of 2017. And in particular, GOP lawmakers are interested in an email that became public in 2020 when Republicans obtained information from a laptop. So that's what it is the 2017 does have to do with Hunter Biden saying that he's holding money for Joe Biden.
For the big guy.
Yes. So that's what that deal is.
And then two corroborating supposed witnesses or accomplices have verified that they were like, the big guy was Big Joe.
10 held by H for the big guy
That's
is
right.
shorthand for 10% held by Hunter Biden for his father.
There's the big guy line.
Including Bob Alinsky. According to the now public transcript of the interview with the committee, Shapley told congressional investigators that interest in references to Dad and the big guy was blocked by a senior prosecutor working for Weiss. When the email became public in 2020, the author, James Giller, told the Wall Street Journal that Joe Biden was not involved. He did not respond to CBS News' questions. Hunter Biden's team did not respond to a request for comment from CBS News. One of his lawyers, Christopher Clark, has in the past denied that Biden ever gave his consent to access his computer data or share it with others. Okay, we've literally seen multiple interviews from the guy who ran the computer shop.
Yes.
Joe Biden or Hunter Biden turned in his laptop, signed the form that says if you leave it here for, I don't remember, it was 30 or 90 days or whatever, it's mine and I can do whatever I want with it. Signed that. It's a legal document from a business owner.
Yep.
It was so fucking high on crack, doesn't remember they dropped it off. It then belongs to that guy, whatever his name is, with the fucked up eyes, the whole
whatever.
He's got a book. It's a whole deal. It belongs to that guy. He doesn't need to consent. After 90 days or 30 days or whatever it is, he doesn't have to consent.
It becomes his property.
He then can do whatever he wants with it.
Yep.
The guy even talked to the FBI, and the FBI's like, yeah, we know about all this stuff.
He literally, because he made a copy of the hard drives, made multiple copies of it. Gave one to his...
As any smart person would.
Yes, and then he gave one to his father, who I guess had been kind of a higher up in the Navy or something like that, and said, I need you to get this to the FBI. Delivered it to the FBI in 2019, and then it's been all quiet since then, more or less. He's had a few FBI handlers that were like trying to like make sure he didn't come out publicly and do all this stuff, and it seems like there was absolutely some more shady shit going on by the FBI, of course, but
Because remember, it was November of 2020 when we, as a public, learned about the laptop.
Yes.
In 2019, the FBI had this fucking laptop, the hard drive with all this information on it, way before Rudy Giuliani had it.
way before.
Way before then.
Rudy.
They knew that he was addicted to drugs. They knew that he was breaking federal gun law. They knew that he had all the, like you said, the CP stuff. Mm-hmm. Nothing. Did nothing at all.
All of which are massively illegal federally illegal situations.
This government is not here to protect you. They are not here to serve you. That is not the purpose of this. They are here to steal your money and try and put you in a fucking box.
Yup. It's a pretty sweet deal.
In a congressional interview, Shapley also alleged that there was a recovered WhatsApp message, from Hunter Biden dated July 30th, 2017, that was addressed to a Chinese businessman with whom he was involved at the time about an outstanding payment.
That's right.
Quote, I am sitting here with my father. We would like to understand why the commitment has not been fulfilled yet. Why the commitment made has not been fulfilled, Hunter Biden allegedly wrote. According to the transcript, he added, I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand. And now means tonight.
Oh, bro.
I'm sitting here with my father. So let me ask you, right? Why mention your father if it's not a relevant detail?
So this is what I hear at this point of people trying to give the devil his due and play devil's advocate, is that he just knows that because of his name and his association, he can just drop that in text messages because that is like it's a strongman tactic. Regardless of my dad sitting right here, unless Joe Biden's sitting right there, it doesn't really matter. He can just say, I'm sitting here with my dad, bro.
Yeah.
You better fucking pay us because you want me to get him involved, do you? And it's kind of like it's a bluff. It could be a bluff. That's kind of what I've heard from that side.
Well, and it seems like this is total conjecture now, right? With as degraded as we have seen Joe Biden to be mentally since he's been president, and how deep his devotion for his son is reportedly, it seems like his son could fairly easily fucking take advantage of him if there's money or political favor to be gained, and if Hunter Biden also makes some cash off of the other side, good for him.
And now, I mean, he's been attached to the hip to his dad ever since all this stuff really started to gain heat. He has not left his dad's side.
Right.
Which is, and in his current mental state, Lord knows what's going on there.
In a statement, Shapley said of the now public transcript, which isn't it weird that just because Hunter Biden doesn't work in the government, there's zero question about that. Like, it was weird when Donald Trump had his daughter working in the White House and his son-in-law because they're working there, which again,
Yeah.
I'm not defending. They shouldn't have been doing that.
Yeah.
But just because Hunter Biden's just hanging out there, like, it's not weird. He's a grown man. He doesn't
Yeah.
need to live in the White House with his dad. What are you doing there?
It's like Nancy Pelosi's daughter becoming Senator Feinstein's caretaker now that she's essentially an invalid.
Really?
Pushing her around. And oh, yeah, because she was once a registered nurse or something like that. So she's pushing Dianne Feinstein around and taking care of her. And she's
What
her
the
caretaker.
fuck, you guys?
Yeah, for real. That was like a couple months ago, that story. Whenever she first came back to Congress, looking all crypt keeper-ish and
Oh, dude,
real
it's
rough,
bad.
man.
Trying to say,
Just
I've been
go
here the
home.
whole time. Shit like that.
Bro, she makes Joe Biden's dementia look light.
Remember, it was also Pelosi's daughter who made the Jan 6 documentary.
That's right. The different daughter. But,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Multiple daughters
All
going
right.
on.
Well, at least there's that.
At least there's a little bit of separation there. What do you think about this hay bag, huh? It's pretty good for a nice little Hefeweizen.
Yeah, I like that one.
It's light. It's
It
not-
has more
not too
flavor
sharp.
than the Pale Ale did.
Yeah, the Pale Ale was real chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, good golf
It
course
was
beer.
like, yeah, that would be a good, like, summer beer, like a party beer. You
Yeah.
know, that's a great party beer.
Oh, for sure.
In a statement, Shapley said of the now public transcript, I believe Republicans and Democrats in the House and Senate should come together to examine these facts by interviewing other witnesses and reviewing documents to fully understand what happened during this 5-year-long investigation. I fulfilled my oath of office by participating in this process, following the rules, and telling the truth to the best of my ability, despite the risks.
Despite the risks.
The White House referred CBS News to an earlier statement to reiterate only that the president has not been involved in the investigation into his son. President Biden has made clear that this matter would be handled independently by the Justice Department under the leadership of U.S. Attorney appointed by former President Trump, free of any political interference by the White House, said the statement. He has upheld this commitment.
You know what really bothers me about that whole statement, right? Is you're talking about how disjointed and unaffected the actual federal government is from its constitutional mandate of separation of powers.
Yeah.
You're now talking about how essentially the creation of the deep state really came into play here, is when you as the president can go, hey, I'm going to let the Justice Department do their job and I'm not going to interfere even though they do work for me. And then you're essentially advocating all of your responsibilities to run this entire bureau of government that was created for you to run, and saying, I'm not going to do this anymore. That is the creation of the deep state.
Right.
That's it right there. That if somebody's not going to get involved in their own Department of Justice because it would be too political, red flags all around. That means that entire agency is too big for its own britches and needs to be fucking cut back, because the president needs to be in charge of the DOJ. That's his fucking job.
Yeah.
He's not a king to run the nation as he pleases, as they all like to, and we will get further into when we talk about some of the SCOTUS shit. He is divorcing himself, like every other president before him at this point, since the creation of these agencies, to give them their own power. They appoint who's in charge, and then the Congress checks off, yeah, that's good, he can be in charge or whatever. It's literally all politics.
Right.
It's all political. There's nothing about the upper echelon leadership in any agency that is not political. All the appointees are political that run every facet of every office in the DOJ. And then you're just going to walk away from it and say, like, well, I'm not going to get involved. He wasn't my pick for the job. Well, yeah, he was. He was your pick for the job. He's your guy. But now you're going to say, I can't control him because I want an independent justice system? Fuck you. This is deep state doing deep state shit.
Yeah.
And they spell it out every time. They're going to allow the Justice Department to work independently from the branch of government that runs it and controls it. That's a runaway deep state. I don't know how else you define it.
Well, especially because the powers that are, I mean, in an ideal world, right? In the way the Constitution, I think, is supposed to run, the way the president uses the powers that are under his control, right, like the Justice Department, help dictate for the country what kind of a job he's doing.
Yeah.
If he's unfairly wielding the Justice Department to go after people that he doesn't like, we know this is a corrupt president who shouldn't be here, which will also dictate to Congress, we should probably impeach this guy, maybe do something about what's going on here.
We can make sure they don't have that much power the next time.
This optical separation from the executive powers that are actually assigned to it. Is like you said, a way to try and
Obfuscate
construct
responsibility.
and construct a veil of anonymity almost around what's going on, because there's obvious deception, obvious
Corruption.
but obstruction that's going on in this investigation, because David Weiss applied 3 times for these charges, or to try and proceed them in some manner, because one of the times was to try and be a special counsel, but all pertaining to these charges, and was turned down each time. So even though we have the White House saying that they aren't interfering, we have the only other person assumably above him in the Justice Department who's saying, I'm not doing anything. But someone is hindering you in this process. But you're saying you don't have anything to do with it because you're not involved. You're saying you said that you wouldn't do anything about it. So who's doing this then? Who else has the power to do this?
I would say either the FBI, which is the obvious decision, but also CIA.
Yeah.
Somebody, somewhere, within the executive branch in its entirety is obviously giving pushback, and whether or not it's from within the actual Justice Department, within the FBI, within the CIA, who knows where it's coming from, but he's getting it from somewhere. And I would guess that it's coming from the all too powerful intelligence community in some capacity. It has to be the NSA, maybe, I don't know, but it's, it's a perfect way for them, like you said, just to be able to like kind of have that veil of ignorance between departments that they technically run. It's how you can get away with this at this point is it's beyond me. I mean, I guess the public's opinion towards like how our government's run and the way we perceive it as a nation as a whole is so convoluted and fucked up and twisted these days that most people don't even understand how wrong this is.
So I pulled up something about the United States attorneys because I was trying to see like what the chain of authority is, right? So United States attorneys are officials for the U.S. Department of Justice who serve as the chief federal law enforcement officers in each of the 94 U.S. federal judicial districts. Each U.S. attorney serves as the United States chief federal criminal prosecutor in their judicial district and represents the U.S. federal government in civil litigation in federal and state court and within their geographical jurisdictions. U.S. attorneys must be nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate.
That's that whole, like, just check the box, make sure we have enough votes. He's our guy. Well, confirmation system is so skewed.
Offices are government lawyers who they're part of the Department of Justice. U.S. attorneys receive oversight, supervision, and administrative support services through the Justice Department's Executive Office for United States Attorneys. Selected U.S. attorneys participate in the Attorney General's Advisory Committee of United States Attorneys. So I bet that's another level that could deny him.
Yeah, but the committee involved, which is ever so common in centrally controlled institutions, right?
And that was created in 1973.
Oh, of course
Consists
it
of
was.
17 United States attorneys selected by the Attorney General. They are intended to represent office size, judicial district issues, and diversity. Service on the committee normally shall not exceed 3 years. New members are appointed each year to provide for broad representation of the United States attorneys nationwide. So Merrick Garland also selects all the people, because it's been 3 years.
Yeah.
So all the people that are currently on there, he's selected.
Yep. I would imagine all, if not the majority of.
Well, it's 3 years, so they can't serve any more than 3 years. There's only 17 of them, so it's been 3 years since they got in.
So everybody who has come in, he's had a
selected.
hand in.
Yes, currently, yes.
It's so incestuous, is it not? God.
So I could be wrong about this, but it seems like the only other person that could hinder David Weiss would be this membership, this board.
Committee.
Yeah, the Advisory Committee of U.S. Attorneys.
Bro. And there's a makeup of them from all around and various, you can just pick and choose whoever you want ideologically to be in there.
Function. The Advisory Committee has two functions. It gives United States attorneys a voice in department policies and advises the Attorney General of the United States. In advising the Attorney General, the committee conducts studies and makes recommendations to improve management of the United States Attorney's operations and the relationship between the department and federal prosecutors. It also helps formulate new programs for improvement of the criminal justice system and delivery of legal services at all levels. In serving the United States attorneys, the committee coordinates the collective efforts of the United States attorneys with divisions and agencies of the Department of Justice and departments and agencies external to the Department of Justice. It also represents the United States attorneys with the Department of Justice, other departments and agencies of the government, and occasionally private organizations. They don't do anything.
No. So they exist to make sure that they have the right people in place to do whatever it is that whoever's in charge wants them to do.
Yeah.
And they can essentially craft and curtail the entire policy of the entirety of how the state's attorneys generals work. That seems so fucking corrupt. I don't even know where to begin. That's so insane. This Deep State 101, bro. Deep State 101 put a giant board in place that controls the entirety of how this federal legal system is going to go, and then just let them loose to run it how they feel like it.
Yeah.
And then the guy who's ultimately in charge gets to keep their hands clean of all the fuckery that happens. It seems like a pretty solid system, honestly, if you just want to get away with whatever the fuck you want to get away with and trample all over the laws and rights of everyday Americans. It's a sweet deal. It's a good way to keep your fucking crack-addicted, whoring son out of jail and enable him to funnel you millions of dollars. It's a pretty sweet system if that's what your goal is. Jesus. And I like, of course, that the CBS, at the very end of that article, CBS asked Hunter Biden's legal team for comment, and there's been no response.
Nope.
Of course not. You can't come at us like that. Come on now. Let's see if I have anything else to add to this whole thing. I don't think so. I had an Axios article, but it hits everything that we've hit so far.
Yeah, there's going to be a lawyer or another hearing in July, later this month. that will just is just for a judge to verify the plea deal.
Yeah.
So, we'll see what happens with that. I don't really have any
I'd imagine once
reason to believe that it won't be verified or
No.
validated.
No, because you can't have a rogue judge going out there and going against the entirety of the DOJ at this point and their
Yeah.
recommendations. So it's done. It's an open and shut case, right? We're
Yeah.
done. We're done. Way to go, guys. So fucking insane, man. This is what drives me so fucking crazy. It's just this constant back and forth of just openly displaying the corruption involved in all of government, and it just drives me nuts.
So this is a video of Hunter Biden and Merrick Garland at the same deal.
This is just him at the dinner.
Hmm.
Didn't really come up to the point where we really needed to watch it, but it's just kind of just shut off the music.
Which
He's out there, he's hobnobbing, he's shaking
Right.
hands, he's having a great time.
like he didn't just avoid prison.
Yeah, which he never once actually worried about.
Who is with him? Who's this
I-
woman?
I
Is
do
he
not
married?
know.
What's the?
I don't believe he's married. And honestly, I just don't really. And everybody sees him, wants to come up and shake his hand and do all this shit. It's like
I'm gonna
all
put
of
my
you
hands
people.
on both you guys.
Yeah, that's right. This is how we do things in the club that you don't belong in. Just hanging out with all these super powerful, super wealthy people, laughing and joking. And
I wonder if there's any. Was that Ro Khanna? Yep.
yep, that's Ro Khanna right there. He's just.
I
he
wonder if
never
he's
looks
looking at
happy.
this like this is not good.
Yeah. Ro Khanna never looks happy, bro. I've never seen him in any interview look like he's having a good day.
Yeah.
Right there, yeah, there you go. He's having a good time. But yeah, that's part of the thing everybody's getting pissed off about at this point is he's at the dinner, he's
It's
having a
awfully
great
weird.
time, and Karine Jean-Pierre was getting grilled about it again by the press, and she's like, it's a state dinner. Family is often involved at the state dinners. Let's see here. That's Biden on. This is Supreme Court stuff. Okay. That's all I had for Hunter Biden stuff. It's all bad. It's all bad. I think we've done a really good job though at just shitting on every major institution that we've come across so far today. So we've done a good job at that.
They all hate you and want you to die.
Amen. I made sure to include that line in the article this month. It has to happen. If I'm talking about institutions, you
That's
just got to
really
put it
funny.
in there.
Okay, so we're gonna talk Supreme Court.
Let's do it.
Okay.
And as you break it open, I'm going to go pee again because me and my small girlish bladder have to do that. I've been slow on the beers today too, so I don't know what's going on.
So over the last couple of days, the Supreme Court has started to release its decisions for this session. There were some hotly contested decisions and cases that were going on. So we're going to talk about probably not all of them because we don't really care about all of them, but a few. So like affirmative action, there was the one with the web designer and the student loan forgiveness. There was one for state voting. I have an article from Reuters, and they have all kind of the major ones from this year. So we can use that as a guide and talk about them as we go. I think we have some interesting discussion to go with them. So we can talk about affirmative action first because that one just happened 2 days ago. The court on June 29th struck down race-conscious admissions programs at Harvard University and the University of North Carolina, effectively prohibiting affirmative action policies long used to raise the number of Black, Hispanic, and other underrepresented minority students on American campuses. It ruled that affirmative action admissions programs that consider an applicant's race in ways like Harvard and UNC did violate and the U.S. Constitution's promise of equal protection under the law. So we've actually talked about the Harvard thing before with the Asian students, that they were being denied acceptance at a higher rate because there was a disproportionate amount of Asian students that were being accepted into these colleges compared to what the national, like what the geographic is for the nation.
Yes.
So
They were not satisfied with that because they had more extracurriculars, they had higher test scores, they had better GPAs, and yet they were still being refused admission to these colleges because of their race, which is, I mean, I don't know any other way to say it, but that seems pretty racist to me. It wasn't just the white people.
yes, yeah, no, there isn't. Until about 5 years ago, there wasn't another thing to call it other than racist.
Yes.
And now
Now it's anti-racist. It's actively anti-racist.
That's right.
There we
it's
go.
good. There's too many of them in there. We need to get them out. right?
If you're using the word them towards any group of people like that, you should probably check what you're doing.
Yeah, it's not good. So
It's not good.
There,
Them,
yeah,
those people.
People were obviously very upset. You have a this from Patty Murray here,
Yeah, this
right?
is Patty Murray.
Oh,
Or-
this is about what is
This one is cancceling
that's-
student
okay,
debt.
okay.
I think wonderful Pramila Jayapal of Seattle, who's a
Of course.
federal representative there. She was very up in arms by saying diversity is our strength. Obviously, you can't go without using the slogan. And our institutions, once again, should reflect the diversity of our nation. This decision is terrible and a huge step backward. Period. Period.
So I think that it's worth at least a test, right, to see if the prejudice that the left claims exists will present itself in colleges, right? And I don't mean the demographics of the country. I mean, if we're looking at the applicants that are there and based off of whatever metric you want to look at, they're being roughly admitted in whatever seems
It's like by the applicant.
I lost my train of thought.
It's like however many applicants are applying, those the racial makeup of the applicant pool
right.
should be reflected of the applicants that get admitted.
Right.
Word.
Right. And unless
I can read your
we're-
brain.
Yes, thank you. So it's worth a test to see if it's going to be there or if it's going to be far off the edge. If now that this isn't there, we're just going to have colleges with only fucking white people in it, then maybe there's an issue.
Well, that
maybe
won't
there's
work.
something going on, right? But I don't think I don't think that's what's going to happen.
It won't,
You know?
and I'll tell you exactly why. I think it was because there was two particular big court cases, right? It was it Stanford or Harvard, and then another like North Carolina or something like that.
Harvard and North Carolina. I think you're right.
Yeah, and Harvard has since announced that while this was going on, this was a while back, they said they were going to essentially step away from the looking at people's race in consideration for application, and they're going to go to more of an essay format and just focus on the essays. Well, their way around that is like you have an essay talking about race or something like that, or your what you did to overcome adversity or so on and so forth because of your race, and then they go, well, we don't do it on race, we do it on essays.
Right.
And so there's 1,001 ways every single one of these institutions will definitely continue their exact practices for however they want to show the makeup of their school. They're going to continue those practices. This is literally going to change nothing. In my estimation,
Yeah, it just
they're going to
can't be
do
a-
whatever they
an-
want to do. They just don't. They have to find a couple loopholes, a workaround, because it's not mandated by law anymore that they have to do this for this amount of reasons. Because, I mean, even I don't know if they talk about it in the actual opinions. Because, to be perfectly honest, affirmative action has been a racist program since its creation. And the whole idea was that eventually we will get rid of this because we will move past this need for affirmative action. People will just start to admit people for their merit or however, and then we can move past this, and then the nation will be healed from its racism.
Right.
And so there was always supposed to be an end to affirmative action, but it's too good a fucking hot issue to let go, especially with an upcoming election coming on, which is every fucking day in America now, because as soon as the next election's done, we start campaigning for the next election. There's no downtime anymore. It all just picks up and keeps going. So this is fucking fodder for everybody who has a voice on the Hill right now in Congress. They're all going to run with this shit because it's so good. But I've heard multiple people now talking about how this is a great thing. Finally, we can get back to a merit-based, a more merit-based system, and people that actually strive hard and work hard to achieve something can get recognized for their hard work, their effort, and their achievement, and they won't lose out on somebody because there's a quota that needs to be met based off of an immutable characteristic that somebody has. There's a good group of people that do not like the fact that affirmative action also kind of has this implementation that you couldn't do it without the government's involvement either. And I
Right.
think especially in 2023, there are there's an argument to be made about like disenfranchised people, but I would say that's 100% class-based, not race-based.
Yeah.
The racial makeup of whatever particular class is having a hard time advancing in the world is going to be, it's going to be reasons for that. It's going to stem back to redlining and blah, 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 and all these different things where they, you know, the Democrats primarily just funneled everybody into their own little racial groups. And then some people, you know, some areas of the city were bad and blah, blah, blah. It all works out that way. But for the people that might have, the governor candidate Byrd, who's running for governor of Washington, he was, you know, I grew up in the ghetto of Oakland. And I think it's very important for people to recognize that you can get out of those situations, and you shouldn't, you know, you should be able to do that under your own merit, and you should be recognized for that. And thank God there's that kind of meritocracy that's somewhat still alive. But when it comes to college admissions, if you were that person, you just happened to be the wrong color, you got yourself out of poverty. Maybe you're a first generation immigrant who parents moved over here and had to live in bad neighborhoods because you didn't have money, blah, 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 and you studied hard and you worked hard and you got the grades, you did extracurriculars, and now you can't get into this Ivy League college, which is going to set you up for life because your skin's the wrong color. That seems like a system we should probably get rid of.
Yeah.
It seems very anti-meritocratic, incredibly racist, and I would like to think that in 2023, regardless of how much the government wants us to hate each other because of our race, I'd say that we generally live on in spite of that, and we make friends, and we do business, and we go to school, and we work, and we do all these things with all sorts of races from all sorts of backgrounds, and it's generally works out pretty well when that happens. And we do it under our own volition. We don't do it because the government says we have to do it. Those days, I think, are gone. You're talking about massive institutions being forced to quit being racist for whatever reason. And at the end of the day, a lot of these colleges, the number one, I don't remember the exact stat, so I might be off with this, but a large group of Ivy League students are always going to be generational, what do you call those? Legacy students that come from people, their parents that were alumni to that particular college. Those people always get in compared to anybody else coming out of, you know, middle of nowhere that don't have a pedigree and a background to support it. You fix that issue, maybe you have a much larger pool of people to pick from. Then you don't have to worry about the whole legacy program. And then you can kind of curtail whatever kind of diversity you want in your particular school.
The legacy thing is not good either.
No, it's just Nepo babies left and right. But, I mean, at the end of the day, meritocracy is more alive in America than ever before, right? Especially in, say, entrepreneurship
I think I
and
made
business.
that argument last week, so I have to agree with you.
Okay, good. I'll ride that.
I think I remember saying that. So.
And when it comes to colleges,
I think what I said is more than people want to believe.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I would definitely agree with that. And if whatever your future is that you want for yourself, if you feel like going to an Ivy League college is a necessary step to accomplish your goals, I would assume at that point, essentially, you're just trying to get into the politically elite at that point, because that's where they all come from. So I would second guess your life choices at that point and probably say you should probably find another way in. But there's so many more good schools these days that fuck these places. If that school is so concerned with their racial makeup of their student body, find another school where they don't. Go be undeniable somewhere else out there in the community to really show that you're a badass and that you can make your money and gain your power by yourself. And you don't need the name of a school on a piece of paper that sets you up and gives you an extra boost up in the world. If you do not need to go to this Ivy League college to get whatever job you feel like you want to in the future, get away from these places and go someplace else. It seems not that difficult. Go to fucking colleges abroad if that's the case. There's tons of other massively good schools around the world. Oxford comes to mind over in the UK. Mm-hmm. But you don't need the Ivy League schools unless you want to get into politics. And even then, there's people that get in without doing that anyways. So I would just question, if this is your whole thing and you have to go to Harvard, I'm sure there's other ways, man. And even if there is, maybe that's not the right decision for you. If that's a huge thing for you and you need to go to Harvard to get into whatever job you're going to get, I don't know. I have a hard time coming to terms with if you want a particular job, you have to go to this school.
And I think the only reason you should have to, quote unquote, have to go to a particular school is if that school has the best program in the country for whatever you're trying to do.
Like
if you're like
Stanford law or
yes,
I don't know,
I have
Harvard
no
law or
idea
whatever.
where any of those things rank because I don't know. So yeah, like you said, hypothetically, if Harvard law is the best in the nation and you want to be a lawyer, you want to be the best lawyer, you should try and go to Harvard Law because that's going to be the best law school. That's going to set you up for the most success. I don't know if that's the case. That's just the example that I used, but but I definitely agree we should be working to get ourselves out of that system where the name of somewhere is enough to get you into something.
Yeah.
That's it, because that
Credentialism.
yes, the credentials are because it trickles down to requiring degrees to have certain jobs that don't actually don't effectively require a degree,
Which
which
more or
ton of
less
jobs do.
leads us to like the next Supreme Court thing.
Yeah.
Which is fucked
And
up.
the left is actually starting to catch on to that. I've heard articles or stuff on NPR about jobs requiring degrees when they don't actually need to, and how that's holding more people out of higher wages than like a lot of the other shit people are complaining about.
Yeah.
You know,
And Daily Wire made a big deal about it when they've been expanding and expanding. Every time they kind of make a plug to go to Daily Wire/careers or something like that, they make
Yeah.
a point of saying, we don't require any degree whatsoever for you to come work for us. We require experience.
yeah.
That seems like a good way to go about it.
And all I can ever, I always use myself as an example, and I always if any of the boys are listening, I'm not shitting on you, but I can only use myself as an example because that's all the experience I have. But like, we work with multiple people who all went to college after high school.
Yep.
We all have the exact same job now, and I worked there for longer than them, partially because they went to school and they had other shittier jobs before they worked here.
Yeah.
So
And then ideally, in a world, they would have to pay back a bunch of money now that they're not benefiting from.
and they do. At least one of them does, and their degrees aren't relevant to the field they work in. They have nothing to do with anything that we do at work. But they spent money or borrowed money in whatever the case was to go to school because that's what they were told they had to do.
Yep.
They now have a degree. In a lot of cases, I was shit on communications, but that's like the biggest thing where people who don't find
Get a comms degree.
yes, they don't find a major because they don't know really what they want to do when they're done. They get a communications degree because it can be used for management. It's applicable to a lot of different things. It's a generalized degree that you can use for a lot of different places.
Communications and business administration.
Right.
Those
That's
two
great.
Or whatever.
That's great that you have that degree. It's a degree. It checks off that box that any of those jobs are going to be looking for because they also know that it doesn't matter. They're willing to take your bachelor's in communications because to them it doesn't matter either. They just need you to be able to check that box so they can justify drawing the money for your salary at X dollars per year.
Yeah.
That's all that is. And that whole system, it's just different layers of that same credentialized system. And it's I think that at one point it may have grown out of meritocracy, you know, that if you went to Harvard, then it showed that you had worked the hardest, and now that you have a degree there, I know that you're a fucking hard worker. But all these other things that leached into it, whether it be the legacies or the donations, I mean, there's any number of things that go into the generalized corruption of being able to get people into schools. We saw all the actors, right, just a couple of years ago
yeah, they
that
all
paid to
got
get their
hemmed
kids.
up.
They were lying about them being in like rowing crew teams and shit like that, or crew rowing teams. So there are a million different ways to skin that cat to get your kid into college if you have the means.
Yes.
They don't have to be smart. They don't have to be adequate, but they're going to be able to get that degree and then walk into a job somewhere.
Yep.
They're all bred from the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's a horrific system that, like I said, I think came maybe from meritocracy at one point, but
And I want to build off of some, like what I was saying before, right? Because it was a little too pointed and scatterbrained. But I think as a society, with all the big changes that we need to make on a societal level, there's going to be a lot of pain points and pinch points and big issues and massive turns away from the way things have always been done, quote unquote, always been done, because they've always been done a certain way, and people have always found ways to take advantage of that system and then slowly curtail the system into how it works now. Part of the reason college costs cost so much because they found a good way to have the federal government essentially subsidize all the financing required to it, and then all the schools just have to make money. Boom.
Right.
But if we do not recognize as a society that we need to step away from these corrupt systems to create new ones, there's going to be fallout. People are, like I said before, don't take that job because it requires this one thing that should not be required.
Non-compliance. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. And it's up to us to go through that period of shit. I mean, at the end of the day, we're the millennial generation anyways. We're going to get the worst roll of the dice because of the way the boomers set everything up to run and how Gen X just kind of went along with it.
Right.
And now you have all these people that are choking underneath the fucking student loan debt that they fucking created. The whole system was created by them. The reason you have to go to college or whatever, quote unquote, is because they said we have to. And they created entire industries that were like reliant on that whole system. There is an argument to be made about, like, if I'm looking at two candidates, one of them went to California State University and the other one went to Harvard. But other than that, the rest of their resumes say, I want to go with the guy that went to Harvard because that's a more prestigious thing. It could work in that way, right? But you run a train on that thing for 20, 30 years. Next thing you know, it just becomes a de facto box to check, and it has no
150
real
years.
meaning. Yeah, 150 years. And so it's a tough thing to recognize, but society needs to recognize these things and start to divorce ourselves from these massively corrupt institutions and systems.
Yes. The non-compliance I was talking about earlier, I was talking about laws at the time, but it doesn't relate just to laws. It's all systems and institutions that are not working in a liberatory manner.
Yeah.
They're not working in any type of fair or just manner. Don't comply with that. The fucking shoes is a great example.
Yes.
The shoes is a great example. It's a stupid one. It's a very small one, and it's one that I'm regretting now. But it's one of those things that if you like, I got the hair up my ass about not buying shoes from Asia. So I was like, I'm only buying American shoes now. I've only bought one pair of shoes in the last like year and a half because I can't fucking buy any shoes from fucking Asia now because of what I did to myself. But it's the point being, when you see something you don't agree with, don't comply with that. I think the jobs is a really, really good example of like, I don't want this job if that's how you're going to operate this company off of this weird arbitrary thing where you want me to have a piece of paper that says something even if it's not relevant to this job. You want me to just be able to check a box. I think that's a really good example of that, of not complying with systems that you can see are not working in favor of the country or of yourself.
I'm not going to sign up for that.
There was the one company I found dope shoes. They were from South America, and I was like, well, these look cool. They're from like Brazil or something like that. And then when I went to the manufacturing page, they had all these pictures of like Asian people, and I was like, hold on. So I emailed them and I was like, hey, where do your shoes get manufactured? I'm like, oh, our shoes are ethically manufactured at a factory in China that we verify. Like, people are paid this. I was like, yeah, I fucking bet. I'm fucking sure. I don't believe you. Making them in China, dude. Just make them in South America. You don't have people there that can make them the same quality as in China. You have to make them in China.
You got to.
Fuck, dude.
You got to.
I was pissed.
Yeah, this is the company, the shoes that I just bought. They're called Lomo.
And you're trying to find out where they were made.
Yeah, trying to find out where they're made, and I can't find them anywhere. Like, I can't find anything.
That's because they don't want you to know.
They're a California company too, obviously. But the shoes, like, these are the ones more or less that I have right here, and they're manufactured. Well, they doesn't say where they're manufactured, but they're sourced with Australian leather. Like lamb's leather or whatever it is, and then merino wool. So it's a merino sheep company. All their products are made from that.
The slippers look great.
The slippers, the moccasins.
Yeah.
I mean, even the boots look pretty nice. I got the nice casuals,
Big
They're
fan. Those are cool looking shoes.
They're really nice, really comfortable.
Yeah, the moccasins look fucking great.
But you know how I know they were made by a third world child labor source somewhere? Because when I was looking at, you ever heard the similar type of shoe that's made called Cools?
No.
They're pretty popular these days. Kind of the same kind of foam insole and then like a fabric on top, kind of like casual type deal. Those things are like $65 when you buy them, right?
Yeah.
These were they were under 30. And I was like, these definitely got some slave blood in them somewhere, but also I'm a poor man, and I
They're-
like these shoes, and they're affordable. So
So-
let's go.
That merino wool is soaked in children's tears.
Hey, better tears than blood, baby. Oh, well, any other closing thoughts on your on getting rid of?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action?
No, I think that was good.
And this is just in school administrations or school admissions, right?
Yes.
This has nothing to do with the government hiring policies that still are in play. Every type of government contractor, mostly unionized, that also have to adhere to these same type of things. This is just one aspect of it that's getting pulled away.
Yeah.
And we should be up in arms about this, obviously, because we still want to saddle everybody with a ton of student debt to attend an Ivy League school, because you have to.
Of course.
And now, our illustrious senator, the great Patty Murray, is really pissed off that the U.S. Supreme Court also rejected Biden's plan to cancel, quote unquote, or reduce student loan debt. She says this is a devastating setback for tens of millions of hardworking student borrowers who had been crushed with student debt and were counting on this relief. But the fight does not end here. We can do and must do more to show up and deliver for students and borrowers across the country. Which leads us...
Not that we need to change the system that saddles them with $40,000 in debt before they have a job.
No.
We need to make sure the government is paying for them to go to school.
Yes.
That's the only key. There's no way to reduce the possible amount of money that they're charged. Maybe a year ago, Breaking Point's Sagar in particular covered a news story. I don't remember which colleges, but it was a study of colleges that showed that their endowments more than paid for their bills.
There was a
And-
couple of the Ivy Leagues.
Yes, and so all of the money they make from tuition is just straight profit.
Yes.
It's just 100% profit. And I was trying to look into like what endowments are, and the only thing that I could find is an explanation of like an endowment is amount of money that the school gets from the federal
For the
government. And I was like,
alumni.
and I'm like, so but why though? Like, but why are they getting this money? Like, that's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why are they getting the money? And nowhere explained what's the deal with the money. They're just like, it's money that they get that pays for the stuff.
Yeah.
Like, okay, then why is anyone paying to go to school if everything's already paid for? Like,
Yeah.
it's just money that they get.
Just money, bro.
There isn't a
Don't ask questions.
no.
Don't
And
ask
maybe it's the
questions.
Teamsters thing that I'm wrong. There is an answer. Like, I might just be an idiot, but
Well, there's definitely a reason. I thought that essentially was like,
I'm surprised no one roasted me in the comments about asking what a Teamster was. All those people talking shit. That's like a legitimate point that you
Right.
could have made. Be like, you're a fucking idiot. Teamster's a real thing. Not one person.
that's because they don't actually,
They don't know either.
they don't know either.
They're like, fuck,
They don't
maybe it
care.
is just a mobster.
They're just pissed off that we were stepping on their dick a little bit.
Yep.
But I do know, like, the endowment, whatever it is, wherever it stems from, is essentially given to financial firms and then invested to try to get money on their investments, right? And that's where we have come to in a lot of these places. They've essentially have enough invested consistently to always be making more money and to actually not require any tuition be paid by the student body to support the operation of the school. Even with their massively blown out bottom line when it comes to fucking the giant administrative state that runs all these colleges, quote unquote, runs them, that's where most of the money goes anyways.
Right.
It doesn't go to like the facilities or the teachers, or a portion does, but no, it all goes towards the fucking administration.
Yes. I found out that in our state, because I was looking at all that education stuff, the bulk of the money does go to the teachers. These motherfuckers are still bitching about not making enough money.
Hey man, teachers gotta be paid more, right?
Dude, you're making all the money. You're making most of the money.
They weren't older than dirt.
There was
what she says.
a court case of like 10 years ago in the state that the state lost because they weren't putting enough money into education, and that started this enormous kickoff of education spending in Washington. That's why so much of our new taxes goes to education, is because they lost a case that they weren't spending enough money on school education.
And I mean, we saw the chart earlier today. I mean, outcomes are at an all-time
Right.
low.
Still getting worse.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Still getting worse.
So whoever's spending the fucking money needs to be fired post-haste.
There was
please.
a really great study that I found that went into where all of the money that was going, but some of the information, the numbers match, but the time frames don't give you the information you want. So you can't really find out exactly how much certain people are making or like certain groups are making right now. And you're like, this is the relevant information, and you've kind of selectively chosen to give this out
all of which are government employees, correct?
for the state. Yes.
So there you go. Should be public information.
Yeah, which I don't really understand how that works.
If I can Google any random military salary, I could Google that right now. We can find it out for any branch at any rank, and you'll get the base numbers.
I think you can for the state too. It just wasn't. I'll show you later, and I'll explain more. But I don't really understand how that works. That all of the teachers are state employees. Like that seems weird,
And they
It's
have
because
unions
they
to back
all
them.
work for the Department of Education, and then are like,
For the state,
Yeah.
the State Department of Education.
and then just
Unless they're in
contracted to a school or something.
If they work for a private school, I mean, every school is run by the same boss, essentially, right? It's the state DOE.
Right.
And so every public school, it goes back to them. because-
Under the umbrella of the Department of Education. So when they
Yeah.
sign a contract, it's to work for the Department of Education at a certain school for that given point of time.
I would imagine that's
Yeah.
how it works. I mean, at the end of the day, your immediate boss might be, say, like the principal, and then the principal reports this to the superintendent, more or
Right.
less, and then the superintendents report to probably a board of superintendents run by the Department of Education, who sets policy.
Yeah.
That's that's why they can pass a law for social and emotional learning, RIP live show, and then that just trickles all the way down to every single public school curriculum because they
Right.
just set it at the top. It gets passed down. The school boards approve. Not that they really have any choice, and then there that goes. But it's all centrally controlled giant bureaucracies.
Right.
And so, yeah, if you sign up, I mean, I don't know if you work for the teachers union, which might be the case, that public sector union, you might be doing that. We have a guy we can talk to about this, and I fully intend to at this point.
Deal.
Former guest of the show.
Okay.
Mr. Keaton.
Oh yeah! Holy shit! Oh my
Like,
god,
bro.
that's so stupid.
Like, bro, let me
We're
just...
sitting here fucking just. Oh, I wonder if it's this.
Right.
We like literally know someone that will come here
Yeah.
and tell us.
Like, bro, let me just, on the down low.
So funny.
Who pays you?
Yes, that's hilarious.
What's your check say? Does it
Yes.
come from the school? Because
Yeah.
I'd be interested.
We got to get an update on how his first year went. His first
yeah.
full year as a history teacher.
Yeah, no
I'm
COVID and
interested.
stuff too,
Right.
So that'll be real interesting.
I know the way that he was teaching before I thought was really weird, like broken up into subjects and shit. But
Yeah. But I remember being super in love with his methodology of trying to teach people about history and stuff.
He's a really
especially
good guy.
Yeah. Solid, bro.
I trust him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I would trust him with my kids if I needed a teacher.
Yeah.
I would ask him to politely quit his job and try to get a bunch of people together to pay him more than he was getting, and then just have him be the private educator of our children.
That might be worth it.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll talk about the next one. Obviously, like you were saying, Democrats are very upset about the money. We kind of all knew the moment this happened, this wasn't going to happen. Under the powers they were trying to do it under these emergency powers, and then when the COVID emergency ended, we're like, well, this really isn't going to happen now.
Yeah, because it was the HEROES Act that they were justifying this whole thing's under, which essentially went to, canceling portions or paying off portions of people's debt when they were, at war and stuff like that. And under emergency authorization, this was allowed to happen. And then the minute the fucking COVID emergency ended, when they finally had to pull the trigger last May, whenever it got done, it's been like a year, I think, since the emergency ended. Maybe. I can't remember. But
Yeah.
because we talked about it at the time, I'm pretty sure. But,
Right.
But yeah, once that was done federally, it's all over at that point. You literally have no justification for doing this anymore. If you had a chance to get away with it, you lost it at this point because you had to pull the emergency.
And I'm going to plug Josh Keaton again because we talked about this when he was here. We had like a mini debate about student loan forgiveness, whether it was a good policy or not. That was a pretty good conversation. So I'm going to write this down and I will link to that in
Okay.
the notes for this. episode, the audio version. So if you guys want that, and we can tell Collins to do it, and if he remembers to put it in the description for the YouTube video,
Yeah, baby.
then he'll do it. So
It's usually one of those things I remember after the audio version comes out, and then I go copy paste the description that you write up because it's
Yeah.
always so much better than mine.
well, and I've gotten away from like writing them theatrically to just kind of breaking down what we're talking about and where the points are so that you can go and find the different timestamps.
Yeah.
So it's more basic now, but still very organized and user friendly. So after this happened, almost immediately afterwards, Joe Biden and the Biden administration announced a new plan that they have. Biden announced a, quote, new path for loan forgiveness and stated a federal rulemaking process which could take months. He also announced plans for a temporary 12-month ramp repayment program for student loan borrowers. Under this program, the Education Department will not refer borrowers who miss loan payments to credit agencies for 12 months. Biden said, quote, to give them a chance to get back up and running. Okay, so all these people who aren't making student loan payments, the vast majority of them were making them before.
Yes.
And then they stopped making them.
When they said they didn't have to pay them anymore.
Okay, so I'm gonna be a dick for a second. People
Do
aren't gonna
it.
like this, right?
Do it.
I don't have I don't have a lot of money, right? I don't. You know this, but you know this. I'm saying, if you suddenly have an extra $400 a month, you should not take on $400 more in expenses.
Go get a new car.
Because in hopes that the government is going to take away that money so you don't have to pay it anymore. I'm not saying you shouldn't have hope for that. If I owed the government $20,000, I also would hope that they were going to write away that debt. I also would hope that. I wouldn't plan for that to be the case.
No.
That seems very ignorant. To assume that that's what's going to happen seems very, very silly. On many levels. First of all, to believe what the president says is a dumb thing to do. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be believing what the president says. They lie all of the time.
Yes.
This, no matter what he says, this was a lie. He knew when he said that they weren't going to be able to do it. He might have hoped they were going to be able to do it. He might have believed that he had a good enough legal team that they were going to find a way for him to be able to do it. There's no way he knew that he was going to be able to do this. He did lie to you. He knew that there's no way. He knew that he wasn't going to for sure be able to get this done. He lied to you. Okay? Shouldn't be believing the president. The government is not going to take care of you. You shouldn't be looking to the government to take care of you, and you shouldn't expect that they're going to. We've talked about this many times today. We're going to talk about it forever. Every major institution hates you and wants you to die. The government is no exception. They are perhaps
main proponent.
the perfect example of that. They hate you. They do not look out for you. They are not here to protect you in any way, shape, or form. If they had it their way, they would take all of your money and put you in a box and find a way to continue to make money off of you. That's what they would do, because they wouldn't have to look after you. They would have to give you the bare minimum of outside time and food, and everything would be great. They don't want what's best for you. This was a mistake. If I'm not in a position to be telling anybody how to spend their money, but you shouldn't have taken on more expenses if you didn't know that you weren't going to have to keep making those payments. In my opinion, you should have been stacking that money to the side, at least most of it. You know, if you're going to take $100 off the top or whatever, you should be piling a good portion on the side so that when this kicks back up, you at least have cash set aside to be making payments if you have fucked around your finances. Shit happens. Shit gets rough, so I don't even blame anybody if they're like, I had no choice but to pay, like make these. I had to move, I had to whatever. I understand.
Lost my job because of the pandemic,
Yes.
and so on and so forth.
Yes.
And,
I'm not shitting on anybody who found themselves in a rough position. If that's the case, then only the first 2 points apply. You shouldn't have been trusting these people. They are not looking out for you. They only wanted to get into office. That's why he said that. That's the whole point. So that's unfortunate if the third thing is the case, like that you found yourself in that position, but this was not good. This was never going to work.
No, there's a whole level of personal responsibility that you divorce yourself from when all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, that's fine. And then to go down to the fucking Supreme Court steps and then bitch about how you have to pay back the last $20,000 of your student loans because you've already paid half of them, and then you were promised this, and now they're reneging on the situation. It's like, well, sorry, bro. I mean, this is what it's like to be involved in a corrupt system and to fall prey to the corruption that is pushed by your own federal government. If this does not instill a a lifelong distrust in everything they do from this point on. This is your fault. And you need to understand it. They have just wronged you because they lied directly to your face like they always do.
Yes.
Right? But you're caught up in the middle of it. And I feel for you a little bit. But you better realize now that these people do not care about you. And they do not care about trying to help you out in any capacity whatsoever.
No.
This is the time to learn the lesson that they do not care about you. And no matter what they say or what they promise, they're going to lie to you about it, because all they want is to maintain their circle of power, to make sure they get to collect all their fucking money and to do all their corrupt, insider trading and to do all this stuff. They do not care about you whatsoever. And this is a perfect time to realize that you should have a deeply instilled distrust and generalized, probably, hatred towards the entire establishment known as the federal government.
One of the things that will land us under the magnifying glass of the Washington State Domestic Violent Extremist Board is anti-government sentiment.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
That's
because
one of the things.
the minute you push back against the government, that means you're a terrorist now.
Yeah, at that point, they can start surveilling you and stuff like that. And the focus, Bob Ferguson's focus is that, or he said that we should focus on the pretext for action, which is the speech. We need to be focused if people are saying things that have anti-government sentiment or white supremacist sentiment. If they're saying stuff like that, we need to be watching them.
There's a term for that. It's called tyrannical government.
No, it's a watch list, Colin. So this is for safety.
Safety.
Yeah.
It's all for your safety.
Yes.
This allows us to make sure that you don't need to buy a gun. It's because we're looking out for you. And when your neighbor talks shit on the internet about how much the government is fucking you over, they're on the watch list now. You don't have to worry about them. We'll take them away from society. It's fine.
Thems are dangerous.
That's not good, bro. I need to become like an advocate for Mr. Byrd now and just make sure he gets in office, because that right there is
really
that's
bad.
a seriously fucked up issue right there.
We can talk about it in part 4 if you want. It's really bad.
I don't like that. All my nightmares tonight.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah. I was hoping that when Trenton sent to me, it was like totally doctored and shit. But then when I looked into it, I was like, oh, it's still pretty bad. Yeah, it's not as bad as you think it is, but it's pretty bad. Like, it's definitely not good.
Man, I don't want to move to Texas.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
I hate when the government becomes so tyrannical they force you to move from your home.
Well, and that's if I'm going to be being on watch list for doing this show, I have to leave. Like I can't.
Oh, yeah.
I can't stay.
I'm not getting
here.
hemmed up, bro.
No, I can't stay
Fuck
here
that.
for doing
for
this
talking?
show, for running our fucking business. I don't know. That's not a thing that I can stand for.
Oh my God.
I'll happily move to another state and
I'd have
continue
to.
yeah.
I'd
I
have
literally don't have a choice.
Otherwise, we're going to fucking jail.
Yeah.
Prison.
I think we're gonna go to Texas in April for Trenton's birthday.
There you go.
Yeah, I think me and Cody are going to.
Nice.
Trenton will be here again in December for my birthday.
Nice. Birthday's last Christmas. That'll be fun. It'll be real fucking fun.
He said the flight was only like $500.
Oh shit.
So, both ways, that's not bad.
It's not bad at all,
Yeah.
man.
I think I probably know
Considering.
someone. I think I might know someone who could probably give me a discount on a
Probably.
flight to Texas.
Yeah, we might be able to figure something
I
out.
don't know about Cody, but I just won't tell him what happened. Like, yeah,
Why
I don't
not?
do it. I don't.
Texas is awesome. Just don't tell anyone.
Yeah,
I'm not into Texas, man.
we'll have to see. I've never been there, but there are some
Yeah.
other states that I'd be willing to check out. Also,
There's still
when-
pretty big government type of people
Yeah.
down there. It's the same people with Florida. They just like it because it's their government. I'm going, nah, it's not. That's not the way, bro.
I like to be left alone. Like I would like to
Mm-hmm.
be in a place where you don't worry about any of the governments.
Yeah, it would be sweet.
You know what the laws are. It happens. Like
Mm-hmm.
shit goes down, but
I'd be okay with having to go to town hall once a month. I'd be cool with that.
yeah,
If that's the extent of the government's involvement in my life, I'd be super down with that.
yeah.
I could definitely do some of that shit.
Trenton's town is pretty small from what I understand, but I'm convincing Jordan on harsh climates.
Oh, yeah.
Like this is the key to be left alone.
Well,
is
we're
to
getting
live in a
harsher out
place-
here, so it's good
Yeah.
training. Didn't
So-
used to be. It used to be mild as fuck out here.
Training for Trent was saying that he gets up to like 115 out in Texas.
That's a different type though. It's a different heat.
Well, and he said it's not as dry as he expected. Like it's pretty humid down there.
Oh, he's down south too, right?
He's in the north. He's up by Dallas.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Ooh,
He's west of Dallas.
interesting. I don't know the topography that well.
No, but he said
I
that
know
it's
Dallas
like,
floods a lot, during, or
Yeah.
is that Houston?
I don't know.
One of them floods a lot. Deborah, you tell us.
Which one of those places floods a lot?
You're our institutional.
Why is it humid in Texas?
Yeah.
I thought it was flat and it's far away from the water, like up north, obviously. Why is it humid in Texas? What's
Yeah.
going on?
You know, it's the most difficult thing for me as, somebody at least who has very anarchistic tendencies is I am a huge proponent and advocate for public lands.
Yeah.
And you only get that on the western side of the U.S. Once the further you go east, the smaller and rarer they get. There's no such thing as a wilderness area.
Right.
Once you go past like Montana,
And that's why I'm liking the idea of like Wyoming.
Houston floods. Boom, there it is.
Wyoming, Montana,
Dallas.
like some real fucked up territory. You
Yeah,
know?
somewhere you got to be hard to survive.
Yes. Yes.
That's Chad sent me that picture when they went to go visit his future in-laws.
Just
out
because
in
it's a
Montana.
coastal state. That I guess just I assume just because it's so fucking big that it like eventually it would kind of wear off, you know. But
I don't know. But nothing. There ain't no place in the world like that has weather like we have here. Though.
and that's why I said like even being in North Texas, you're still not that far from the water, like
Yeah.
comparatively, you
No.
know. As the
and
crow
there's no
flies,
giant.
yeah.
There's no giant mountain ranges to
Precisely.
stop shit.
That's what I was saying. Brennan
Yeah.
told me that I was an idiot. And I was like, I don't think so. Like, I think that makes sense that it's flat and it's close to the water still. Like, yeah. It's like, no, bro, if it's fucking hot. I was like, I don't know. I'm drunk. I don't know. We were at Cody's house for Cody's birthday. So I was drunk. I was like, I literally don't know.
I don't know, bro. I don't even know.
They were all drunk when I got there. So I should just believe myself.
No, it's like the reason it doesn't get humid on the east side of the state is because there's that giant ass fucking mountain range
Right.
that the humidity and stuff can't get behind.
Dry, hot as balls.
Yeah, dude. Ugh, nar.
Yeah.
Nar. And we have the solid mountain range on the west coast, a couple of them, right? But they all essentially stem from Alaska all the way down to
Right.
the fucking Mexico.
It splits it pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you get definitely different climates out that way. But the minute you get down south like that, yeah, you got this whole Gulf Coast thing that probably
Gulf Stream, El Nino. I don't know.
Weatherman talk.
Meteorology terms now. Okay, let's hit another one of these things. Unless you have anything else you want to say about student loans.
Nah.
Okay.
No. I get the sentiment. Bad law, bad all the things. The most cursory constitutional glance would have been like, you can't do this.
Yeah, you shouldn't have been doing
It should
that.
surprise nobody.
No. So let's talk about the free speech one, right?
Yeah, this was the
web designer.
the web
Yes.
designer who didn't want to
So-
design a wedding website for a homosexual couple.
Yeah, and this is in the same state as the baker and challenging the same type of law. And the way the Breaking Points was explaining is this is kind of like test. It's a test case just to see kind of how far it goes. You
It's
know?
probably run by the same activist group that ran the train on the first one.
Yeah, and I don't know that much about it, but the Supreme Court upheld this woman's right to not have to make websites for gay weddings if she doesn't want to. I would have to. It wasn't under the same pretext as the Bacon case because that one had to do with religious freedom because the council that fucked that guy over didn't respect his religious freedoms.
Yeah.
So that one was on the religious side. I believe this one has more to do with the artistic freedom aspect of the First Amendment.
Yes. I remember Shapiro talking about that when this case first was coming up to the Supreme Court.
Yes. The court on June 30th dealt a blow to LGBT rights by ruling that the constitutional right to free speech allows certain businesses to refuse to provide services for same-sex weddings despite state anti-discrimination law. The Constitution's First Amendment allows an evangelical Christian web designer who objects on religious grounds to gay marriage to refuse to provide services for same-sex weddings, it found.
So let me just say this right off the bat.
It's interesting they didn't
You do not have a right to anyone else's labor.
Right.
Period. That's how that goes. I don't care if you can call it whatever type of rights that you think you have. You do not have the right to anybody else's labor. Period. Full stop. End of fucking story. Case closed. Right? I think the court actually kind of dug themselves a deeper hole at this point because they did curtail it in this artistic freedom type of, language, that was the argument being made to the court. So, it is
Right.
what it is. But at the end of the day, the actual concept here is, does somebody have a right to someone else's labor? Yes or no? And the court here found, like, no, even in this particular artistic case, you don't have the right to their labor. You can't force somebody to do a job for you because they offer that service. You just can't force people to work for you. That's just not the way any of this thing goes at all. That is the most fundamental right of freedom and choice. I mean, you can, any kind of First Amendment type based argument can be had at this point, and it surprises me that it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, to be perfectly honest, but this is just what we do these days. So that's, in its full reading, that's essentially, to me, what it boils down to is, sorry, you don't have a right to someone else's labor. That sucks.
Yeah.
Find someone else.
Can I ask you a couple of steel men from the left a little bit?
Do
Because they're
it.
very upset about,
LGBTQ
it's
rights.
rolling back people's rights and everything. So,
Rolling back rights, baby.
so let me ask you this, right? I'm from the left and you're a fascist.
I'm a fascist.
Is it really a free market if not everybody is free to partake in it? Meaning they can't shop everywhere, right? I can't go and get things anywhere that I want. So is it really a free market?
Yeah, because then you have the freedom to go somewhere else. I mean, it's that simple. If those people are bigots, then
Don't
go
shop at their business.
You're talking about a fucking online store.
Right.
An online
website.
website, bro.
You can
okay?
make your own.
You could certainly do that. There's 1.5 million ways for you to get this same service anywhere else, literally in the world. No, there is a free market solution to this, and it's called go to somebody that doesn't hate you. Don't give. It's the same argument we have with like fucking Bud Light and all this shit. Like, don't give money to companies that hate you.
Yeah.
It applies the same here. They have every company has the right to refuse service to anyone. Correct? That's kind of how that no shirt, no shoes, no service. If I don't like the looks of you, I can tell you get out of my store. I can charge you with trespass.
In
I
Washington,
don't want
you
you
can
here.
fire anybody for any reason at any time.
Indeed.
You just don't have to tell them why.
Yes, and don't tell them why.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will go to court.
Definitely
But
don't tell them.
don't tell them why.
Definitely don't tell them it's because they're gay.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, you won't win that case.
That's straight to jail. Which I would also argue for them too. I mean, that was fucked up. They fired you because you're gay. Are you good at your job? Yeah. Well, then fuck them. Close down their business. They're a fucking bigot. But anyways. I thought I was the right argument. Sorry, I went a little lefty on this one. But no, there's 100% a free market solution for this, so go do it.
Yeah.
That's it. You can't force somebody to work for you if they don't want to.
Okay.
And why would you want to? If they don't like you because you're gay, don't give them your money.
That's always been a big point for me. Like I sympathize with people who feel as though they're being discriminated, or maybe they are, right?
And I want to make sure I do too.
Certainly.
That's fucked up that's happening. But we should make that known on social media, on the Yelp reviews, all this shit. These people wouldn't do it just because I'm gay. And then the free market can handle that situation, and only bigoted fucking homophobes will go there.
And I'm certain there are instances in which the free market is limited. Like there's only one person in your town who provides a particular service, and they happen to be a fucking bigot. But I don't have a solution currently for those particular things. Like because I also don't agree with legislating based off of like minor instances of things. Of
Individual instances,
and a very minute, a very small.
Population?
No, just a very low frequency of them happening.
Oh,
If it doesn't happen very often, we shouldn't be making a nationwide law to fix this thing that only happens a few times a year.
And although we love to do that these days.
Yes. But that's always been a thing for me is why would you want to give this person money if they're telling you that they don't like you?
Yeah,
why
fuck
would you
them.
want to do that? And especially on a more personal level of like a small business. This person's looking you in the face. When you're buying Bud Light, it's different. You're buying shit from a grocery store.
Yeah.
You don't ever see anybody who works for Bud Light, even the truck drivers. That dude just drives a truck. He has nothing to do with the company other
He just
than
works at a distributor.
precisely
Making money, feeding the family.
To accost that guy would make 0 sense at all. So that's what I don't get is why would you want to give this person money, and that's where I think where you start to, especially in the baking case, those people were like looking for someone who didn't like them so that they could cause a fucking fuss.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's the same thing happens with like the abortion argument and stuff
Yeah.
too. I mean, there's always, most of these cases are very well thought out and pointed because they want to try to create a legal precedent somewhere.
Yeah.
There's no difference, but
So I got another one for you. Is it a violation of someone's rights to refuse to provide a good or service to them?
no, not at all. You could do that just because they're an asshole. And I would argue that you probably should do that because
Yeah.
they're an asshole. If somebody comes into your business and is giving you a hard time because maybe you're overbooked, maybe you need to expand and you haven't been able to do that yet, and you don't want to take on extra work, and you can just refuse them because you don't like the way they walked into your store. That you don't need a justification to discriminate against anything or anybody.
Right.
If you don't want to do something, it's your freedom to not do that. And if you're that person, again, that is coming in there and wanting a good or service and being refused to that, that's, again, feel bad for you. That's fucked up. Should not happen. That person's probably a piece of shit for doing that. There might be extenuating circumstances that may make them not a piece of shit, but at the end of the day, you have no rights to their labor. If they don't want to provide a service for you, okay, that's fine. It's America. We can figure it out. Again, gets more complicated if you're in a super tiny town with only one type of situation like that. But I would like to see how many cases that's happening on, especially in a local community, a small community like that.
Yeah.
Odds are people are generally going to be thinking very, very similar anyways, because that's kind of how those things go. If you didn't like growing up in this small town fucking America, you're going to take whatever chance you can to get out and go somewhere else to go live your life. We have the freedom to move around this country. It's very, very simple in the broadest terms. There's no red tape you have to go through. There's no legal bullshit. You can just literally pick up and go somewhere. People do that all the fucking time, right? It's not that simple, but it's very complicated, but it's literally that simple.
And I don't like the idea of someone having to leave a town because people don't like them, like because they can't receive services there because people don't like a certain way of life.
Yeah.
The same deal. I just have a difficult time with setting nationwide standards when the people in the country, they're just so different, I would much rather be dealt on a local level where the people in the town who aren't pieces of shit are like, hey, you can't fucking do that here.
Yeah.
And if you want to run your business like that, then you get the fuck out. But
Yeah.
this person has a right to be an individual and to live here and be happy and be able to access services to live their life forward.
Yeah.
And I don't you've got a whole town full of bigots. I don't really want to tell you,
It's like Jim Crow stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's the same type of thing. It's like, yeah, once the laws were passed that said you can't do this anymore, you can't segregate, you can't do all this, didn't change the attitude of the fucking people that live there.
Right.
Until, of course, they got a sweet-ass football team and then Roll Tide, But we both watched that special last night.
Just watched it. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Roll damn Tide. That shit's so funny.
It was, yeah. But morally, wrong.
Yeah.
Legally, you can't set the precedent like that. Mind you, again, there are obvious circumstances where, yeah, if you got a whole town full of bigots that don't want to do that shit, I don't necessarily know exactly how you solve for X in that situation, but I do know the wrong answer is a state or federal legislation that prevents it everywhere and then hamstrings people from making the common everyday forms of discrimination that everybody does as they go out through their daily lives. We've all been taught to learn that discrimination is a bad thing, but then you realize that you discriminate every single day, multiple times a day throughout your entire life. So you can't be writing law about non-discrimination when everybody discriminates every day. If the basis of your discrimination is, I'm playing the lefty here, right? Or no, I'm playing the right guy. I can't use I'm not going to use your language and say if it's hateful. But, if you're being a dick, I feel like everybody should know that, and you should get pushback on it, and you should not be a dick anymore. I don't know what you do if there's an entire town of racists that are refusing to serve you because you're black.
Right.
That's a really tough issue, and we have discrimination laws that speak. At one point, I think did the right job.
Just burn it down.
Just
don't burn the town down.
Don't do it. But
no, and I tend to believe that, and maybe this is idealistic. I will grant that. I tend to believe, because I truly so gay. Truly in my heart, I believe in freedom and I believe in liberty, and I believe that if If you give people ultimate freedom, they will stand up for the freedom of other people, even if they don't like them, because they themselves appreciate the freedom that they have, and they believe that everyone should be able to have that.
Yes.
And even if you have a bunch of people who fucking hate black people, they're like, I don't like you, but I want to be free. And you should. That's the same demeanor in which I do this show. I defend people's right to do shit that I don't agree with at all, because I want to be left alone. I don't want other people telling me what to do, so I'm not going to tell you what to do or defend anybody else telling you what you should do.
Yeah.
And
see, this is the problem, though, right? Because you said before that that's an ideological argument,
it might be,
but
idealistic.
it's an idealistic, but it's
like hopeful, you know.
Yeah, okay. But I will say that that's the nature of the problem to begin with, right? The problem is that there's not enough people out there that have a true understanding of what freedom and liberty is and how important it is, and that if they truly did, I guarantee you they'd be willing to stand up for shit like that. Unearned discrimination or something like that. I don't know how you would classify it, but I guarantee you if everybody truly felt that in their heart and actually lived and breathed that American spirit of freedom and liberty, they would definitely be, you'd have the whole rest of the town more or less would be lined up behind you and say, motherfucker, you better do this shit, because or the town helps you out, and you know, your friends and family or whatever helps you out to get that service or good in another way to solve that instantaneous problem. But at the end of the day, I think it's an ideological problem. The reason all this stuff stems up is because there are so many people that'll just look the other way and be like, well, that fucking sucks. I might agree with you at home, but I'm not going to go defend you out in public. You know, if you had more people that actually believe that, none of this shit would be a problem.
And I think we have evidence of that in the past, and this, I don't even care. There were people in this country that owned slaves and changed their minds, realized they were fucking wrong.
Yep.
They're like, holy Jesus Christ, I've owned people my entire life. This is wrong. You know, they had moments in life. There were people who went with the system and maybe shouldn't have been doing that. The moment they felt like they could, they freed all their slaves. People who were dead. John Adams, right? He freed all the slaves that he could when he died. Whether or not he should have done it before, that's a history contextual argument that we can have for till the end of time. He freed all the slaves. George Washington, same deal. When he died, I don't think John Adams never owned slaves. George Washington, when George Washington died, he freed all the slaves that he could, but half of them belonged to his wife. So he could only free so many of them. It's the same deal. Like, again, we could argue all fucking day about whether they should own people to begin with. No, they shouldn't have. Obviously, they shouldn't have been doing that. But
you can't make the argument at the time.
No, but there is something to be said for them realizing the value of freedom and seeing, even if I feel differently, I feel whatever, you are a human being and you should have this. I'm willing to go against what the societal norm is, even at the time of the revolution where people were still cool with that.
Oh, yeah.
George Washington's like, no, you guys do your thing. It's horrible.
I'm out.
That's like so minimalistic of it.
Right.
But
because that's the way he put it, right?
Right. But there is evidence of that. There is context and there is precedent for that.
And it's the reason, the reason those types of things happened. Revolutionary time would be a little bit different because everything was so brand new. But like you look at the text of the original Constitution and Declaration of Independence, they set the country down a path that led us to where we are now.
Right.
It was going to happen one way or t'other.
A lot of evidence at the time, like, we just don't want to deal with this right now.
Yeah, we can't deal with it right now because it's unsustainable. We can't just do this. Probably make an argument for a lot of evaporating the entirety of the federal government. We could definitely do that.
Right.
Unfortunately, the Constitution itself says it needs to exist, which is why I'm not a huge fan, but it's a good fallback for anything else. But there's a reason that we go down these paths, is because it may take us a long time to wake up to certain things, but ultimately, when you truly embody those ideals of freedom and liberty that were set forth in primarily Declaration of Independence, right? And then later on in the amendments in the Constitution. But there's a reason we're at where we're at now, and the reason why Martin Luther King Jr. became so powerful and led the civil rights movement and got everybody's pushing the ball a little bit further down the field. It's never. Vivek Ramaswamy just had an interview on The Breakfast Club, which I suggest nobody listen to because it's a terrible show. But he was on there talking with Charlemagne the God.
I do not like see the God.
No. But he essentially was making that argument kind of towards systemic racism and stuff like that. It's always an endeavor to move towards a more perfect union. It always has been, and it always will be. There's always going to be divides. We're always going to disagree with each other on something or another. And the best we can do is try to do a little better every day, push the ball further down the field. And maybe that the end zone, I forget football terms all of a sudden. Maybe the end zone never is something you can actually reach, which I would probably argue is probably a good thing, because then you're always striving to do better. You never reach the goal, but you're always trying to reach the goal. And that's exactly what I think that kind of the discrimination laws that we have enacted over the decades have all been trying to gear towards that. And sometimes to move forward, you do have to get rid of some of those laws. And in this case, I think is one of those things. Like the Civil Rights Act, we've expanded at this point instead of curtail back. The idea, the perfect world, you set down the Civil Rights Act, you make sure that legally nobody can discriminate against race, and then you live your life, you run your businesses, you run your schools and everything just based off of people as individuals. And then eventually everybody kind of gets past this whole idea of different races being better or worse than others, and then you all just judge each other on the individual basis, and then ideally you get rid of that Civil Rights Act because your society no longer is plagued by that issue.
Right.
Right. You're never going to get rid of all cases. There's always going to be cases, but, you know, Supreme Court says this in particular case of discrimination has backing in one way or the other. And so we're not going to legislate on this. We're not going to rule that this person is forced to do this job. And I think that's a sign of good things, more or less.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bad issue. This person, assuming the argument was natural and correct and there wasn't some kind of nefarious, we need to make precedent, so we're going to go cause a problem for this business type of thing. Assuming that's not the case, this is just one instance of religious discrimination at that point that's technically covered under the Constitution and is fine.
Right.
And so that just kind of shows you that we respect people's religious freedom, we respect people's artistic freedom, and we also recognize at the same time that you probably got a little wronged here, but also there's other ways for you to solve this problem. We don't need to force somebody to do this job. But I don't know.
No, I think
That's
you're
just
right.
where I'll
I
leave
think that no, and it's funny that you talk about Martin Luther King. He has a quote, and I knew that I wasn't sure who it was, so I looked it up, and it is him. That's, I guess, doesn't matter, paraphrasing of somebody else, but the quote from Martin Luther King is, "The arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice."
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what you're talking about.
The
You know,
dude
it's just
said a lot of good shit.
progressive steps forward to so I have one more thing to talk about this, and then I think we should move on because we've been doing this for a long time.
Indeed. We haven't even got to part 3 yet.
I know. So Josh Keaton asked me about this. I never responded to him because I've been thinking about it for a long time. And I don't remember what it was in response to, but I've been seeing polls lately about like the national acceptance of gay marriage has been going down. Right?
Okay.
Have you seen the same?
Heard
the same type of thing.
I've seen the same thing.
I have not looked into it. I don't know whether or not that's true. Let's, for the time being, operate under the assumption that that's correct.
Okay.
Right? For the sake of conversation.
Got it.
So when I get asked about this, I'm no longer left. This is general discussion now.
Okay.
When I hear about this, I tend to think two things that are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Right. The first thing that I think is, one of the things I think, because it's not the first, is kind of on a base political thing. People are super fucking sick of all of this woke ass messaging, and even if they don't believe this, they're just pushing back. They're like, I just don't want any of this around me at all.
Yes.
So that's one thing that I think. The other thing that I think is there's some liars afoot. And I think there are some liars afoot when gay marriage first happened, and I think there are some liars afoot now. I think there are some people when gay marriage first passed that didn't want to look like an asshole in front of their family, and they're like, yeah, I'm down for gay marriage, but they weren't really. And I think those people are maybe being more honest now, and I think to the same tilt, there are some people who really are in favor of gay people getting married because it doesn't matter to them, but because of one reason or another are so upset about how hot all of this LGBTQ stuff is that they're like, I don't want anything around me. I'm done with this. If it's going to start with this, because that's kind of the argument that a lot of people at Daily Wire are making, is like, where we're at now with LGBT started with gay marriage.
The slippery slope argument from decades ago.
Right. And if you're hearing that, then your response could be, then I just don't want them to be getting married if this is what it turns into. You know, whether that's right or wrong, that could very much be where you're operating. So I think there are a lot of people who, in their heart, don't really have an issue with gay marriage, but are
sick of the things
and
all
are
the whole inundated.
Yes,
And it's like immersion therapy.
and are believing that a step back from gay marriage rights could help them return to the normalcy that they're seeking. So that's kind of what I tend to believe. I don't, because I know, and it's small case, but I don't see a lot of people who are upset about gay people being married. Like this stuff with the Daily Wire that I'm hearing is even pretty new. You know,
That's because
they
it's-
shouldn't even have been
yeah.
married, because even a few years ago, Ben Shapiro was like, I don't think you should be doing it under law, but I also don't think the law should have anything to do with this. And this is a different argument that he's not necessarily different, but it's a different tune kind of that he's singing now than it was before, of we shouldn't be allowing this to be legal because of X, Y, and Z, other than the government shouldn't be involved in this.
Yeah, he's off the leash now.
Yeah.
He can do whatever he wants and say whatever he wants because they're as powerful as they are. And unfortunately, I think a lot of that sentiment, we'll just call it like anti-gay sentiment, stems from like this. I think it's a pendulum swing. This is what we're seeing. I think this is what it is. I think it's a lot of things. There's a lot of factors to it, I would imagine. I would certainly grant that whoever are taking polls and participating in polls, this might be a reality. And in the general public, I think a lot of people are just like, quit shoving your thing in my face.
Yeah.
I don't care about what you do. And if you keep shoving it in my face any longer, I'm going to push back because fuck you. That's why. I didn't care what you were doing with your own private life, but now that you're trying to continually force it upon me to
Right.
bow down and bend the knee and, you know, preach from the mountaintop your thing, I'm not going to do that. And in fact, I'm going to step back a little bit.
Yeah.
I could see that being definitely these days. I could see that being a reality, especially in like conservative Twitter.
Right.
There's so many younger people now that are getting politically active at a very young age,
I wrote about this month.
and there's a lot of kind of religious revival even in a non-specific way, like a very generalized like Christian revival. We'll
Not
put it that way,
necessarily
you
a
know.
bad thing.
Not necessarily a bad thing, but also they tend to be very, very against gay marriage, which is a weird thing, right? Because the arguments for gay marriage and against gay marriage are so flawed from the get up, depending on which angle you're coming from. It's either a religious angle or it's a legal angle, right? And the legal angle, I don't think the government obviously should not be involved in marriage in any accord. There should be, you know, people talk about like hospital visitation rights and this, that, and the other thing. So you have to get married so that you can be allowed to go see your dying loved one, just, you know, that kind of thing, which that just illustrates too much government involvement. But from the social level, I could see some pushback, mostly just from the constant forced acceptance of whatever. When it's like men's rights, the whole fucking red pill manosphere type of thing, same type of situation.
It's just too much.
It's all too much. You're all looking for more. I need everyone in the world to accept me and my thing.
Yeah.
I don't care about you and your thing. I will care about you and your thing on an individual level. If you're one of my friends, I care about you. I care about your struggles and what you do in life and how you're treated and this, that, and the other thing. And you should not be forced to be treated lesser than just because who you're attracted to. Literally give two shits about any of that stuff. I think part of that might be to the generalized broadening of the quote unquote community of, you know, LGBTQIA plus 2S, you know.
yeah.
Canada got a whole new acronym they threw out.
They're on some
I don't even
wild
know what's
shit,
going on
bro.
up there, but the minute you're making a bigger and bigger umbrella for all these different things, and certain microcosms within that broader umbrella are taking the floor, and like, you know, they're bringing in the rest of the overall umbrella community with them along their ideological journey and their path towards more rights and all that shit, particularly at this point coming from the T's of the world. Like that's being pushed pretty heavily by that particular group. And then in turn, you've seen the rise of like Gays Against Groomers and all these other various groups that are like, bro, we're gay, we're lesbians, we're all here to do our own thing, and we're not a part of you guys. I don't know what this whole thing is, but I think that's probably part of it too, is that the broad umbrella of all the things are being pushed by a very, very small percentage of people that are pushing and then claiming that the rest of the quote unquote community is in favor of all these things, which I just hate this whole broadened, it's a very leftist term at this point, this community, that community, the POC community and this, that, and the other thing. You're removing everybody's individual merit at that point. You're removing people as individuals from that. I don't think Dave Rubin is down with anything pushed by the broader LGBTQ community.
Right.
He's not really into that whole situation at all, other than the fact that I should be able to be married to who I want. And if I want to adopt kids with my husband, then I should be able to do that too. And he does. And he lives his life out that way. And then he argues every day against the more broader, whatever else is going on over there. So that, I guarantee you, is an aspect that the umbrella is just too big at this point, and they're just seeing so much more forced acceptance being forced on everybody that they push back against that. Even if they don't fundamentally disagree with anybody's right to marry whoever they want, this ideology has gotten too big, and it is starting to touch things that I'm not comfortable with, so I'm going to push back on the entirety of the movement. That seems like a pretty reasonable thing for somebody to deal with these days.
And it's almost, as you're talking, because I think the pendulum thing is really good. Let me address Deborah's thing really quick, and then I thought granting of domestic partnership took care of that on the legal stuff. Domestic partnership or civil union, super small percentage, but extremely loud. So you're right, but then I think they ran into the separate but equal issue that that's precisely how we got to the gay marriage thing, is that there's granting separate but equal things, and we already have dealt with that in the past. And this is precisely why my take is that the government should have nothing to do with this. If two people want to be together, then they should be together. But they should have nothing to do with this, because we're getting into fucking splitting hairs now of giving them the same, all the same legal protections with a different fucking name. So what's the fucking difference then? There is no difference. It makes no effective difference. We're calling it something different to make a certain group of people feel good, and that's dumb. We shouldn't be legislating that way off of feelings.
Yeah.
So
and every culture is going to have a different definition of what marriage is, anyways. Some of it's religious, some of it's cultural, some of it's just societal.
So the pendulum thing I think is really good, and I'm trying to envision something else, because it's almost like two pendulums swinging at each other, because the umbrella thing is swinging so hard and people are pushing so hard against it. So I wrote this month, it started about this protest thing that happened in Klahowya. I haven't read any articles about this. It was all off of this thing that Jordan showed me, right? Supposedly a protest at Klahowya where like 100 kids were sent to school, went to school, whatever. I'm not trying to apply any type of coercion into this, because I don't know what the particular instance is.
Okay. So they went to the school
wearing T-shirts that they go to the school, but so they went to school that day wearing T-shirts that said there are only two genders, and this is to protest all this like pride stuff that's happening in Klahowya. Someone else like ripped down a pride flag. There's all this stuff that's happening there. People are very upset, right? So then, and these kids were sponsored by a group called Moms for Liberty.
Oh yeah.
So then this LGBTQ organization wrote an email supposedly quoting the Southern Poverty Law Center about how Moms for Liberty are extremists and these people are akin to the KKK and like all this type of stuff. These kids, right, are akin to the KKK. So I equated this thing, because it grew into a much larger piece about children being involved in politics, but this particular event of children being sent to school wearing T-shirts that say there are only two genders, which is the tip of a spear of an issue that the parents probably have no fucking idea about it, but like the roots and stuff, like that was my issue really with the kids being sent there. It's like, you guys have no idea what you're really fighting against, and you're doing this service, but it's the same thing as the videos that you're seeing from whatever pride parades where they're saying, we're here, we're queer, we're going for your kids, or we're coming for your kids, right? Then they're like, we've been doing this for years. Neither of these things is helpful. You guys are all being assholes, and you're doing things that you're saying you don't really mean, that you're just trying to get to whatever happiness or core cohesion, whatever. It's so harsh. It's just too much. It's all too much on both sides. It's all too much. Like, you shouldn't be doing this. I told you I went to Pride probably close to 10 times. I never heard anybody say that. I never heard a single person chant, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your kids." Not one time. That was over a decade ago. So you're saying you've been doing this for years. I've never heard that before. I went there years in a row. Never heard that. Never felt unsafe. Never had anybody made me feel unsafe. Nothing. Why is it different now? What's going on? Something is different. Something different is going on.
Yeah.
Because it is different. Because I went there and I experienced it myself. And what I'm seeing now is not what I used to see. And I don't understand. So these arguments of it's always been like this. It's not. Because I saw it. It has not always been this way.
No.
Has there always been naked people at Pride? Yes. Yes,
Word.
definitely.
That has
I
happened.
also know the second year I went there was a group called Dykes on Bikes who's been around for a super long time, a bunch of lesbians who ride motorcycles. They stopped doing their shirtless ride because there were more kids, because they felt like it was inappropriate. That's a real thing that happened. That actually happened. You can, I'm sure, look up an article about it. They felt like it was inappropriate. They started wearing shirts instead of going topless on their bicycles or on their motorcycles. Something is fucking different. Something is going on here. And when I was in school, we weren't talking with their like transsexuals existed, people transitioning existed. We weren't talking about 90 fucking genders, all this shit. Like, something is definitely different. And we weren't upset about it either. We weren't fucking complaining about what other people want to do. Like, on both sides, something is fucking different. And the only thing I can believe is they're reacting to each other. And it's too much. It's like, you guys are
You're making
pushing each other to the further extremes, which is weird to watch.
Yeah. And it's, and I can understand why that happens.
I never seen tits at the White House till this year. You know what I'm saying? I never saw tits at the White House till this year.
Especially,
I don't care whose tits they were. I never saw tits at the White House no matter what. That's weird, dude.
That is super
JFK fucked Marilyn Monroe. I never saw tits at the White House. That's weird. I don't care whose boobs they were. That's weird.
It's super
I
weird.
don't care if it was fucking Lauren Boebert. That's weird. This is a weird thing that happened at the White House, and no one can deny that. I don't care what anybody's saying about equality or anything. That's weird.
Yep.
Something is fucking changed.
It was so weird that the minute they got pushed back, they said that person's not allowed to come back anymore.
But this is weird.
We saw it.
Yes.
And
I'm not saying you guys are weirdos. This is weird. Like, this behavior is fucking odd.
It is the two ideological extremes pushing back against each other in hopes to move the Overton window one way or the other. I think that's really what's happening. It's because the vast majority of people kind of just don't want to partake in any of this shit. They really don't care what people do, generally speaking. They just want to be left alone.
Yes.
They don't even really give a fuck about who's in charge of their lives, right?
Yes.
That's kind of the way most people operate. But the minute the extremes come right to your face,
They get hot.
why everybody had such a powerful response to Charlottesville or Jan 6. I mean, all these different things. But it's no different right or left. I mean, these two warring extremist factions continue to stand out in social media and in the corporate press because that's kind of what they're meant to do at this point. And then ideally, they capture enough of the everyday person's attention to shift the Overton window, what's acceptable in society and what's not, one way or the other. You have the right now saying, being very, very anti-gay marriage, for example, right? You have the furthest extremes on that side, very religious, very anti-anything homosexual, or, whatever else comes with that under the giant umbrella these days.
And we all used to say those guys were assholes.
Yes. And ideally, we all still should.
Right.
On both sides,
I'm just saying, we weren't clamoring onto it. You're talking about these youth that are, grabbing onto it. We weren't doing that. That wasn't even the religious kids that we went to school with.
And that
weren't fucking assholes like that.
No, and I think that's probably more a product of the parents, that type of thing. The adults are getting so much more activated, and then kids are used as pawns in these political games.
This is the claim I fucking made in my article this month. You've got to read it. This is the fucking...
I will read
This
it.
is the claim that I made. This is why I was like, this is why I'm uncomfortable with this. This is not good.
No, man. Get anything politically or ideologically, whenever you're trying to push any kind of message or change anywhere, you need to try to like leave the kids out of it. Just because they're not. It never looks good when presidents bring kids up during their fucking State of the Union to make a fucking point. Nobody likes it when you're using children to make a point. When you're getting a group
This
together.
guy was born as a crack baby 6 years ago, and now he goes to an upper city school in New York. It's incredible.
Hey, man, Joe Biden says, never mind, I'm not going to say that. It's terrible. It's so bad what he says. I don't even want to repeat it. That's how terrible he is.
Poor
But,
kids or white kids.
yeah.
That's
Poor kids are just as good as white kids. I was like, oh, Jesus, Joe. Your segregation era is showing, buddy. But yeah, I can't disagree with you at all. I think using kids as political pawns is bad. There are definitely certain issues that affect kids, obviously. But then again, like when I was growing up, and I don't know when you were growing up, but we didn't do ideological months at schools.
No.
We didn't do any of that stuff. As a greater society, we didn't do ideological months anyways.
No, we did Black History Month, but that's like...
It was just a thing.
That's become very ideological. It was not
It
at the
wasn't
time.
at the time.
It was... Nothing really was different in school. There was like decorations and shit that went up, posters and things, but
Like we did specialized reports and stuff like that.
I think we probably had an assembly or something, but we always had like a Martin Luther King Day assembly, like always shit like that. But it was not vastly different,
And today I don't even recognize it, man.
Yeah, the school experience was still relatively the same during Black History Month.
Yeah. I mean, there's another reason for pushback on one side or the other is once you start indoctrinating people in one way or the other, nobody ever likes indoctrination.
Right.
Man. I don't care what kind of indoctrination you're getting, whether it's like a religious indoctrination or a more ideological one from there. Nobody likes that at all. Everybody wants to feel like they have as much control over their family's lives as they can possibly get. And if you're removing that, you're going to get pushback.
Yes.
It doesn't matter who's doing it. Nobody wants your kids to be indoctrinated into blind nationalism.
Right.
To be taught that, anybody that disagrees with what the government does is now a violent domestic extremist. Nobody wants that to be taught to their kids, I mean, we topple governments we disagree with, for God's sakes,
no
okay?
one with morals. If that's where you're at, you're a weird fucking federalist.
Yeah, but I think the
Or
most
statist.
simple
That's some weird shit.
explanation to what we initially started with is the pendulums are swinging at each other and they're just pushing each other farther left and farther right.
What do you call the balls that are hanging on the strings? You drop them and they run into each other.
I don't know, but those are
It's
super
like
dope.
a Newton's cradle or some shit like
Something
that.
like that.
Yeah, it's like that. The harder you swing that thing, the harder the other one's going to clang back.
I used to love those things when I was a kid.
It's like that.
It's like that, bro. Life is just a Newton swing.
That might be what it's called.
It sounds right. Newton's cradle or something. It sounds about right. Newtonian physics are at work. I mean, let's be realistic here. Not that I can really tell you what Newtonian physics are. It just
God damn it,
sounds
I'm a
smart.
genius.
Newton's cradle?
It's called Newton's cradle.
Nice. Good for you.
Okay, with that, we have to be done with this
We
fucking
have to.
segment. We're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight.
It's 4:30.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
All
we
right.
have to be done.
Let's kick it.
Yes, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3 of episode 151. It's been brought to you by Zeke, just like all the other clips and parts and episodes from here on out.
That's right.
You can find all of our stuff at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Part 3. Thank you guys very much.
Peace.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's what we said forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 3 of episode 151 of Salt of the Streets.
Yay.
We're happy to have you guys here. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
And this segment, we're going to be talking about Russia, Ukraine, all the type of stuff that happened over there. Before we go any further, of course, you can find us and everything that we do at saltofthestreets.com. You can find our Patreon there, patreon.com/saltofthestreets, as well as our YouTube, where you're watching us right now, and our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. This segment, every segment, all the episodes are brought to you by Zeke. He's the executive producer of this show.
I need to build him like a drop in here. I didn't.
Got to have something.
We got to have something here.
Ask him what type of picture he wants in there.
Yeah.
He needs something for sure.
We had that nice one with the Salt of the Streets gear on.
That's
you know,
right.
We might have to tap that.
Well, and I'm going to send him some new stuff. Like I said, I have a sweatshirt already set out for him and some
Mm-hmm.
other stuff. So,
Too bad we don't make masks. He's up there dealing with all the Canadian smoke right now, I'm sure.
Oh, really?
The whole
Oh, yeah,
northern
yeah,
area.
yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible, terrible.
Yeah. So,
Thank goodness the most hardcore climate change people are still fucking us up because they can't get their shit together.
that's right. So, this particular segment, we're talking about what is being called a coup in Russia, right?
Yeah, an attempted coup.
Yeah, and I want to talk a lot about that, right? So, I'll give you a brief, not a timeline, just kind of a brief series of events, right?
Okay.
So the first thing in my mind is, roughly 2 weeks ago, some videos came out of Yevgeny, whatever his name
pull
is,
it up.
right? The head of
Yes.
Prigozhin, Yevgeny Prigozhin, right?
Yes.
So some videos where he was claiming that the Russian military had launched missiles at portions of the Wagner Group, right?
Yes.
A few days after that, there reports come that he's marching on Moscow, that he's moving, he's gonna go there, whatever. No one knows exactly what his end goal, and but he's headed there. He meets relatively little resistance. I think the report was like 15 people were died on the way there.
Yeah, they shot down some helicopters from what I understand.
Tons of videos of them just rolling by all these roadblocks. So the vast majority of the army soldiers or the soldiers that they saw refused to fight them or chose not to, whatever the deal is. When they got to it's like 100 miles or something like that from Moscow,
Yeah, just
125.
200 kilometers or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
something
so
like
it's-
that, right? Within super close to Moscow.
Yeah, they made it inside the Moscow Oblast.
They stopped, turned around, said, "We're done. We're going to go back home."
Mm-hmm.
He is now in Belarus. There was some type of deal reached between the Wagner Group and the Kremlin,
Yep.
in which soldiers from the Wagner Group could either enlist in the Russian military, or they could walk away and everything we find,
Mm-hmm.
or they could go to Belarus.
Yeah, there was some scuttlebutt about part of the reasoning they were marching is because the Russian Defense Ministry was eyeing at dissolving their private military organization and then
Yes.
essentially folding them into the standard Russian military.
And that's okay. So that's what I've heard. That's what I heard from Breaking Points. I could only find the one article that said that.
Yep.
So I don't know where that comes from. I have the article. I will send it to you.
Okay.
It is.
I'll just say, much like everything else in this entire fucking fiasco, shrouded in the fog of war and layer upon layer upon layer of propaganda from all sides. And so what's actually going on, only a few people will ever know, and it ain't ever going to be us.
Okay.
Which is
so
problematic, but
This article I saw in a Russell Brand video, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
put it up, and then So I want to be super duper transparent about this. I keep attributing it to Breaking Points because they shared the same information, and this is the only place that I could find the information. They don't provide their sources when they're doing their videos, so I don't know where they got it from. They didn't say, they didn't put anything up, they just shared the information. So I have to assume that this is where they got it. I also know they watch Russell Brand content, so it's very possible they did the same thing that I did, watched him, found the article, because he shows the article, says where it came from, the name of the article. He does all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised that Russell Brand does that, and our lovely future corporate media overlords of Kristen Stalker don't. It's
isn't it
surprising.
interesting? I don't know if I can trust Russell Brand, though, because his studio isn't very corporate.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
It's too relaxed.
It's too relaxed.
Yes. The failed coup in Russia, causes and consequences. Okay. So let's see. The first part goes over the coup attempt that they're talking about. Okay. So let me read these pieces, and then we'll talk about the coup attempt thing.
Yeah.
What led Prigozhin to launch his coup? First, it is evident that his escalating conflicts with the Russian state and military apparatus came to a head. The coup attempt was preceded by Prigozhin's vitriolic denunciations of Defense Minister Shoigu, whom he accused of not waging the war aggressively enough. It has been reported that funding for Wagner was to be substantially cut. Earlier this month, Prigozhin refused to accept Putin's demand that Wagner be placed under the control of the army leadership. And that's what you're talking about, right? This is the only place that I've been able to find that. I tried to Google it afterwards. Wagner Group to be placed under Russian military. Couldn't find anything.
Yep.
It's all just stuff about the coup. So maybe it's just been washed out by that. I went back 2 or 3 pages, couldn't find anything that said that. And I'm not saying they weren't. I'm not saying they weren't. I'm just saying this is the only place that I've been able to find that.
Which would make sense, because there's really no way to verify that unless you're actually within the Russian government at that point, and they're not going to report on exactly what's going on because they don't want to show any kind of weakness or anything like that. And so any external media group is going to have a hard time actually reporting on it with any kind of validity. So they'd rather just focus on the videos that they see, and they see the Wagner Group going towards there, so let's call it a coup, baby.
And these people don't provide their sources either. They just say it's been reported. There's evidence of this. So I don't know where they're getting. I don't know. I don't. So I'm not telling you this is what's happening. I also can't tell you this isn't what happened. But there are multiple sources that I watched that are citing this. So I'm going to give you the information, but I'm also going to tell you that I don't have any way to validate it. I don't know where they're getting. I don't know if they're watching like Russian media and that's where they're hearing this, or I don't know. There's evidence that the military was fed up with Putin's longtime patronage of this foul-mouthed and disrespectful thug. So that's how they're talking about. So
it's already biased at that point.
Okay.
It's
his,
tough.
His operations in Ukraine, while useful to a limited extent, even though, from my understanding, the bulk of the productive fighting has been done by the Wagner Group.
Yes.
Like the taking of cities and the holding of cities has been done by the Wagner Group.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. While useful to a limited extent, also interfered with the professional conduct of the war by trained officers. Prigozhin, one can safely surmise, attempted the coup in order to preempt actions against him. Second, it would be the height of political cluelessness to believe that NATO has been a passive bystander in the events of the last 24 to 36 hours. Of course, we'll talk about that afterwards. Trying to find... So it said in here somewhere about the ammunition as well. And that's what I'm trying to find, is just that. Because he claimed that they weren't resupplying him, and in this article I'm pretty sure they said somewhere, or maybe it was just Breaking Points that said that, because definitely Breaking Points said that reportedly he was hoarding ammunition. I couldn't find that anywhere.
No, but I've heard people talk about it for a while now, which, okay, sure,
Yeah.
I guess maybe.
So
Who
maybe
knows?
it isn't in here, but yeah, I'm only being so particular about this because I'm not trying to defend the fucking Wagner Group, right? I'm trying to be accurate about this information, because if we're saying that this guy attempted a coup on the Kremlin to take, because if that's what we're saying, then we're saying that he was trying to march on Moscow to take control of the government. That's what we're saying.
And that's
that doesn't seem like what happened.
No. We'll do some common sense kind of checks once we kind of get through this stuff, because I have lots of thoughts on the validity of this and how Russian and Eastern European politics works. every bit of reporting I hear about this is all based in how we view governments and how it all works, and that's not at all how any of that shit works over there.
I think the only other last important part is that afterwards Joe Biden said, we had nothing to do with this. We had absolutely no hand in this. There's nothing. There's been a lot of pushback on that. Supposedly, or there's been some documents, something leaked that showed that we knew that it was going to happen before it happened. Breaking Point, same deal. They're like, we should have done something. We should have fucking told the Kremlin about it. For what? For why? What benefit do we get from telling the fucking Kremlin that there's someone's going to try and attack them?
Yeah.
What?
And
because they're going to assume that it's us. They're going to fucking say it no matter what.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. It's not going to give us goodwill to tell Vladimir Putin that someone is going to try and kill him.
Yeah.
It's going to be like, oh, right, you helped them, I bet. He's
yeah.
going to say that no matter what. It
And
doesn't
not
matter.
to mention, he knows already.
Yes.
I mean, come on now. I mean, this is the Russian state we're talking about, okay? He knows what's going on. I'm not
He
going
probably
to
has
fall
agents-
for any of this
He
shit.
probably has agents in the Wagner group.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
I mean, Prigozhin was his homie for
were
a
in the
long
KGB
time.
together, dude.
Yes. I mean, he is the chef, bro. I mean, this is his whole thing. He started with a hot dog cart, supposedly, and now he's the oligarch of the restaurant business, I guess, in fucking Russia. But he also runs this private military,
Really?
which is hilarious. But yeah, that's like his little his title or whatever is like the chef or the cook. I can't remember what it is, but first of all, try that beer real quick. I love the name of this thing. It's from Hot Valley. It's called Stash Bandicoot, and it's fucking fantastic. Real good.
That is good.
Yeah, we also have the Stash Panda, the Stash House Pineapple Hazy, and then the Viva Hop Vegas.
Excellent.
But so let's take a step back here, right?
'Kay.
Russian politics is controlled through perception of power.
Yep.
That's how that goes, right? Vladimir Putin is the president of the Russian Federation.
The top dog.
Because he has secured his power through making deals with oligarchs, making people rich and powerful, and then they in turn kind of owe him allegiance
Also
and protection
killing
and so
people.
on. Word. Because if there's somebody that's going to challenge you, you have to take them off the board. And they have had zero issues with doing that to all sorts of political foes. You either get poisoned, you get assassinated, or you get thrown in jail and then eventually poisoned there.
Yeah, what's his name? That
Navalny.
Yes,
yeah.
Alexei.
Alexei Navalny. Yeah, that's poor motherfucker.
they stay trying to kill that guy.
Yeah, dude. And he's like, I'm pretty sure at this point he's got to become a superhero.
Yeah.
Because he's had so much fucking irradiated material thrown at him, and I'm like, the dude is almost
As
died
soon as he
1,000
gets out of
times.
prison, they try and kill him again.
Dude,
and they're like,
it's so wild.
straight to jail with you.
Yes.
You're not dead.
Straight to jail.
That's illegal here.
Yeah. And so when you look at this whole situation in the context of a coup, a supposed coup in the Russian Federation, right? That is not something a single person is going to be able to do. And I guarantee you, Prigozhin knows this. This is him trying to show how much power he has. And, hey, I have grievances that need to be addressed, so I'm going to march my battalion to your fucking front door so
Right.
that we can have a serious fucking conversation.
Because the corporate line is that he got there, realized that, which I
Wasn't
don't
gonna take
understand,
it.
that the society wasn't supporting him, and so he turned around. What I don't understand is the Russian government doesn't care about the people, right? They care about the military, and if it seems like most of the military supported what you were doing because they don't want to be at war, then what are you talking about? He didn't have the support.
Exactly.
This is obvious about something else.
There's a reason why he
To me,
is
it's
in
obvious.
Belarus and not dead. If this was a true attempt where he was like, fuck this, Putin is weak, I'm going to go in, I'm going to become the top dog, he's dead. Period, full stop. That's how that goes. He never gets close to Moscow. The reason this was allowed to happen was because Putin knew brother's just he's got to stay powerful because his forces are much like the Roman Republic of old. The Wagner Group is loyal to Prigozhin,
Right.
and his for lack of a better term, like lieutenants and generals or whatever you call those in the military aspect of things.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And so he's a force to be reckoned with, and he needs to be treated correctly. He needs to be treated with the right amount of respect, but not too much and not too little. It's a very fine line that these people have to walk. Otherwise, you just get offed. And that he doesn't want that either, because
Right.
then all the loyalists in the Wagner Group will rebel. Next thing you know, you got kind of like a weird civil war type insurgency going on. And that only makes you look weaker too. If this is your power play, is to deal with him make him go away and not just remove him from the board, you've maintained your power. Somebody came at you. You dealt with him in whatever way you felt was correct at the time. I'm sure he talked with the rest of his oligarchs at that point to make sure they weren't going to see this as a sign of weakness and challenge the power and all this stuff,
And you
because
don't
they'd
see
be coming
him-
for him next.
And you don't see him as a legitimate threat to your power, or else he would be dead.
Exactly.
That's why you're trying to kill Alexei Navalny, is because he might actually, he
yes.
has the support of the people, and if he gets into
Shut
office,
that
you're
down.
fucked.
Yes. That's why I don't believe for a second this was a coup attempt.
Right.
Not at all. No, this is how
Couldn't-
powerful oligarchs speak to each other, by showing their power up front, and then we go deal with that shit. It's much more chimp-like than anything else. This is brute force, brute displays of power.
So if he was, supposedly the Wagner Group was going to be folded into the Russian military. So it could be, I don't know, this doesn't feel right to me, but it could be as simple as, I'm not going to be folded into the military.
No.
We're the fucking Wagner Group. I run this shit. You don't run this.
All of
And
the
so
people
I'll
that
show you how much I run this by
Yes.
coming up to the doorstep.
And we remember the narrative about how most of the people fighting and dying on the front lines of Ukraine are prisoners and convicts and shit like that that were folded into they were allowed to join the Wagner Group to go fight on the front line, so they can go back to fucking Siberia.
Right.
You have two options. What do you think the loyalty is going to be to that convict who was probably imprisoned for some relatively unjust reasons, because it is the Russian Federation? You could be there for any number of reasons and never get out. Their loyalty is going to lie with Prigozhin.
Right.
Period, full stop. And the minute you take him off the board, they're not going to be happy with you, and then they're going to revolt too. You can't just fold those guys into the military, because guess what's probably going to happen after that? They're probably going to go back to fucking jail.
Right.
Because they no longer have the protection of this big, wide, powerful family anymore.
And
Think
if
of it like a
he's-
gang
And if he's dead and you don't fold him in, you got a bunch of loose mercenaries running around fucking Russia doing
who are
whatever they want.
fucking pissed, because now
Yeah.
you probably just cut off their paycheck too.
Right.
And so there's so many more common sense things. If you have any kind of basis of understanding of how power players in the Russian Republic have worked since the fall of the Soviet Union, you do any kind of research into that whatsoever, a lot of this stuff really starts to make sense when you think about it.
Yeah.
If you divorce yourself from the Western narrative and try to think like an Eastern power, you'll get it a little bit more. It makes a hell of a lot more sense. You don't have to kind of like you don't have to make as many assumptions.
Right.
And
Especially, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say,
I'm
what's
thinking.
what's that rule about, like whatever answer requires the least amount of assumption is probably the correct one.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. I mean, I don't understand how you can see this any other way. It seems so cut and dry, so commonsensical. And again, he's a fucking alive right now in the country of Putin's greatest ally.
Yeah.
If he was supposed to be dead, he'd be fucking dead by now. He would have never even made it close.
And especially if the money thing is true too, if they were going to cut the money that was going to Wagner Group, if that's true, and they're trying to fold them into the military, like, I'm not doing this.
No.
You know, we're getting paid a pretty penny to do like what seems to be the bulk of the productive fighting on the Russian side of the military.
Yes.
And if he's feeling a level of disrespect in a war that they don't seem to be winning, then it makes sense for him to walk away
Yes.
and to make a statement before he does.
Yeah, and he could be also making statements against some of the underlings that Putin has brought on, like Shoigu and stuff like that, the
Right.
defense minister, and how they've been utilizing these forces that he cares very much about, that look up to him, that are loyal to him. And if he's having to order them consistently into like suicidal situations,
Right.
he can't maintain that forever.
Right.
Especially if you have any kind of pushback at home. Much
More
less,
beholden
much
than
less
the standard
abroad.
general.
Yes. And they are not. We've talked about this before, but like I've been very wary to say like this is the bulk of the actual Russian military.
Right.
And again, the Russian military is made up of various factions too. I mean, the National Guard are the ones that actually like take care of homeland security and shit like that. Versus they have different versions of little militaries that all make up the overall military. It's not like ours at all. It's very, very different.
Yeah.
And if the primary fighting can be done by a private military organization like this, you don't have to bring in your Russian regulars, which is going to affect the lives of the everyday citizens that
Everyday
much more,
lives. Right.
then you're going to get some more serious pushback on this. So this all just makes perfect sense to me. And I don't understand how anybody that's been watching this for more than since the fucking conflict began.
Right.
You know, if you've been paying attention to the Russian bear for the last, decade, like I have, it all kind of makes sense that this is the way it would go.
Right.
Putin's not going to fully throw in the Russian army. For one, again, why would you be doing that when you're pushing right up against NATO? That's a level of aggression that doesn't need to be had when you can have your private military forces in there. Worst case scenario, they do something really stupid on the battlefield. You've got a backup plan to say like, hey, I'm sorry, we had fucking Blackwater guys down there.
Right.
The same shit we do with the rest of our proxy wars. So it just makes sense. I don't know any other way around it. If this was a true attempted coup, Prigozhin he's cold a long time ago.
And on top of that, the Wagner Group is operated around the globe. So now that
A lot of fighting in Afghanistan,
now that
Syria.
Prigozhin is in Belarus, he can go anywhere. And Putin knows that. This is just to add to if he wanted him to be dead, if he really thought he was a threat, he would have killed him because he can go anywhere now.
Yep.
He can go anywhere around the world, Africa, anywhere that they've operated, and gather and bring in more people, sign more people from whatever that fucking country is.
Or
I'm saying if his jam is to take power, that's
not.
It's not, and that's
No, it would not make sense.
right.
What does make further sense, right? Putin moves nuclear weapons into Belarus on the northern border of Ukraine, much closer to Kiev than anything else. And now all of a sudden, mysteriously, you get the Wagner Group pulled out of the Eastern Front, which is fucking going nowhere.
Right.
And you move them to a place that they could be much more surgical if the time came to say, I don't know, move the Russian regular forces to the Eastern Front, and then you have your badass Wagner Group come in from the north and only concentrate on the north.
Who everyone thinks hates you, quote unquote.
Exactly. And
All
of
the
course
while
the
the United
Western
States- right.
Yeah,
All-
the Western powers are going to go right along with this fucking narrative that works really well. Strategically, good fucking move if I was Putin. It seems like a solid move. Get your enemy thinking that the private military force that we're realizing we've been fighting this whole time, that's been doing the bulk of the fighting, is going to withdraw and they're angry at the leader, and now that's a chess piece off the board that we don't have to worry about anymore.
Right.
Oh, but wait, he's actually on our other flank now, just waiting for the fucking call, which he's going to be able to fold in so many more people being up in Belarus, too, to the ranks of the Wagner Group.
Yes. Okay, so let me think with you now, because up until this point, let's talk about the United States government for a second. Joe Biden saying we had nothing to do with this. I think that's stupid, right?
Yes.
I think, of course, we had knowledge of it, so of course we had something going on. And I think if the United States thought for a moment that there was a chance to take Putin off the board, we would put everything we could behind it and tell Jesus Christ, Prigozhin, that if you get it done,
I got to keep his name up there, otherwise I'll forget.
like, if you get it done, we'll stand you up, just like we did all these other motherfuckers around the globe. If you get it done, we'll be here. Like, we'll make a deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Not that I don't think we really believe that he would, but if this is what you're going to do, because. So now I'm just thinking about all of the various intelligence assets, because there's all this information flowing around in this circle.
Oh, yeah.
And
All
so
the Five Eyes are looking, by the way.
So I'm thinking about the different levels of deception that are going on, because there's obviously a stream of information going from the Wagner Group to the United States.
Yeah.
And we can't possibly believe that everything we're being told by them is true. We have to assume that we're being lied to. So we can't really believe, if we're fucking smart, right? Can't really believe that Prigozhin is truly at odds with Putin, because we have to leave. If you and I are sitting here having this discussion, there has to be someone who's smarter than us having the same discussion in the White House. If there isn't, we are fucking doomed, right? So there has to be someone who has studied those Eastern Bloc countries for long enough to say this is a distinct possibility of what's happening, that he's just going here to have a different front if anything else pops off, right?
That's why you need people like Noah Rothman, who went to school for, what was it, Eastern European politics or whatever.
Right.
Like, he got a fucking degree in that, because that's how deep that shit goes. Okay, we're talking hundreds, if not thousands of years of conflicts that have existed since well before America was even a fucking glint in the puritanical eyes of the Europeans that came over and founded the nation. All right, these people have been doing this shit for thousands of years. These are blood feuds and territorial disputes that have existed long since even the thought of the Soviet Union existed.
Knowing that all this is possible and feeling confident that it's true, I am all the more disturbed by the corporate media coverage of it because it's so incredibly base level.
Oh, yeah.
And because you and I are fucking idiots and we're sitting here in an hour able to give a more thorough analysis of the potential outcomes and futures of what's going on than anything that we're hearing from anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not like clapping us on the back like we're so fucking smart. I'm saying the exact opposite, that we're fucking stupid and we're discussing this at a deeper level than the supposed journalists and informers of our nation are willing to. They're all telling you this was a coup, which doesn't make any sense on its face. And to not discuss any other possibilities of what's going on is at best a disservice to the nation, and at worst, what I believe it is, a direct attempt to misinform you and try and mislead you to what might be going on. Because if two fronts do open up in Ukraine, there will be NATO soldiers on the front end.
Because it'll be over at that
will
point.
be.
Yeah.
There
has to be.
will be.
Yeah. If they have any hope of
Which means us.
keeping Ukraine whole in some capacity at that
Yes.
point. You know, if
And
we're
we've
gonna-
sunk way too much money into it at this point to just walk away.
I mean, we just signed another fucking aid package again. I mean, it's in the whole, we're in more hundreds of millions of dollars going there. You saw the clip of I don't remember who exactly it was. I might even have it pulled up. But
Yeah, I mean,
she was talking about how much there was an accounting error in the DoD
Yes.
that mislabeled, that misassigned the value of the weapons that we were giving over to Ukraine.
Yes.
That essentially freed up another few $1 billion.
Yeah.
You know, there's another I think it was like 6.2 or 2.6 billion dollars. They
No
were
big
like,
deal.
oh yeah, it's fine, it's fine. We sent them all the used shit. We gave them the price tag of the new shit. So
Yeah.
we don't know. But, yeah, so it would undermine that. But as far as like the corporate press's coverage of it, I think when you look historically to any kind of conflict coverage that is not actually, where there's no actual embedded journalism on the ground, sending back unfortunate photographs or videos from the front lines that we're not supposed to see as the public, the automatic default of the corporate press is White House narrative. We'll just report whatever you tell us.
It's what the intelligence community
Whatever
is saying.
fucking Admiral Kirby comes out and says is the deal is the deal.
6.2, Deborah says.
That's
I
how
don't
that
know.
goes.
6.2
2 million, 6.2 billion. Yeah. Thank you, Deborah.
This picture says the Russian government appears to be disbanding the Wagner mercenary group, which would, you know, this is a fucking conspiracy theory, but theoretically that would make it easier for them to get across the border to another country if
It
they're
certainly
just
would,
regular
yeah.
guys now.
There's regular dudes. Just regular
And
dudes.
like, also, I was in the military, so I happen to have a kid. Like, it's
Yeah.
just part of my stuff now because I used to be in the military,
how
which
that
is
works.
super common. Like, that's
Hell yeah.
super common. Most dudes that do any type of, you know, cool shit, special forces shit in the United States military, they have a ton of kits and stuff that they had. You know, even basic military guys still have shit from when they served. They don't make you turn in everything. They tell you to turn in everything.
But yeah, there's a lot of things. Oh yeah, I lost that
I
a
don't
while
know.
ago.
Got
should've-
broken up.
yeah,
I left in the
whatever.
desert. Don't know what happened to
Yeah.
it. They're not going to fucking press you on it.
Much
you
like
know?
the rest of our military
Right.
gear we left over there.
There's some things they're more particular about, some weapons and stuff like that, but
yeah,
even some
that gets worried.
even some equipment, you know. There's a dude that I follow on Instagram that sells used military shit that guys had when they got out and don't need anymore, and they're selling
Surplus
it. So
stuff, you
yeah,
know?
tons of like used kit that's like seen action and whatnot. Shit that's
Yeah.
got tears and bullet holes in it and stuff. Like, yeah, bad shit. Super cool shit and some regular shit, you know.
Yeah.
Some really cool stuff.
Remember, that's
though.
where the concept of Army Navy surplus stores came
Yes.
from, because like people had shit when they
Yep.
came back.
Yeah, no, this guy's like, I actually know this guy. He fucking seen time here and here and here. And you're like, oh my God.
That's
this
fucking
savage
mean,
fuck.
dude.
Yeah,
That's
like,
mean.
I know for sure this carrier's been here and here. Like, that's savage, bro.
I gotta try to like scroll real quick to see if I can find that
Yep.
chick talking. It was a ways back, but I know I bookmarked it. But again, you don't really have to do much thinking about this kind of stuff if you really just try to step back. Fucking goddamn
Ooh,
Twitter.
that was fucked up.
It happens all the fucking time, man.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm so bothered by the corporate media take. And
It's just their standard talking point thing. They come out and it's like,
Right.
you've showed us too many times that you can do more, and this is so obvious that you're not. You're going back to the old way of doing things where, oh God, there's so much good fucking stuff in here that's coming up in the next part.
I'm going to do it again because people hate it so much, and
we can get away with it because who the fuck's going to tell us?
No, I mean me. I'm going to do it again
okay.
because people hate on it so much, and this is what we're doing this episode. Breaking
I hate
Points. No, Breaking Points is saying the same shit. Like, this is how I know they're same, because their line is the same. This was a coup, and now they're saying they'll never allow another private military company to get this close to them again. Let me ask you again, why, right? When the Wagner Group has done the bulk of the productive fighting for the Russian military,
Why are they going to go back?
what has changed? What has changed where they don't need the Wagner Group now?
Yeah.
What? Nothing. Nothing
Literally
different. They're
nothing.
still dealing with the same counteroffensive. Nothing has changed.
Yep.
Why? What do they gain from disbanding them, sending them away? That's dumb.
Yeah.
That seems too simple. And
It's too simple to be real because nobody's that fucking stupid, all right? You don't rise to power in the most like backstabby, corrupt form of government that has basically ever existed on the planet and not be fucking smart about it.
No, so they're doing in one segment, they are carrying corporate media narratives and also sharing information that couldn't be validated by either of us.
Yep.
Balling.
Sounds about right.
No different than corporate media at all, right?
Not even a little bit.
No. Was that an in-depth enough analysis of the fucking shit that they said? Good Christ. Do I just need to turn our whole show into fucking Breaking Points hour? We just spend 7 hours every other week breaking down all the episodes of Breaking Points and all the dumb shit that they said. Good Christ,
We'll
dude.
go back to the Hill. We'll start there, and then we'll just
That's
roll
right.
All right, so this is the announcement of all
The
the
video looks
extra
old
money.
as shit.
It's
From the Pentagon.
It's from the Pentagon.
The Defense Department's shit is always worse.
Yeah.
I've watched their streams. About 9 people watch them. They
Yes.
are super tough to watch. There's even less reporters that are there. The
yeah.
questions are even better, though. The
yeah.
questions are way better. Like, the quality of the actual press briefing, far superior to anything
this
the
is-
KJP ever put out.
Because this is not going to get carried on C-SPAN.
Right. You go to their YouTube.
Yes.
That's where the 9 people are watching.
That's where it is.
YouTube.
Yep.
Following up from some announcements earlier this year, during the department's regular oversight of our execution of presidential drawdown authority for Ukraine, we discovered inconsistencies in equipment valuation for Ukraine. In a significant number of cases, services used replacement costs rather than net book value,
The replacement cost versus net book value.
thereby overestimating the value of the equipment drawn down from U.S. stocks and provided to Ukraine. Once we discovered this misvaluation, the comptroller reissued guidance on March 31st, clarifying how to value equipment in line with the financial management regulation and DoD policy to ensure we use the most accurate of accounting methods.
So just a timeline check, right? They found this in March of this year, which means for over a year, all the equipment we've been sending over there has been misvalued. So that's cool.
We have confirmed that for FY23, the final calculation...
We need a bigger government. You know that, right?
Of course.
They need to do more
We
stuff.
need- the
because
only
things like
answer-
this never happen.
The only answer to bad government is more government.
Yes.
Obviously.
We need another
$3.6
oversight board to
billion.
watch these people
And
because they're
for
fucking around too
FY22,
much.
it is $2.6 billion for a combined total of $6.2 billion. These valuation errors in no way limit or restricted the size of any of our PDAs or impacted the provision of support to Ukraine. And while the DoD retains the authority to utilize the recaptured PDA, this has no bearing on appropriated USAI or Ukraine PDA replenishment funding approved by
We
Congress.
just send more. That's all. It's
That's
no big
exactly what that means. That means that we have misvalued
Just respend
all
it.
the equipment to the tune of $6.2 billion. And all that money's already been appropriated and should have been spent anyways, so that just freezes up to spend another $6.2 billion worth of weaponry to send over
the
there.
exact same way.
This is the U.S. government running on fucking all cylinders, baby. This is how good they are at their fucking jobs. And that's the last thing really about Ukraine would be the announcement. I don't know if you would really call it an announcement at this point, that the Ukrainian presidential election, which is due to happen next year, is not going to happen because in their constitution, they have a thing in there that says you cannot hold elections if martial law is declared. So Zelensky's going to maintain power. He kind of announced this the other day that we won't be holding elections due to this constitutional issue that we have. And we're at war, so martial law still rules, and so there will be no elections. Should surprise nobody. Welcome to Eastern Bloc countries. This is how things go, man. I mean, we in
This
America...
is how we stay in power in the Eastern Bloc.
Did we have elections during World War II?
Yes.
Did we have elections during Vietnam?
Yes.
Have we always had elections, regardless of no matter what kind of conflict we're in?
Yeah, we fucked
Word.
around with, with during World War II a little bit, letting them stay longer, but...
Yeah. Mind you, we didn't have any provision in the Constitution that...
But we agreed.
Yeah. We passed that, like, that term limit for presidents after that.
Right.
That was the whole thing. But I will give them this.
Plus, homeboy died, right? So.
Well, yeah, there was that. But we don't talk about that. It's the principle, okay? Our country never really got invaded. Other than the one attack on Pearl Harbor, we weren't being invaded, so we didn't have martial law going on in the country. I would imagine things probably would have been different if we were in an active invasion of the homeland. So you can kind of give them that. At the end of the day, that would be crazy. The reasoning is really the only reason I like this story, right? This is a story from Politico that's technically an opinion piece, even though I don't see the word opinion anywhere. It says, no Russian sympathizers. Ukraine eyes post-war elections. So they're trying to, and I'll just save you the time of this waste of space fucking article that says they plan on holding elections after the war's over. So that's what 4 minutes of reading will get you at this point.
I'll give him some credit. Dude looks like he's not getting much sleep.
I mean, you're very right.
He's tired.
He's busy traveling around the world, meeting with world leaders. He met with Greta Thunberg the other day. That was really cool.
Yeah, what the fuck are we doing?
TV spots.
What are we doing with this shit? What the fuck does Greta Thunberg have anything to do with the Ukrainian war?
What does Greta Thunberg have to do with fucking anything in the world?
I called her out of my piece too.
Good.
Her and David
I'm excited to read it.
Her and David Hogg was like, we don't need no more of this shit. We don't need this shit. It's unproductive. Like, this is not...
Yeah. Hoggy had a fucking a hot take on Twitter that was terrible about school funding or something like that. And I was like, oh, just go away, David. Nobody gives a shit about you anymore, man.
It's bad.
Your time has gone.
Shouldn't
all the
be doing
cola
this.
he's doing. It's all the cola.
Yeah.
Or is it supposed to be cola? I wonder.
Coke, she's saying.
Cocaina. Hey. I mean, you got to do something. Biden's on all sorts of shit, I would imagine, to keep that motherfucker kicking at this point.
Can you imagine how fucked up you'd be if you take one day of Joe Biden's cocktail?
I'd probably die.
You'd be whacked.
It only works when you're about to die. If you're young and vibrant, you're going to die if you take all this stuff. Any more closing remarks on Ukraine and Russia?
No.
We're going to keep this a quick segment. So for a while, we're going to move to France real quick.
Yeah.
For a while, we talked about it. We showed a bunch of videos of the riots going on in France. This was all due to Macron and his moving up of the retirement age, blah, blah, blah.
Pensions.
Things kind of chilled out for a minute. And then they had their own George Floyd.
Yes. That is what they're calling it. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. There was some police brutality with a guy, with a kid. He was definitely a POC at this point.
Yeah, there seems to be...
he's a French teenager.
There seems to be a little less question about this event, though, than there was about our George Floyd.
It was pretty cut and dry. It seems like it was pretty fucked up.
A teenager of Algerian and Moroccan descent.
Yes. Comes courtesy of the massive migration thing that happened years ago into Europe from Syria and Libya, and
that's a hot topic over there.
It's a whole deal over there.
Well,
Oh yeah,
immigration's hot
fucking
over
Lord
here.
Southern got banned from all these European countries because of all this shit.
Yeah,
I mean, she
shit's
got in
hot
some
over
hot
there.
water. But yeah, there was a
On
they actually
June 27th.
held the funeral for the French teenager the other day, and I mean, look at how many writers it took to write this story, man. Wild stuff from CNN. But
it only happened on June 27th. That was only 4 days ago.
And it has been 4 days of fucking rioting
Yes.
since then, and that's really the story. I'm not going to get too into the weeds about like what I think of French
I don't know
police
shit about
enforcement,
French
law
cops.
enforcement. I don't give a shit. All I know is
They
that
shot that dude right through the windshield.
yes, Europeans are very, very totalitarian, and they love that stuff. And so this is kind of what happens from that. And
Yeah.
so, but what has been interesting are all the videos of the chaos and the mayhem, and it is fucking wild.
Just
so,
some numbers really quick. The first night, 200 people got arrested.
Yes.
And then that day, the day after, they put out 40,000 cops across the country. The second night, there was...
I think I have something with some numbers in here.
They burned like a fuckload of cars and businesses and stuff. 2,000
bro.
cars, 500 buildings.
You're looking at the same thing I am, maybe?
This is a New York Times article.
Oh, okay. I got a tweet that summed up the numbers at some point.
And then...
But that was all before last night.
Yeah, the second night, 800 people were arrested.
I think last night was the fourth night of
Yeah.
riotous behavior. And when I'm talking
the
about
third
rioting,
night,
bro,
800 people were arrested. The second night, one of the nights, like 2,000 people were arrested on some wild shit.
yes. I saw a video last night of a guy, I don't think it's in this one, but it was a parent that had found out that their kid was down there rioting, and he went and beat the shit out of him and dragged him by the collar and threw him in the trunk of their car and then drove off. It was
my
awesome. And the kid is just walking back all dejected, like, fuck, man, I got caught by my dad.
There is a quote that I want to read from like the top cop. The top prosecutor in Nanterre said the teenager had been known to the police for not complying with traffic stops and had been summoned to juvenile court in September for such an incident. This guy be speeding all the time, gun him down. Like, what the fuck? What a wild thing to say.
Welcome to Europe, baby.
We knew about him from multiple traffic incidents. That's some crazy shit. So we had a draw on him as soon as we fucking pulled him over. What the fuck, dude?
It's a different world over there, bro. It's a different world over there.
France be wildin'. Yeah, let's
All right,
watch
so-
these videos.
So this is a fantastic motorcycle dragging a chainsaw, almost taking out this dude's leg.
A motorcycle dragging a chainsaw?
That is running. Yeah, it's just watch. Comes in, he's dragging,
Oh, what the
dragging
fuck?
a chainsaw, bro. You see it fucking kicking up as it drives around. That's happening. That's a good one. We'll just let a couple of these play. These are just some scenes from the rioting around France.
Because I've also been here. I saw a video earlier of belt feds. Like if you go to Mr. Guns in here, Mr.
Yeah, I
Guns in
think
Gear,
I have that clip.
belt feds.
There's
People
one
walking
of
around
a crane on
handguns,
fucking fire.
which is just to remind you before, like when we talk about the guns, it's really hard to have a gun in France. Super duper hard to have a gun in France. People walk around with belt-fed machine guns in France right now.
Yeah.
When they talk about gun laws going to keep you safe, they're fucking lying to you. They're lying to you.
Just
I'm
ask
telling you,
France.
it's happening in France. They're lying to you. When shit pops off, the black market goes. People are throwing grenades at the cops.
Yes.
Not flashbangs, not like fireworks.
Frag grenades.
Proper frag grenades. They're buying on the black market. They're throwing at police officers.
Yep.
They don't fuck around in France. Don't listen to this gun law bullshit. When it pops off, people will be out in force.
Belt-fed
I'm telling
machine
you,
guns and shit.
these people are mad about someone dying. When they're hungry, imagine what it looks like. When we're hungry, imagine what it looks like. Don't listen to these motherfuckers. They're lying to you.
I don't like that at all, buddy. I don't like that at all.
And when it happens, they won't protect you. The cops will come out. They're not going to protect you. What are they going to do against a motorcycle dragging a fucking chainsaw? That's the craziest shit I've
shit
ever
wild?
seen. I've never seen anything like that before.
It's a wild tactic, bro.
Oh my God.
And yes, to answer your question, Deborah, real quick, haven't demonstrations been going on in France for months? Yes.
Not like
These are
this.
new. These are new. These are just over the last 4 days.
There was fires, but people were like drinking coffee next to the
Yes.
fires. Like it was in standard French stuff. This is
Yep. This is full on brute response.
oh my God.
Nobody is really safe with the French police.
Look
start
at all
coming
those
at you, bro.
people. Holy
Oh yeah,
shit.
dude. How do you feel about that? You're a cop. You just charge that front line, and you meet that wall of people who are ready to fucking kill you.
I want these French cops to talk to some of the cops that were out during George Floyd that were like, I have PTSD because I got my ass beat.
Yeah.
And these dudes were like, I literally saw my friend got shot with a fucking MG42. Like, it was the craziest thing. The craziest thing I've ever seen.
The
And
crazy.
you were talking about getting your ass beat? Get out of here, bro.
Dude. This was one too. They because again, you got to remember a good portion of these protesters or rioters. It was kicked off because of one of the immigrant kids got killed, right? And so
Yes.
now there's a massive response from that. France had a huge influx. If you want check out the book Strange Death of Europe from Douglas Murray.
Okay.
Talks about the influx of migrants that just poured through the borders back in the day, years ago. This is kind of what happens at this point. You have a ton of first-generation immigrants that just got there that are super pissed off and definitely don't. They come from a lot of anti-Semitic countries.
Yeah.
And so this is a video of them essentially, they're doing graffiti. They're defacing a Holocaust memorial over in France.
Nice.
Lighting the French flag on fire. Trying to, anyway. So that's happening. Here's another one. Car
Are they
just
allowed to do
jumping
that in
the-
France, or is that guy going to go to jail?
None of these. I mean, they're all probably going to go to jail.
No, I mean, okay, so
I don't know if they're technically allowed to desecrate
Yeah.
flags. I would imagine that since it's Europe, probably not. But also,
what is that building?
it's some kind of store. It's
Shopping center. That's
Yeah. Entire massive shopping centers have been burned down to the
Right.
ground. I mean, hundreds of thousands of vehicles. This one's dope. Just the police fucking SWAT truck just going through, pushing all these
my God,
burnt out
dude.
vehicles to the side. This is fucking crazy, man.
It literally
Absolutely
looks like
crazy.
the Purge.
Yes, it does.
The Purge if the cops also were out.
Yeah, there's some fires during the day when things are quiet, quote unquote. This is, they're getting ready for their third night of unrest in the country at that
Still
point.
burning a little bit.
Just black fucking fire everywhere, dude. Some more vehicle fires. I mean, that's a bus right there. It's crazy. People are just watching in horror.
So if you go, I don't know if you have, but if you go to Mr. Guns and Gear, probably
Oh,
on
here's this one right here.
Yep.
Oh, this is not the belt-fed one, but these are guys going around shooting out cameras.
Because they got cameras
Security
on the streets.
cameras,
Yep.
yep.
And because they will arrest them with this footage. They'll
Yes.
use it to try and verify their identities and then arrest them. I remember seeing night vision footage of immigrants rushing the borders in France years back. The immigrant surge in Germany is bad too. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
all
telling
of
you,
Europe.
it's a hot topic, dude.
Let me pull up Guns and Gear.
If you can't find him on here, then his Instagram for sure.
How is this not showing up?
Because they hate him, bro.
I had a whole thing last night about fucking. Oh shit! Let's play. I don't care. Go away.
But if you
Because
go
I
to-
see his posts all the time.
Yeah.
This is bothering me now. I guess I'll go to the Instagram.
Yeah.
Because we know what's
That's
on
where,
there.
and that's where I saw it earlier.
I like that we have both the major things covered. You stay what's up on the Instagram, and I hold it down in the Twitter
And it's
world.
Guns and Gear.
Gear.
Yeah. What the shit?
He's search banned.
So, Mr.
There it is.
Yes. Okay. So.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recognize the video.
Oh no, that's not
That's
even.
not
That's
it.
an explosion, and so it's got to be that one there.
Oh, yep, that's it right there.
Yep.
Okay, let's pull this up.
This is
Yeah.
this is the belt
Fucking
fed.
dude. That's of American make if I do
Yes.
if I come correct
Oh,
here,
yeah,
right?
Look at that B5,
Bro.
Sure.
Oh, the scooters, bro.
And then there's
Get in
some
on that
dudes,
scooter action.
rolling with some handguns around here.
Oh yeah. People be staying strapped up.
Yes. Just pointing around the place, no big deal.
Yeah, I don't see much trigger discipline. So yeah, France is popping off, and that's the whole deal. I mean, you got to give it to the French, man. They know how to riot and protest. That's what they do.
They're getting crazy over there.
It's so wild. Woo!
So, yeah, they have footage of at first the cops tried to say that he tried to run them over, and then the footage came out because someone was recording it, and so the driver door is open, and there's one cop standing inside of it and one cop in front of it, and the cop in front of it has his gun out, and the kid goes to drive away, and the cop just shoots him right through the windshield, and he drives away.
Yeah. Yeah, it was that he was like in a yellow fucking sports
Yeah.
car. Yeah, I saw that.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
Crazy. They're wilding over there.
Yeah. So there's that.
Yes.
Look at that. We summed it up in just about an hour. Fantastic. We're getting back on track, ladies and
Yes. gentlemen. Okay. Well, with that, everybody, unless you have anything else that you want to say.
France be wildin'.
Yes.
That's it.
Also,
Oh.
cops be cops everywhere. Cops are the same everywhere.
That's true.
They're not here to protect you. They're here
No.
to fucking gun you down and put you in prison.
They're
That's
here
it.
to protect the state. That's
Yes.
what they do.
They're not here to protect you.
No.
With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4, the grab bag. Colin said he has some good stuff for us
Got
this
some good
week,
stuff.
so it's going to be great. I think I had one thing. It doesn't matter. I'll look at my notes. Either way, we'll be back for part 4 in just a few minutes. Thank you guys very much. This is brought to you by Zeke.
Shout out Zeke.
Goodbye.
Bye.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
What up, fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
the south of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, part 4 of episode 151.
Yay.
My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are thrilled to have you all here. This segment, as always, is brought to you by Zeke Gaeta, our executive producer. You can go to the Patreon. You can subscribe. You can also become an executive producer if you subscribe at the highest tier. $5 gets you the newsletter. There are other various rewards. Is that what they're called?
I think so.
Yeah. So, and if there's anything you don't see that you want, you think is a good idea, let us know. We're happy to do it. We're, excuse us, always listening. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. And you can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com.
Love it.
That's all. With that, this is the grab bag. This is Colin's segment. It's going to
Yes.
show us lots of cool stuff. Sometimes it's like mind blowing. Sometimes it's really scary. It's going to be great. I look forward to this. Not only because I get to sit back and just enjoy, but also because I see just
Some wild
a ton
shit.
of shit. Yeah.
Yes. So the first video we're going to show during the grab bag is me and you are big fans of Shane Gillis
Yes.
and Matt
McCusker.
and their everything they do, but
Also,
especially their. Go
sorry,
ahead.
before you continue.
Yes.
At the end of the segment, we're going to do the bits that we talked about
Yes.
last week. I'm holding us to it.
We're gonna do it.
Yeah, we both, as a punishment for the Breaking Point segment last week, we had to write comedy bits. So we both wrote bits that we're going to do at the end of the show. So
Yes, we are. It's going to be fantastically. It's going to be great.
I'm putting it out there, so we have to do it.
Let's go. But yeah, this week we're a big fan of their podcast, right? A big fan of Matt and Shaden's Secret Podcast.
Yes.
It comes out every Wednesday. There's a Patreon extra show that we do. We
Page.
both sign up to it, the Page. And
great.
this week, on Wednesday, we're standing around, we're working, we're doing our thing. And I'm like, bitch, where's Matt and Shane at this week? Where's Matt and Shane at this week? Wasn't coming. And then finally, Matt tweeted that, like, don't worry, the show is still here. It's going to come out tomorrow. And I was like, all right, cool. We can handle that. And then I remembered, oh, yeah. Fucking Shane's hanging out with Bert this week, and they're over at Barstool Sports.
Is this Shane Gillis?
That's fucking Shane
What a
Gillis
fat
right
piece of
there. Don't you love it? And this is what Shane was doing instead of doing a goddamn podcast this week.
Oh, it goes. Oh, here we go. Grab him, guys.
Grab him. So they're playing some fucking water basketball
This
game.
is so funny.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Look at all those Bud Lights.
All the Bud, they're all Shane's. Look at that. Putting points. He's putting points on the board.
They're grown-ups, by the
Way
way.
to go, Shane.
So they're grown-ups, by the way.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, that's where Shane's been at this week.
That's so
He's having a good old time. Look at that. He's hugging on the dude,
Keep
trying to
pointing.
tackle him. Definitely the biggest, whitest boy in the crowd too. I love it.
He is the whitest person there.
100%.
That's so funny.
This guy's a close second, standing behind, but he's been outside more than once with his shirt off.
Yes.
And this is Shane's first time this year.
So
You
funny.
can tell.
It's not even sunny out.
No. Let's see. This one's
shit.
great. This is a revenge story. Bam! All these people coming up with awesome ways to fucking punch the dummy, and then cha-cha, cha-cha. And of course, bam! Revenge. He's just gone, baby. Gone. Oh, I love every second of this. Okay, so now let's get into some real meat and potatoes. This one's actually going to be a conversation starter. This
Tim
is a-
Cass
this is a
suggests
rant.
organizing protest in Martinsburg, West Virginia, after all ages drag performance took place on Queen Street earlier this month.
Yes.
Okay.
Part of the reason Tim Cass moved to West Virginia is because it's the free state of West Virginia, right?
Right.
It's the most Trump-supporting state in the entire union, and
Dude, government lies to you. He should know that.
amen.
They're
And
telling you
he's-
it's the freest place. It's not
and
the
he's
freest
pissed
place.
off. So we can pause at any time, but it's a 2-minute long clip. We'll see what happens. So
right.
let's just let it roll.
Look, I can simplify it for you. This law says if two people, whether married or not, engage in open gross lewdness, it's a misdemeanor.
That's every Pride March.
Well, look, call it whatever you want. I'm telling you, if we've got
They should be
video of
arrested.
people putting on adult sex shows and bringing kids involved, that is more than just open lewdness.
Yep.
Where is the AG to immediately come down? You know what? They're scared. They're terrified.
See, the thing that we have to remember here is that Tim's had multiple people of the West Virginia legislature on, state representatives, state senators, commissioners, shit like that. And what Tim talks about when it comes to like West Virginia local politics, they fucking listen to him because he has sway in the state, which is a huge factor.
They're scared. They're scared of all of these people. Well, if you're in West Virginia and you're law enforcement and you are letting this stuff happen, I assure you, the people who live in West Virginia are very, very angry. Very, very angry. Look, the joke is up on the mountain, it's a bunch of right-wing nut jobs. Jefferson County explicitly banned children being at drag performances. Where are the cops? Granted. What I'm talking about outside of that is Berkeley County. My point is the residents of this area, the opinion doesn't just shift when you cross county lines. No, the people in Berkeley County are pissed off about this. I talked to them.
It could.
I'm pissed.
I'm not gonna. There's not a hard line in which people think differently, but the fact that one county did it and the next one didn't, when it became, even if they didn't think about it, as soon as the neighboring county did it, it's out there.
Oh yeah. We deal with the same stuff up here. I mean,
Right.
Jefferson County is like fucking terrified of what's about to come to them because of what happens in Pierce County down to the south with all the people from Tacoma and this, that, and the other thing, which is bleed over from Seattle. And then from us, we get it from both sides. We get it from Pierce County and we get it from King County.
Well, and I told you the last time I went to Oregon to visit my aunt, she lives in Eugene, and there's a ton of homeless people there. And I was like, what's up with this? And she said, all of the cities around us have banned sleeping on the street. And so everyone just came here.
Yep.
And that's... I'm not saying it's the right idea, but that's what happens, and it's available when people want that.
Yes. What do you think happened to Austin?
Right.
When everybody started to move there, it became a massive homeless problem. And then what happened? Fucking Joe Rogan got involved. People started talking, this, that, and the other. Now there's homeless encampments in one area, and it gets cleaned up every week, and then they pop back up. But other than that, it's pretty legit.
Yeah.
Don't know what happened. They go somewhere else.
Pissed off about it because I'm spending money here. Mostly, let me clarify.
He's a big economic force in West Virginia.
Right.
That's a massive...
He's building things.
He's got a huge compound he's building. He brings in millions of dollars to the local economy, and he goes out and he spends it.
Right.
Which makes him a major player.
He's not sitting on cash.
No.
I'm not saying that we will see what the AG does, what the sheriff's department does, the local police do, if anything. I'll give them time. I'm just pissed off that we can see in California, in New York, in Illinois, they release all of these criminals, they arrest the victims, and then where we live, when we expect a rule of law, we still don't get it.
Well, and if you can't have it happen in West Virginia, this is supposed to be like the safest haven for people that believe that this type of nonsense is disgusting and grotesque. Like 86% MAGA country, you would think that the DA here, of all places, would say, yeah, you know what, I can go arrest and know that I'm going to have a win in the court of public opinion, that the public will back me. My constituents will re-elect me because they see me taking a stance against child indoctrination. If that can't happen here, something's deeply flawed, because this should be the place.
Well, I don't want to jump the gun just yet because this was just like 2 weeks ago, right? So there are people telling me that they're reaching out to the office and they're demanding action in this regard. Maybe we'll see something.
I hope you do.
Maybe we need to organize some protests. Maybe we need to take a page out of the Volinsky's book and start utilizing their own tactics against them. Maybe we need to bring people out for a peaceful march through these streets, demanding an end to this, not letting it happen again.
So, we talked a lot about, like we talked about pride parades earlier today, the fact that you've been going there you used to go there all the time.
Yeah.
And you would see rampant nudity all the time, right?
It was not rampant. There were like particular groups, right, that had nudity involved in their portion of the parade.
Well, we still do like the Fremont bike thing every year.
And
naked people drive on their bikes.
And then there are also like the rules are pretty relaxed for the public when you're there. So there are also attendants or attendees who are effectively nude, you know. So it's not like there was not wide swaths in the parade itself. Like I said, even like there were even portions like the Dykes on Bikes that stopped being nude when I was there. So,
and so my ultimate question after watching this clip, right? This is just somebody's reaction to seeing some of these things go around. He always uses very particular language about this. He calls them child sex shows and this, that, and the other thing, or sex shows where children are present. He refers to them more or less always as drag events. In this particular case, it was like a all-ages drag show that are like so many that we see on the internet these days, very, very, you know, open and free when it comes to nudity and sexual expression and stuff like that. But in almost every single case, minus, say, like New York City, I know that was a big story when it happened, where they essentially withdrew a law in New York City that allowed women to go topless in Central
Yes.
Park, right? That was a huge deal, right?
I remember that.
But generally speaking, every state and every locality has bans on public nudity. Why is it okay during June to allow that kind of thing during sanctioned events where
Right.
you can essentially just overlook laws that are on the books and have no repercussions? I would argue that you probably shouldn't have those laws on the books to begin with, because, you know, I spent some time in Europe. Nudity is not a thing in Europe like it is over here. We're still very prudish over here, more or less, for lack of a better term. But what are we to expect when, you know, every year for certain periods of time or certain sanctioned quote unquote events, do we allow vast swaths of the public to openly break laws that are on the books, only to turn around and be able to enforce them at their own will?
Right.
This seems like
it's not a good standard to set.
It's not a good standard to set, but we've set it for a long time at this point.
And it's not something we even think about at this point. And we're like, oh, it's just part of the culture.
It's just part of
that's
part of what happens
Right.
at these things.
Which isn't accepted if the fucking this is hilarious. If the Catholic priests were like, it's part of our culture. Like, this is, we've been doing it for so long that this is just part of what we do, you know.
Yeah.
Just like it used to be in Rome, you know, when they're
When in
like,
Rome.
listen, if you want to learn the things that I have to teach, you gotta take the seed also, you know. The same type
It's
of deal.
so
where they're
dark.
Like, it's part of the culture. Like, it's just what we're doing. And the people that learn from them, like, it's just part of what we're doing. Like, I don't know. I don't like it.
That's the
but
way it
it's
is.
what we're doing. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, like, do we accept that type of shit? Or yeah, I think that's very interesting. I have never considered that before. It's like I said, when I went there, I was there with my aunt and her wife and, like, my aunt's kids and stuff like that. And so it was very much like an educational, like, it was chill, you know.
It was chill. Was there as much kink involved as there is today? Do you recall? Because obviously, if there was, it didn't affect you very much.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
there's definitely a ton of people dressed up in drag and shit. Like, I remember there was one person, because I also used to, there was a couple years in a row when I made, like, a free hug sign, you know what I'm saying? Partially because I was, like, 12, 13 years old, and I was like,
As
I'm
one
about to
does.
feel some tits.
Yeah, baby.
Because there's a ton of women that are topless and just
Oh,
have,
yeah.
like, tape over their nipples, like, whatever. When you're 13, that's more than enough, you know?
That's sweet.
Yeah, so...
Porn has ruined everybody for
But
that.
you also hug like a ton of gay dudes and like everybody, because you can't fucking discriminate because you're a gay pride, right? So there was one person who was dressed in drag who was also on stilts at the same time, who was probably
Whoa.
a foot taller than me.
Don't be doing
and
that.
I
That's
had
just dangerous.
Yeah, I had a picture with that person, and so yeah, there was all kinds of shit there. Like I said, nothing that I never ever. The first time I went there was. We always learn things about Donovan during the grab bag.
Yes, we do.
So the first time that I went to Pride was also the weekend that I graduated from the 6th grade.
Okay.
And was also the same weekend that I smoked weed for the first time. All these things, all in the same.
Whoa.
What a big weekend for
That's a
13,
massive
12-year-old
weekend.
Donovan. Yeah. So, and I never. So I knew about banging, you know.
But I
I
mean,
never felt uncomfortable. I
Yeah.
never was at a point where like, that's weird, that's freaky, this is never. I never ever remember feeling uncomfortable there a single time.
interesting.
And I'm pretty conservative. Like, I've always been pretty conservative as far as like
That stuff
you know,
goes.
yeah, I don't watch, you know, nothing wild. Like I
Nothing
don't
wild.
No, I'm not a I'm not
I was
too
gonna say, I don't know what you
adventurous,
do
know?
in the bedroom, but you don't strike me as the
Nothing
dude
crazy.
that's
Yeah.
breaking out the leather and the
No,
chains and shit.
No, nothing crazy, you know. So
Okay.
So I would imagine if I had seen anything that made me feel that way, I would remember that, you know, because I've always been like that.
You remember a lot of pretty in-depth stuff from back when you were younger. So I would
Yeah,
imagine it
especially
would've-
shit like that, you know.
Yeah.
I remember a lot of those things like in pretty good detail because they all
It's gone.
all ended like at the fountain. Kind of in the center. I don't know wherever the fuck that is. There's like all those places to eat and stuff around it, like big halls, dining halls and stuff. So it always ended there, and the fountain's on, and there's like a dance party and people dancing in the fountain and shit like that.
Oh, nice.
It's lit, dude. A bunch of fucking wet t-shirts and stuff. It's awesome. It's a
does
great
not
time.
suck.
I always had a great time.
It's definitely a party.
Yeah.
Every single time I hear that.
The
Oh
last
no,
time-
not the priest ever.
The last time I went. The last time I went with some of my cousins, and I got super duper fucked up. And when I came home, I was fucked up. My mom was like, "Never again. You're not going to pray again."
It's like, I had too much
But
fun.
it was
Mom.
so much fun.
Oh, Deborah said I live 45 miles south of Austin, and their homeless moved to encampments along the Guadalupe River in our community. So much like many of the homeless problem, if you really want to solve it, all you're doing is make it someone else's problem.
Yep.
That does make sense. Well, speaking of homeless people, this transformation,
It's the Kingslayer.
Do you know this guy?
That's who it is, right?
I don't know.
It
No,
looks
it's not the
like-
Kingslayer.
Oh, it looks like the Kingslayer a little bit.
So, well, you'll find out.
All right.
It's a massive transformation. I haven't fully figured out whether it's real or not, but it's fucking wild to watch.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm not going to get popped again. I'm going to fucking silence this bitch.
I used to have.
This is wild. They spray some shit on his thing, and then
Did
all
they
his beard
pull
comes
stuff out of his beard?
Yeah. And they pour hot wax on his feet.
Oh, I thought that
over
was
the
his
hot
skin.
rocks.
That scared me.
Yeah, and then he's getting, he's getting hair treatment, getting his eyebrows trimmed up, everything. He's got, got to get the beard going on, got to get that. That's some crazy dyeing
there,
stuff
yeah,
for the eyebrows. I think some
Little haircut
color.
piece.
Yeah, this part he's not a huge fan of getting
Oof.
fucking waxed. Got to get some nice trim lines going on, shave the beard, get it
Wow.
all nice and cut. They're doing a really good job too. of
Is this a
showing you
homeless guy
not-
or it's just a guy?
Supposedly it's a homeless guy.
Okay.
Right, and they're setting him up with a new fucking look. And we remember what he looked like,
For him to go back to being homeless.
bro. And that's I don't understand. I do not understand, but it's fucking wild. And they'll do a full transformation thing here in a
Hopefully
second.
they give him
See,
all
that's
this.
what he looked
That's
like.
not real.
That's what I'm saying. It don't look real, right?
No.
But also, look at this motherfucker now. Boom.
Damn, bro.
That's so. Regardless of how homeless he was before, to take a dude that was in some way looking like he was, and to make him look like that just shows you what taking care of yourself can do to you.
That's right.
Okay, you don't
That's
take
really
care of
funny.
yourself. You let yourself go, and you look like this guy looks. Again, probably not real,
That's so funny.
but still.
He has a mug in his hair.
It's a can, bro.
No, he has a
oh.
mug in his hair. Oh, it is a can.
It's a
Oh, it
can.
is a can.
Yeah, he's
It
got a
looks
can
like-
down here.
It
And
looks like a loop right there. Like
Yeah.
in the.
this seems way too
He has
overproduced.
multiple cans in his hair. That's
but also,
so funny.
dope ass fucking
He's
video.
just the most homeless person anybody's ever seen.
Yeah, and then look at that. Now he's you can tell it's fake because his teeth are so good.
Right.
That's how you can tell it's fake. But also, what a handsome young man. Look at
Yeah.
that. Look at that handsome devil there.
You can't be that homeless and not be addicted to drugs.
Exactly.
Regardless
His
of-
life would just bang him right afterwards.
Regardless of how homeless he was. That's so funny.
Do you like roller coasters?
Yes.
Have you been on many roller coasters?
Yeah.
How do you feel about doing the world's fastest roller coaster with a maximum speed of over 240 kilometers per hour?
That's super fast.
Which
The
I don't know what it's
only-
like in actual, stupid English terms.
The only type of roller coaster I don't like is where my feet hang down. Like
Oh,
where
yeah.
where they're not supported. I don't like that.
That's not fun.
But
I've done a couple of those.
yeah, I don't like that. But every other one I'm pretty into.
Mm-hmm.
The one in Leavenworth opened like 2 weeks after we
Yeah.
left. Super
I
dumb.
saw a dope ass video of
I
it too.
would
It
have gone
looks
on
sweet.
it. Yeah. It's freaky, and I don't. But I would do it if I didn't think too
Yeah.
much about it. I would do it.
So
Jordan would never do it, but I would do it.
I have a rule about roller coasters, right?
Okay.
Or just thrill rides to begin with, right? I will do them at long established amusement parks, such as like Disney, Universal,
No
Six
pop-ups.
Flags. I ain't doing your fucking county fair, bro. If that shit got rolled in on the back of a truck, I'm
Yeah.
not doing it
That's
because
fair.
that's stupid. Stupid. There's actually a video I excluded from the grab bag this week, which was just it was terrifying. It was it was a pop up fucking festival thing, and it was one of those rides that Everybody sits in. It's a circle, and it slowly goes up around the tower, goes up all the way, and spins for a little bit, and then just free falls, and then slowly brings it back down. Well, it failed, and they all just went smash. And you saw dudes the safety harnesses rip off. Guys are flying left and fucking right, 20 feet in the fucking air. That's why I don't get on that shit at your fucking goddamn county fair. Do not do that shit. Doesn't seem smart. This, on the other hand,
Deborah says that's exploitation. Now what? They're gonna find him a job and a place to live. That's what I'm saying. That guy, that's not real. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the point of that?
I believe
type of
his
shit?
job was an actor, and he got this role and just got paid money.
But that stuff does happen in real life, and it's the same deal. Like, what's the point? He's gonna still be homeless.
But also, all that hair that got, that was real life fucking hair. That got, he might have been real burly.
Yes.
Maybe he was a homeless guy that they were like, hey, we need to make you look even worse than you do now. All right, let's really do it. We're gonna really fuck this shit up, and then we're gonna
glue
clean you
some
up.
cans in your hair.
Maybe. Okay, so this is the fastest roller coaster now on the planet. It's over in what is it, Abu Dhabi? No, yeah, Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much, sir. Fiending over here for now. Not really. I got my zins in. So check this shit out. Whoa! Of course it's Ferrari.
Oh no! Ooh, I don't know about that. Oh, that's a lot. I don't know about that.
That's a lot. Here we go from inside.
That thing is zooming, dude.
Ooh. Please, God, hit the brakes. Hit the brakes.
I don't know about that, bro. That's
You're
a
not
lot.
sporting that?
I don't know about that.
I'd fucking roll that. There was one when
that fucking loop freaks me out. That
the up and over. So there's a
so
ride
high, bro.
In the Jersey, it's like a South Jersey, kind of near Philadelphia, Six Flags. It's got like a Safari World and a water park. They got the whole trifecta going on. It's awesome. We did a morale trip there one year when I was stationed up in New York. When I went down there, it was fucking great, man. It was awesome. Got to ride roller coasters all day, did the safari thing. It was sweet. But they had one, it was a new one, and it was called like the Giga Coaster or something like that. And it was the same design. Same fucking design. The whole thing was you sit in this thing. It was like a stand-up one. So
Okay.
the floor didn't drop out of you, but you did stand up, right? And you got the harness thing over, and it just shot you the fuck out. And you went up straight the fuck up, and you did a little twist, and then you came back down the other side, and then it shot reverse.
Oh.
You did the whole thing upside down and backwards. But the line was too long, and we couldn't get to it any other day by the end of the day, so we ended up skipping it, and I kind of regret it because I think that was the main fucking like high octane attraction at that point.
Yeah.
And then we totally missed it. So I kind of want to do that just to like scratch that itch to make sure I can go 500,000 fucking miles an hour around this goddamn crazy ass track.
I've been to Disney and Universal in Florida, and in Universal there's like a Marvel portion of it, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
And there was a Hulk themed roller coaster that was kind of similar to that you were like ticking up real slow, you know? And there's a whole story to it, and so there's like people talking at the same time. Yeah, and then all of a sudden you just fucking just shoot out of it like right in the middle, and you just fire through the whole coaster. And yeah, it was super lit.
It was the Batman one at the Six Flags that I went to. That was the hanging one.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. It's a whole, you got to like just be right with your Jesus at that point, bro.
Yeah.
Because I'm in here for the thrill and I don't want to think about dying the whole time. So I'm going to try not to. You get real nervous right before you get strapped in and go, okay, if this is it, this is it. But I'm here for it. Let's go.
Yeah.
And that was fucking wild, man. Because I'm like, I'm super tall. I got these long ass legs. What if my leg gets clipped, bro?
Yes. And the last one that I was faced with was also at Universal, and it was in like a Greek god themed part of the park. And there was like a Dueling Dragons thing, and they come up and they would go against each other like this, and your feet were freeing. I was like, I'm going to kick somebody, and I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to touch feet with a person.
No, because my foot's coming off.
It's going to hurt. Yeah.
It's going to go away.
Yes. The last couple coasters I went on were at the Puyallup Fair.
Mm-hmm.
So they were one of the pop-ups. But that's a more legit, you know. But,
yeah, super legit, bro.
I don't know.
Definitely keep doing that. That's fine.
Before I had kids. When I go to the Kitsap County Fair this year, Dax is going to want to go on a ride.
Yeah, we'll see.
At least he's young. They're small.
That's true. There's certain ones that are like less dangerous seeming, but also I'm not trying to be a statistic, bro. Not in that kind of thing. If it folds out on the bed of a fucking semi truck, I'm just generally not interested. I just don't need that in my life, man. At least spend a few days setting up, bolting things into place. You know, give me a little bit of comfort here. I don't want to think this thing just collapsed out of a fucking truck and then it was like, oh, it fucking works now.
Well,
Here's a guy we're paying less than minimum wage cash because he's a fucking druggie and a felon, and he's going to push the buttons and say, go. I don't. We got a safety engineer somewhere? What's happening?
Well, you can come with us this year, and you can help me decide which rides are safe, and also that way you won't get escorted out by the cops.
Don't bet on it. I have a track record. That's what we
I
call
love
it these days. But also, I'm trying to cut back on the complicated interactions with law enforcement these
Yeah,
days. I'm
it's
just
not
trying to
good.
remove myself from situations where that's going to happen. Because apparently it turns out like I like to wild out.
The
I
last
didn't know
time-
this until very recently. I'm like, oh God.
Right.
Here we go. We can't combine this with my hatred towards authority. It's not going to be a good quality.
The last time I left here, I got followed by a cop up to the casino.
Take him on the tilt-a-whirl. Oh,
And the
Yeah,
whole
Brian, you're a
time I
bad
just
person.
thought about
so much puke.
what a bad time it would have been for me to get pulled over.
Oh,
I was,
yeah,
I was
dude.
leaving here, you know, and I was just like, fuck.
I
Like,
don't.
It's the last thing that I need.
It's my phobia. I'm just going to call it phobia at this point of dealing with any form of law enforcement. It's so bad. No matter what happens, if I'm in a position to be within a couple cars length of a police officer, I'm taking a detour. I'm taking a side road. I'm stopping at this random gas station now, and because I feel like all of a sudden I need a liquid death in my life because
Well,
I just don't want to. I've been pulled over for so many bullshit fucking reasons, which
Yeah.
I knew were bullshit. I could have gone to court and fought them and won probably because it was like, oh, your tail light's out, and then I get to a place I'm like, oh, no, it's not. This motherfucker just gave me a ticket for no reason.
Yeah.
Because it's the end of the month and he needed to get whatever. I'm not gonna get on it, but. I've been through it so many times, and I'm like, I'm not going to deal with somebody with the power of the state being behind me that can just choose to ruin my fucking day today.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deal with that shit, so I just don't.
I knew that because they get me like right outside your neighborhood, and I was like,
yeah.
I know that if I pull into a neighborhood now, they will follow me into this neighborhood because I've done
Certainly could. You got to find an establishment to go someplace. You know, go to a gas station. It's always safe. But I will say this too: I got a lot of cops that live around here. Because we got one neighborhood, two neighborhoods, technically three, and then four if you take that way.
And I was gonna.
And there are 6 cops that fucking live here.
Yeah.
And so there's tons. Like I see tons of them during shift change and all this stuff. So like you learn the times and you just kind of deal with it.
I was gonna stop at the Eagle, but they pulled into the casino, so it was like it's right before the Eagle, you know.
Yeah. Done.
Yeah, 'cause
Moving
I
on.
thought the same thing. I was like, I will buy something from the Eagle today.
That's
so
right.
that I'm not involved in this
I need
anymore.
a liquid death right now.
Yes.
That's my go-to. Every time I need to take a quick gas station break brought on by the police department, they're boosting the economy through me by making sure I support my local
That's right.
stations. All right, so this next clip
What is that
is-
X on the boat?
on that boat, I don't know what that would be for, to be perfectly honest.
Maybe where you set shit down if you're gonna load it onto the boat.
Could be. It certainly could be. They have all sorts of different reasons, but I've been in a number of massive storms. Particularly the one that I remember the most is when we had over 45-foot swells up in the Bering Sea. And we kind of got caught in the storm, and we did what we were supposed to do, essentially try to head to safe harbor. We couldn't get around it. It was worse out further at sea, so we were kind of booking it back in, and then we get into the shit of it. And, I mean, this was my first fucking boat, too, by the way. The first ship I was ever on. And I was too stupid to realize how much danger we were actually in, where the boat's, it's listing like 35 degrees one way, 35 degrees the other day.
Like it's
the other
tilting
way.
side to
yeah.
side.
And then at the same time, you're also going up and fucking down. And 1 minute, I'm standing on the watch. We're strapped into the bridge wings because you can't go outside at this point, but you also need to keep watch. So me and the other guy on watch are both like in these super thick insulated, coveralls with fucking balaclavas on and this, that, and the other thing. And we got fucking binoculars around our neck for some reason. And then we have a fucking safety cable tied around the actual boat because 1 minute I'm looking 80 feet up at the top of this fucking swell because we're just riding this trough thing, right?
Right.
So if it's a 40-foot swell, 0 is the middle, negative 40's down, plus 40's up. So when you're at the bottom of the trough, you're looking 80 feet up at a fucking wave that's right there. And then the next minute, you're on top of the goddamn world looking straight the fuck down. Terrifying. I was having the time of my fucking life because I had no idea how actually dangerous it was at the time.
Right.
Mind you, the water's so goddamn cold, you fall overboard, 2 minutes, you're dead. Period. There's no getting you back, bud. But this is a ship, is a Navy ship taking head on waves that are got to be close to, if not larger than that size.
Is
And
that what you're
it's
supposed to do? Is
awesome.
drive into them, or like? I mean, that's what it's called. Driving is when you're on the boat. Sail into
you would
them,
you would
even though there's no
steer
sails.
into them.
Steer, okay.
You know, steer into the swells. But honestly, there's different tactics, and it really all depends on like what goal you have at the other end of the day, and what kind of ship you're on, and how it
Right.
maneuvers and stuff like that. But yeah, these guys are doing the exact right thing, and you'll just get a small taste of what it could look and feel like when this happens, because it's wild. You just don't realize. I mean, you're already probably 60 feet up in the air at this point, right? And the worst part is when you get down and then the bottom of the boat smashes and the wave comes over, and then you're just kind of hoping for the best, buddy. You can't see for a minute. You're just hoping you had everything right. You come out the back end of that thing going,
God
holy
damn.
fuck, how did that just happen? And then, oh wait, we're going to do it again. Because now you're on the top side of the
Right.
swell coming back down. So everything looks twice as big. I get videos like this all
There's
over my
alarms
Twitter
going
feed now.
off inside of the bridge.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that and there's just a lot of like ambient noise going on a bridge like that all the time. There's so much electronics and shit going
Yeah.
off at the same time.
I bet it's super loud.
Oh, dude, it's a whole thing. You're not gonna fall asleep. Let's do this one. This one is because I feel like this is gonna be Dax in at least a couple years, and we need to make sure the sound is up on this one. We're probably gonna have to watch it a couple times because it goes by quick. But this is what I hope for the future of your son, like father, like son.
Your wiener's the size of a Tic Tac.
That's why your mom breast smells so good.
And then the wife does the obligatory thing of like, you asshole, you taught him how to
Your
do
wiener's
that.
the size of a Tic Tac.
Your wiener's the size of a Tic Tac.
That's awesome.
And then
That's
kid
why
fires
your
back,
mom-
that's why your mom's breath smells so good.
Breast smells so good.
Hey, come here.
She thought it was funny too, but she's
It
like, you
did.
can't do that.
Yeah, I gotta
can't
be
having
the
that."
mom
Oh,
here.
That's so funny. Jordan would do that too.
My favorite clip of the last 2 weeks.
I'm like,
on
I'm not
Twitter.
correcting him. I'm
It's-
not. I'm
no,
not fixing
he's-
that.
this is you. You're just too busy
Yes.
dying. Oh my god.
I wouldn't cover it up. I laugh out loud. Like, that's what you get.
That's
shouldn't
what
be
you
fucking
get.
talking
That's
shit. My boy.
Okay, so
Should have known better coming in this house.
as much as I want to hate him, I'll talk shit on him all day. But this is what keeps bringing me back to the T-Dog Millionaire. Because when he is not doing his thing, he's doing his fucking thing.
You got a $50 million airplane. You got a...
So to preface it, he's talking about all the equipment left over in Afghanistan
Okay.
and all this stuff, and how Milley was pushing him to do all this shit. And he has thoughts on Milley after that.
$29 million gorgeous helicopter. We had every type of helicopter. Many of them brand new, literally out of the box.
Out of the box, baby.
28, 29 million. We have $60, $70 million planes. You mean you think it's cheaper to leave it there so they can have it than it is to fill it up with a half a tank of gas and fly it into Pakistan or fly it back to our country? You think, yes, sir, we think it's cheaper, sir. That's when I realized he was a fucking idiot.
Oh my god. That's when I realized he was a fucking idiot. Oh
Dude,
my god.
This is why I'm like, you gotta give it to him.
I know he doesn't drink, but if you could just have like 2 beers with him,
Oh my
God. Like, I don't want him to get fucked up. I just mean like in that environment, you know?
I would drink Bud Lights with Donald Trump all day long.
I don't want to see him compromised. I just mean like to in a chill environment
Just get
where
him
he's
fucking
relaxed.
going,
Get him
dude.
2 beers because that's 2 beers for me. I'm good. Like you know what I'm saying? I'm in a perfect line where you could probably start asking me some shit, and I'll be like, "Oh fuck it, why not?"
Yeah,
you know?
why not?
That's how we get to this show. There's a
I
lot of
love
points.
it,
You guys
dude.
have seen it. I start talking. I'm like, nope, fuck it. I'm
No,
doing it.
we're doing it.
I love this week on Kill Tony when that old woman was on stage, and he
did
asked
not
her,
give 2 fucks.
He asked her about banging her husband, and then he said, "That's right, it's my fucking show. I do whatever I want." I love that so much.
Take control, baby.
It's a 1 full minute for fuck you.
Okay, so I may have discussed on this show before how much I hate seagulls.
Okay.
We call them sea rats because they're terrible and they're federally protected, which is hilarious.
There's way too many of them damn things.
There's way too many of them, but they are federally protected, so you cannot do harm to a seagull, right? I think after this video, you'll all determine that seagulls need to be fucked with at this point, and we should all start just murking them as soon as we see them, right? Coast Guard story. Same boat as I was just talking about, same one I was on. We had this old, kind of salty chief that was on the boat. Head of the department that I was in, more or less, minus the officer, which we don't count because he had a family in a whole nother city, which we don't talk about. But of course, yeah,
Jesus
Dutch Harbor
Christ.
had an entire separate family up there. That's a whole deal. But this guy, fucking seagulls were coming up and they were posting up on the bridge wings, right? The little things, like the little porches that hang out outside the actual bridge. So we're out there and they're just fucking with us all day and they're coming up and they're shitting everywhere and he's getting pissed off. And so you can't coming on here shitting on my fucking boat, making work for my guys. We got enough work to do. Fuck you, seagulls. Let's get out of here. So he decides to take what we call a dead man stick, which we keep all over the ships. They're just bamboo canes that are made for if somebody is electrocuted at a high voltage.
Okay.
You could push them off like that because it's not going to get...
Right.
It's something you could do without killing yourself too, right? We got 440 running through the whole ship. Your heart's going to explode. That's how that's going to go.
Michael's caught a light zap before, and he told me, yeah, you would just lie when he was like, it's fucked up.
It's rough.
It's really fucked up.
Yeah, they don't fuck around with that shit, right? So
It's a
this
whole
guy...
goddamn ship, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly. Yeah, you got multiple generators that are the size of this room.
Right.
Okay, running the electronics for the entire goddamn ship. It's a big deal.
They just send the power pumping out
Oh,
of the room.
dude, pumping. And there's usually at least 3 of them. 2 of them are usually online at one time, and then you switch and you change and all that.
And there's
But
so many, like you're saying, there's so many electronics that need to run at
all
of the time.
all the time, right? And
Yeah, I guess all of them all of the time.
yes, and so we're on fucking watch. I'm standing outside, and these seagulls keep coming down. They keep landing. They're not going anywhere. They're being assholes because ships poop out garbage all the time, so they just follow the ships half the time. And so he gets real fucking tired of it, grabs a dead man stick, and he's like, I'm going to go wave it at the goddamn seagull to scare it away, right? Well, seagull didn't see it coming or was just obstinate enough not to move and got whacked right on the fucking face. It crushed its goddamn skull, and it fell down on the fucking well deck down below the lower deck. So he immediately looks at me, get down there and kick that shit off the goddamn boat. Okay, so I run down there and kick it off.
Funny.
But yeah, it's like a 50, because he was telling me afterwards, it's a federal offense, it's a $50,000 fine, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, Chief, that's crazy, man. But that seagull's an asshole. I'm not going to say nothing. It's cool.
Right.
Well, this is proof positive that seagulls are assholes. This is a squirrel. This is a squirrel. On a land-dwelling mammal. This thing is just choking the fuck down, dude. It's got a little bit more than it can chew, technically, but it's not going to lose it.
Oh, my God.
The squirrel's not moving. It's going to be dead already at this point. It probably suffocated or it's in shock or something like that, but... Just neck it down, bud. You just gotta you gotta get past the legs. It's a very difficult situation at this point. You just gotta choke it down, bud. Get it down. Yep. Yeah, a little bit more, a little bit more.
God.
This is why seagulls need to fucking die. They're disgusting, disease-ridden.
How can it just stomach a whole squirrel?
It'll take up all the esophagus. It's got a bigger fucking thing in its throat, right? Because it likes to hold a lot of food. It's got to be able to swallow a bunch of fish and all that thing. Well, it can also fucking swallow squirrels.
All these people just walking by,
Yeah.
no idea what just happened here. This woman shopping. That's the funniest part. Is
And
that
it's
it's
just
happening,
chilling.
and these people recording are the only ones that know. Maybe if there's other people around them, they're in their car. There's
It's
no
just
one
like,
else that
holy
knows.
fuck, are you seeing
Yes.
this? It's just like, all right, go.
That's crazy.
And almost done. And officially, one land-dwelling fucking squirrel is officially
Like a
food
big
for
black
this
squirrel,
thing.
too.
Oh yeah, bro. It's not small. I mean, it might be a large chickmunk.
Looks like it has a mustache. The last time I went golfing, there was some geese on the green of the last hole, and they had little babies. And so
it's gone.
The boys
And then it almost gets taken out by a car.
How funny to go through all that just to get ruined by a car afterwards.
By a Kia.
So there were some geese and they had babies. They were like maybe 15 feet from the last hole. So the boys had to putt around them. And the geese were getting super pissed, you know. And it reminded me, we used to go camping in Moses Lake every year. And there was one year my sister was flirting with a guy that was staying at the campsite, and there was this big group of geese out in the lake, and he took this rock and he was just going to try and scare the geese, and he hucked it out right in the middle of the group of geese, and he fucking nailed one right in the head, and it was just all bloodied out in the water. Not dead. Yeah,
shit.
Still making noise. Yeah,
because they're pesky. They won't just die on you.
So, and it's a big ass animal, you know. And it wasn't a huge rock, like, because he wasn't trying to hit one. He was just trying to scare him, you know. So he wasn't trying to fuck one up, but hit one right on the head. Yeah. And my sister and her friend tried to swim out and like get it.
No.
They was mad, and so they had to call like a vet that came out and got it out of the water. Yeah, it was bad, dude.
That's when I just go over and grab its neck and fucking twist like this.
And I think that if we weren't such fucking city slickers, you know, then probably someone would have done that. But we're at like a proper campsite, you know, so we're not even really trying to escape civilization. We just want to. It's not even the woods. It's Moses Lake. It's Eastern Washington, so it's it's just.
If it's redneck territory,
right?
You get into it,
but it's city slickers. Yeah, so no one even had the thought to like
go out and just fucking misery.
Right. Which
so
I
funny.
think we absolutely should have done.
Oh, yeah.
Looking back now, you know.
I do that to animals that I shoot.
Yeah. I was probably 10 at the time. So
yeah. If you don't think I had to do that to the goose that I killed this year, you'd be lying.
And this kid that did it was maybe like 17. There's no way he was an adult. So he was he wouldn't have thought to do it, you know.
Little baby.
I bet if his dad was there, his dad was pretty country. I bet
get out there, kill that thing nice and proper. You fucking already signed his death warrant. Get out there and seal the deal, kid.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to leave this one with you real quick because I'm going to pee. I just want you to read this tweet and then comment on their accomplishment.
Okay. June 2019, Crystal and I this is from Sagar and Jetty, who's one of the co-hosts of Breaking Points. June 2019. Hey, chill, bro. Crystal and I start officially hosting Rising together. The Hill has about 6K YouTube subscribers. June 2021, so that's 2 years. We leave The Hill with 1.35 million subs, start Breaking Points from 0. June 2023, we hit another 2 years. We hit 1 million on Breaking Points, 2 channels to 1 million in 4 years. Thank you to everyone who believed in us. So that's true. They're not wrong. He's not wrong, especially as far as The Hill goes. They built that thing from essentially the ground up. And I'm not going to say they didn't do the same thing for Breaking Points, but they also didn't do it alone. Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from them because we fucking like 9 subscribers, right?
Yeah.
But
they got a whole team.
But the idea that they did it from 0 gives the idea that they did it with completely no support at all. And they did it with fucking Joe Rogan behind them to begin with. And like multiple other people since then. So which you should do. If the avenue is there, you should do it. If someone asked me if we wanted to go into Rogan, I said, well, absolutely we do. I wouldn't question it. Say, I'll fucking take out another credit card to fly to Joe Rogan if he's not going to pay.
So he'll fly us down there.
Right. I would do it. I'm not shitting on them. But
yes. It does sound tone deaf though, right?
It leaves a little to
it's one thing to build, and I think you might have touched on it. It's one thing to build your subscriber from up to 1 million on an existing platform
at the Hill
on Rising, right?
Because they built that shit.
Yes.
They built that thing from 6K to 1.3 all on their own at the Hill.
And the recipients of Rising also have Sagar and Crystal to thank because of the audience that was built for them, right?
Yes.
They got to just walk into and try to maintain. Switching over to Breaking Points, again, it's a little unfair to give yourself all that kind of false valor because you had a massive existing audience anyways.
Right.
And they just over. Yeah, and you're going to lose some. You're going to lose some, but also it's not a big ask for people to, instead of going to the Hill YouTube, to go to the Breaking Points YouTube. It's not a big ask. So there's not a lot.
What were your numbers after 1 month? Because I think that's a more accurate portrayal of what your starting audience was.
Exactly.
Than
Did you
Zero.
start at 150,000, which
Right.
already boosts you in the algorithm? You're already a known entity. You're safe. YouTube likes you. Bing, bang, boom. And then you're up to 1 million subscribers. Cool? Cool. Got it. But also, how many of those subscribers are paid subscribers to your actual, run a mill? I don't think they have an open subscriber option in their YouTube. Actually, I should pull that up real
think that
quick
you
because
can.
they probably do. Because I don't think
when you're
I don't think
watching
it's
a
really an
video-
option once you've reached that level of channel, because YouTube wants it more than you probably do at that point.
Just click on one of the videos.
We'll just click on a video. Ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, yep.
You can subscribe at the bottom of their channel.
I should probably subscribe because we do talk a lot of shit on them all the time, and
Yeah.
I unsubscribed from them for a while. But yeah, you can't.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Okay.
You can't join. You can't join the channel.
There's a thing like at the end of their videos
Mhm.
that shows up in the middle that you can click on when
Let's
they're
just jump to that real
when they're
quick.
doing their whole
spiel.
Yeah.
They come join us. Spiel. Join us forever and ever and ever. Oh, what's up, Jasinsk?
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that thing
Right
in the
here.
middle. In the middle, you can click on it.
Oh yeah, so you can subscribe now for more content, and that brings you to Breaking Point/Supercast. So that's their home of where they actually get their subscribers, which is interesting. They don't
even do their own shit. It's just their YouTube, huh?
Yeah, it's just they use YouTube to the maximum effect ever. I mean, this is just purely a platform for them.
Yeah.
So they don't jump to their see. Then you click on it and then you join the Supercast situation, because Supercast works on all the other major platforms at that point, and it's like a
If you
separate
give us
third
money,
party.
it's the ultimate screw you to CNN and Fox News and MSNBC. If you give us $1,500, yes, it is.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
I'd be curious if they would be transparent enough to share all of their subscriber numbers. What tiers are people playing around with? That would be really interesting. But, again, I don't want to shit on too much for that accomplishment, because it's also an accomplishment, but there's definitely like, what do you call that?
That's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
I think
it's-
false valor is a good,
It's like you did the 1 million subscriber thing, but also you built your audience up beforehand, and then you moved someplace else, and a lot of them followed you.
Zero is not necessarily
and you had a
honest.
ton of corporate backing in the form of YouTube algorithmic support.
Yeah.
And you're not acknowledging that at all. So, and I think I sent you this one earlier.
We hate breaking points.
Yes, yeah, we definitely do.
People don't get it yet.
Hashtag
they
we
don't
hate breaking
understand.
points.
It's personal beef. They're fucking us. They're fucking everybody.
They've bothered me for a long time, bro. Ever since they went independent.
We used to love you.
I did. I subscribed to their Supercast for a long time.
Yeah.
I gave them months and months and months, and I was like, you just are lying to me all the time. I don't like it. I think we should teach Dax to do this to Jordan one day.
He loves to be scared.
Well, he needs to learn to scare people, though.
Even when you try and play hide and seek with him, he gets out of his hiding spot.
Oh,
like
yeah,
you
yeah.
count and you
I
start
used to scare myself, too, during hide and seek.
Yeah,
I was like, no, I can't be here.
You
I can't do it.
start to go and find him, and he's laughing. He's just excited. Like, he's just jazzed because he knows it's going to be funny when you find him. So, yeah, he just pops out. And you're like, I didn't even find you. Like, I don't even know where you were hiding.
Yeah. I love that because it reminds me so much of me when I was a kid. All right. So this is just one of the greatest kid pranks I've ever seen. This is what happens when kids have to stay home too much. They figure out ways to fuck with you. So mom, oh no, we gotta turn that down. Unfortunately, otherwise we're gonna get popped again. I'm tired. The grab bag always fucks me.
They're getting us.
That's when it happens. Mom comes home, opens the door, got a whole thing of Starbucks.
Scared the shit out of her. Oh, it's quick too. Ran immediately. Oh, she's pissed. Oh,
that shoots her with the thing.
Oh, Jordan would murder him. She would think it was so funny afterwards, but she would be so mad when it happened.
I have to know. So, audio listeners only. She's got a whole thing of Starbucks, 5 Starbucks. She's having to balance it with her chin right as she opens the door. Kid is standing in the corner behind the door with a Michael Myers mask on. Doesn't do anything. It just sprints away from her.
Oh, it's so funny.
How terrifying. And she loses all the Starbucks.
And it doesn't look like she
drops
spills
her phone.
too much on herself, which
No.
is pretty good, you know.
It's just terrifying.
All over
And
the
then
floor.
as she's dealing with the terror, there's this weird white foamy substance
It's like
that just
flour
gets
or something.
blasted. It looks like shaving cream. Boom! It just fucks with her. And then she has the ultimate meltdown. Ah!
Oh, that's so funny.
And then the kid, I would hope, just runs for his fucking life. Because that shit's... Luckily, all those Starbucks, they just had regular ass coffee in
Yeah.
from the looks of it. There doesn't seem to be a lot of like milk and shit spilled. So,
Or
you
Jordan
know,
would be
you know,
pissed.
It's just so fucking perfect, dude.
I can only hope that he gets that creative one day. I know that I'll be the victim sometimes, but
Oh, yeah.
that's worth it.
I got a whole channel that I follow on Twitter. I got to send it to you at some point. It's a whole family that fucks with each other. It's two kids, a boy and a girl, and then the dad, the mom, right? And what they always do, their go-to is to like fill up little water balloons full of, it's got some kind of like shaving cream or something with a white foamy substance, right?
Yeah.
And they hang them all over the place, right? Throughout the house, and they'll set up these little traps, and then they'll shoot them with their little fucking Nerf guns, and they pop, and then they spill out over somebody, and then usually it's like, all right, I know they're gonna run this direction, and then we're gonna hit them again from the second time, and then get the second or third one, and I've seen 1,000 videos of it, and they all are just having the best fucking time because they're all into the game.
Oh my god.
This one I ran across is a real quick video, but it's a true definition, I think, of how flat earthers justify the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Okay.
Right. And it's so for audio
That's
listeners
the
again.
flat Earth.
This is flat Earth with the ice wall around it, as
Okay.
per is the
That's
way
what the
we do
theory
things,
is.
right? And then, but they maintain the meteor aspect.
An ice wall around it?
Yes. So the meteor comes in, and then the dinosaurs watch the meteor, and then it just hits one side, and the flat Earth
They just all fell off.
it just tilts it really hard in one direction, and all the dinosaurs fly off. So really, the only dinosaur bones we're seeing at this point are ones that already previously died that were stuck in the ground.
Right.
All the other dinosaurs just got flung out into outer space.
That's really funny.
This one, we'll just do it real quick. You do your own little look at this list. You give yourself 1 point for everything you've never done. I'll read them while you do it. Use a rotary phone, use a floppy disk, use a typewriter, taking photos on a film camera, listen to music on a CD, listen to music on a cassette tape, listen to music on a vinyl record, listen to music on a Walkman, listen to music on a boombox, watch a TV with a VHS tape, send or receive a fax, recorded music from radio onto a cassette tape, rented a video from Blockbuster, accused the internet or accessed the internet by dial-up, used a phone book, sent a postcard, used a paper map to get somewhere, owned a dictionary, owned an encyclopedia, or paid with a paper check. And the
Okay.
idea is how many of those things, give yourself a point for each one of those things that you've done. Shorter answer is, I got 0 points. I've done everything on this list.
So I've never paid with a person, like my own paper check, but I've paid with other people's checks before. I've like written a check. My grandma, like, she would write me a check to like buy groceries, you know? She would send me in with a list and a check that she had already signed.
And then you just fill out the thing.
Yeah, so I've done that. I've never personally had checks because I've never needed them.
So I'm going to go ahead and say you have to take a point.
I'll
for that.
take one. Yeah, and that's fine, but that's the only one.
And I'll
I've
say
done-
at this point, I haven't had paper checks in a very long time.
Yeah.
But I did at one point, and I
I've-
wrote multiple rent checks and utility checks.
But I've done all the other stuff.
You've used a typewriter.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've used
Okay.
typewriter.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Never for like a school thing, you know, for
Oh,
fun.
yeah,
But
just
I've
for
u-
fun.
Yeah, but I've used one before. We had one, I remember at my daycare, there was one.
They're a bitch, man. Fuck a
yes.
typewriter. I don't know. Like, it's cool to have that
Yeah.
tactile thing, but it's a fucking bitch, man. And if you fuck up, congratulations, you're starting to fuck over
Well,
at the
they're
top
heavy,
of the
too.
page.
Yeah, they're heavy too.
Older than dirt, Deborah says. All of them. Yes. Well,
Yeah.
Deborah, I'm only 30. I'll be 36 soon. So I'm 36 years old, and I also have had 0 points on this.
We had dial-up when
So
we
you're
first,
older than you think.
We had dial-up when we first had internet, and
Check.
we had still some shit on floppy disk, like some computer stuff.
Mm-hmm.
My neighbors had a rotary phone.
3.5 or 5.5 inch floppy. Did you ever get in the big thin joints, or were you just rocking the short little?
Yeah, the shorter ones.
shorter
I
ones?
think. No, the bigger ones.
The big
Yeah.
black ones?
We had old computer
Oh,
when I was a kid. My neighbors had a rotary phone, and I remember They got it when I was a little bit older, and I didn't know how to use it. I had to ask them how to use it.
Oh yeah, because you gotta pick the dial, pick the number, dial all the way around. Wait,
I was trying
pick the next number.
I was trying to just push in the holes.
Oh yeah.
And his mom watched me, and she's like, "Have you ever used one of those before?" I said, "No, I have not." And she's like, "I will show you." I was like, "I don't even know how to do this, dude."
This is some antiquated bullshit.
And I
here.
just, as I was doing it, I was like, "This is dumb as fuck. Like, this is the dumbest way to use a telephone. Like, to wait so long.
Oh my
for-
God.
if there's 9s in here, to wait all, or zeros,
game over. Or you got to
Dude.
dial an 800 number.
Yeah, like, dude, no way. This is stupid." But
You can pay over the phone with the personal check. Just call this 1-800 number,
right?
And you can pay your utility bill that way. Okay, give me
No
5
idea.
minutes. I'll dial your fucking number.
Yeah, I remember the phone book. Someone fucking hit me with that when I was bitching about personal information the other day, and they were like, "You literally used to have everything in a phone book. Like, your address was in a phone book. You're this, and I was like, "I remember that." You know,
Only if I bought a house under my name.
Yeah, different time.
It was a different time. Yeah, the next house I buy, I'm not using my own fucking name. I'm starting an LLC just to buy my own.
Wonder
my
if you
next
can
house.
still get a phone book.
You can.
Yeah,
they're just not as
You gotta order
girthy
one.
as they used to
I
be.
bet.
You know? I will say, the interesting thing about the rotary phone is when they first got rid of it, and you could press the keys, they still came in a circle for a while. And then you
You're
pressed
right,
the
right.
keys in a fucking circle, and then they were like, "All right, let's go
Make
fucking
a
square pad.
yeah.
And let's solve for X here."
So dumb.
Okay. We've all heard of slapboxing these days.
Yes.
It's real big. This is the greatest subgenre of slapboxing, and I will tell you exactly why.
I know some people that went to midget wrestling not too long ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the squeak is hilarious.
Right.
The squeak is hilarious. That's really funny. The squeak is hilarious.
I just can't. I don't know why everything's funnier in miniature.
Yeah.
But it is.
That's rough, dude.
And that, my friend, brings it close to the grab bag portion of this particular segment. Now we're going to get into a new segment, a new version of this thing, which I am not excited about to get into.
Do you want me to go first?
I don't know if I do or not. I kind of feel like I might just want to do this first because I know it's going to be a whole deal.
Little people exploitation. You're
It
probably
is indeed,
not wrong.
Deborah.
Yeah. Riley also, Garrett said that he went to the midget wrestling too. So I know 2 people who went to the midget wrestling. They both said they enjoyed it very much.
I mean, Bickett's like company, so
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's the way it
They
goes.
didn't go together, which is really funny that I knew 2 separate people who both went to the same event. But
I'm excited because I'm a big fan of the Drinking Bros podcast, right? You know?
Yeah.
And they have a special coming up somewhat soonish where they've booked a lot of them because you
a
can,
lot of them.
Yes. Remember what I said about them earlier today?
Yeah.
They found a website that you can essentially like hire talent. Some of which are strippers and strippettes or whatever you want to call it, dudes and chicks. And they decided they're going to go ham one day and they're just going to book a gang to come over and hang out for the podcast. I'm really excited for that. It's probably going to be a Patreon special, but
you probably have to.
One other thing I totally forgot to ask you, especially because I know you know this particular human relatively. You've been following him and what they do for a very long time. A guy by the name of Brian Johnson.
From Tell 'em Steve Dave?
From Tell 'em Steve Dave. At Tell 'em Steve Dave, 100%.
I love Tell 'em Steve Dave.
And how do I do this thing? I got to go here. I got to check my tweets and retweets. All right. Do you know this person at all?
No.
Zia Anderson, right? She's a friend of Chrissy Mayers, Melanie Max, Keanu Thompson, a bunch of like the hot comics and stuff that I like. But she does a lot of live streams with Chrissy Mayer, and she has her own show called Zia Land, and she had on fucking Brian Johnson the other day, and I was like, I checked out the live stream, and they were just sitting there talking about they watched Boogie Nights,
and
then they were reviewing Boogie
He
Nights
loves
because
this
he
shit.
loves that
He
show, and
loves
that's
this
the
shit.
first time she's ever seen it, and I was like, is there some connection here
How
that
the
you might
fuck did
know
that
that I
happen?
don't know?
No,
because she also does OnlyFans and stuff like that too, but.
No, so he has weird fingers all over the place.
Yeah, he seems like a guy that's got his shit into kind of every little place,
Yes.
right?
He does another show that's called like Would You Kindly or something like that. And the guy that he does that with is kind of famous, and he also knows Dave Landau. Like him and Dave Landau have been
Okay.
friends for a very long time, and so he just has weird.
And there's a connect right there with Dave and Chrissy Mayer too.
He used to be on Opie and Anthony all the time.
Okay.
like
Again
pretty
with Dave.
frequently.
Yeah.
So I think it's
Okay.
probably just crossing circles. They probably
so
just
wild.
met at some type of fucking, maybe one of Dave's shows or something like
Yeah,
that.
it could
like
be
that's-
that.
Yeah.
Because I ended up watching about a half hour of this live stream. The two of them were just feeding off each other. It was so good because
He's
they're
so
talking about
funny.
Boogie Nights and they're talking about other movies and this,
Yeah.
that, and other thing. And she's so much younger, obviously, and so
Yes.
it was fucking great. I highly recommend it, man.
When his wife is Brian Johnson's wife is like close to my age. She's super young, so he's very used to that dynamic of having especially a younger
That works.
woman to like bounce that off of.
Yeah.
So that's his whole life.
It was so
now
good.
is-
I will, before we leave and close up shop today, I'll find the actual live stream.
I
I'll fucking
will-
send it to you
I
because it's a
will
real.
watch her
It was a
for-
great episode.
Yeah.
it was great. She, just in that outfit, and the two of them are just talking about movies the whole time, and I'm like, oh my god, this is what I love.
I'll watch that. I'll watch her for an extended period of time, especially if
well you
she's with
should.
Brian Johnson. I'll do that.
She's a fascinating human being.
Yeah, I bet.
Chrissy Mayer has done
I bet.
amazing things for my fucking YouTube feed because she has on all sorts of fucking people, man. That's
My
how I
goodness.
discovered Keanu Thompson, who has her own show now. She's fucking hilarious. But yeah, I came across that last night and I just started watching the fucking live stream. I was like, oh my god, Donovan's got to know. So if there's a connection between these two that anybody would know, it would be you.
That's
Because they
excellent.
don't. I went back to the beginning of the live stream to see if they talked about it. They didn't.
That's so funny.
So, but I feel amiss at this point. I have no idea where the two of them cross streams at this point, but it was fantastic.
She's hot.
She's not hot, and
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. And she's fucking hilarious, by the way. Okay, so
Time for bits.
I'm just gonna do it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna start.
This is its time.
I'm just gonna start.
So
It
everyone
is
knows It's time for bits.
Tell me I don't have to make a clip out of this, right?
Oh, I don't. You might have to. You might have to.
All right.
We'll wait till my joke is done and we'll see if whether or not we can. It's
this
pretty
is,
bad.
And this is the first time because all I've ever done is write it and read it in my mind. I haven't done it out loud yet.
Okay. I only
And-
gave a rough delivery to Jordan, so we're both in the same. I just told her like this is kind of how I'm going to go about it.
Word. And Carolina does not get my humor. at all.
Kevin, oh, I'm
God
glad
damn
you're
it,
here,
Kevin.
Kevin.
Why the fuck?
Kevin, you are here. Okay, we're about to do our comedy bits. First ever comedy bits. It's going to be bad. Deborah, I'm
I'm
going to
telling you.
apologize to you right now. Mine is. You're a mother and a
Atrocious.
grandmother, and I apologize.
That sets things up quite nicely.
Yeah.
Because mine is very unoffensive to everyone, which is probably not that great. And I tell you, there may not be a punchline, but there's good bones here, I would hope. Okay, so privilege is a big word these days. You know, it's definitely thrown around a lot, for sure. There's a lot of privilege being thrown around. Cisgendered privilege, two-parent household privilege, heteronormative privilege, white privilege.
Okay.
You know, I've got all this privilege, and I think that it's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. I like my privilege. I appreciate it. I appreciate every single time I get to like gain some privilege. Seems pretty cool in the world, right? I didn't ask for it, and I don't ask for it. But whenever somebody offers me new privilege, and I'm like, word, I'm here for it. So people just giving me privileges. The longer and longer time goes on, it's not my fault. I identify with every new version of the privilege you decide to give to me. But there is one type of privilege that I do claim that hasn't really come from anybody, and that's it's tall guy privilege.
Okay.
I'm 6'4", and obviously I have tall guy privilege. There's lots of things that I get to do in the world that most people can't. I can reach up on the highest shelf in the grocery store. It's pretty sweet. I can see over the top of crowds. I can always find somebody in a crowd. It's a pretty sweet deal. I don't ever need to own a step stool. Not a bad deal, right? I also don't have to climb a ladder to hang Christmas lights, which happens to be like the #1 accident-prone situation for that time of year. So I get to like potentially live longer, which is pretty sweet. Every girlfriend I've ever had is always going to be shorter than me. As a guy, I take that for the W that it is. I mean, it kind of rules to actually be tall, right? But there's a lot of guys out there that try to identify as tall that I don't really think are tall, like all the 6'3" guys, all the 6'2" guys. That's not really that tall. And I personally like to set the bar at tall guy status at 6'4", which
right where you are
happens to be where I'm at. Oh, fuck. I already fucked it up. But
You're
no.
good.
I said, no. 6'4" is where the limit is. If you think you're a tall guy, if you've reached tall guy status and you're 6'3", newsflash, you're wrong. You don't get to do that. And only at 6'4" do you achieve the actual level of tall guy privilege status, in which case you get issued your official tall guy privilege card, and then you get to lord it over everybody as you look down on them. It's so bad. It's funny.
It was almost a dad joke. It was good. That was not bad. That was really
I
funny.
couldn't find a punchline, so I went with a pun.
No, that was funny.
That was not that bad.
No.
I definitely didn't read half my script, by the way. I just kind of hit key points.
You're good. That's all I have is really like kind of key points. I
Oh,
told
and
you I
thank
only
God
gave
I'm the
Jordan,
producer
like,
and I
a
didn't
rough-
put the camera on me directly. So now you get the camera.
Oh, that's not nice.
We'll do even rules. We can hang out here. You
Okay.
can tell me the joke.
All right. So here it is, Deborah. Okay.
Tell Deborah.
Yes, this is just for you, Deborah. I'm just kidding. So all the young girls now they're just going all natural, right? With all the things. They don't want hormones and anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, my makeup needs to be test free, like all this type of stuff. And
Don't
play
look.
basketball.
Don't look. Keep the bit going.
Yeah, so no hormones or anything. Jordan really restricts, like, kids can't have talent, all this type of stuff, right? So she's not even on like birth control anymore because she's like, the hormones are going to make sure that everything is online, right? So we use like the rhythm method and like the pull-out method. You know what I'm saying? That's just how we operate things. That's the best way to go. It's the best way to go. So the other night we're having sex and I finished, right? And so I walked away and I got a little like a hand towel for her and I'm like, here, right?
As a gentleman
so,
does.
Yeah, as a gentleman does. So she cleaned up and then I was like laying down next to her. And she gave it to me, and I said, "There is a ton of cum in this towel." and she says, "Oh, I wonder who did that." And I said, I didn't put that there. and so we're laughing. I said, that is not where I left it.
No, sir, but gravity does the work. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I like yours better than mine, to be perfectly honest. It was great. And yeah, Deborah, I almost put in a line about basketball. It just seemed too easy. Oh my God. All right, so let's recap.
Yeah.
Talk to me, and then I'll talk to you.
It was not bad. I think it was longer than I expected, but I wasn't like this is very long. So no,
It didn't start out with privilege. It came partway through the tall guy stuff, and I was like, we gotta factor in some stuff here.
That's it. It was a short bit, Deborah. That's it. It was a short
all I got.
situation.
Well,
That's
all it
a
was.
true story. That's a true story. That really happened, and it happened. And then Jordan, it was just the other day, and so she's like, "You have to write your bit on that." And I was like, "Oh, that would be so funny." And she said, "I dare you to do it." And I was like, "Oh,
Okay.
I think I'm going to do it."
It's my show. It's my show. I'm gonna do it.
I
Anyway.
didn't think of anything better throughout the day. I'd tell another story. When Trent and I met, Trent and I are best friends, because this is the other. I thought about doing this one, and then this shit happened with Jordan. I was like, "That's way too funny not to do."
It is pretty funny.
And,
That's not where I put that.
Yeah, and we're laughing, and I said, "I did not put that there," or "That's not where I live." Oh, it was hilarious. Yeah, it was very, very funny. And so when I met Trenton, we became best friends in the 8th grade, and we had science class together. He walked up to my desk, and he put his balls on the corner of my desk.
As one
He
does.
didn't take them out; they were still in his pants. But
just set them
lifted
up
them
there.
and set them on there. And he said, "What's up, bitch?" And so that's what it became. And his deal, he's always done stuff like that. She's like, "Guess you had to be there." I thought that was pretty funny.
I think I've had so many similar situations that I'm like, Word.
Yeah, I don't know. That's all right, Deborah. Maybe
Deborah already said she's older than dirt. So
maybe you thought the Collins was funnier.
She's too she's too squared away of a woman. You know, she doesn't appreciate your grotesque sense of humor.
I apologized before I did it. So Trenton's always been in that type of humor, like showing his dick to people and stuff. Not like gratuitously, but
jackass level
he'll
style,
do it, you
right?
know. And so we were
He'll do it.
we were seniors, and we only had one class together senior year, and it was the first period, so it's fucking 6 a.m. You know, and we're sitting around this table together. That was like. It was a square table, 2 on each side. Trent and I are sitting on one side, and there's another kid named Jacob that's sitting next to Trenton on the other side. And Trenton is giving Jacob this just the weirdest fucking look.
Pause button. Trent's giving him the weirdest fucking look.
Yeah.
In the chat, if you're still here, chat 1 if I had the better joke, chat 2 if Donovan had the better joke. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
So Trent's giving Jacob a super weird look, and I've been best friends with him for a while, so I don't know what's happening, but
Jesus.
So he knows the struggle of the privilege. So I don't know. Colin's joke was offensive. As someone who's 6'2" and offended me, I need a safe space now. That's awesome.
I pissed off all the short people in the world.
2. That's 1 point for me. I think Deborah might be in line for you. She didn't think I was very funny. So I can tell that Trent's doing something, but I don't know what he's doing. You know,
but he's up to no good.
And whatever it is, I know that I don't want fucking no part of it. So I'm not even looking at him. I'm just doing my thing. I'm writing something, and he's sitting next to me. I can see that because I can see his hands moving too. You know, so I'm like, I don't even want to know what he's doing. And he's looking at Jacob, and Jacob finally like, why are you looking at me like that? Like, what are you doing? You know, you can see that he's moving his hands too. And so Trent like kind of looks under the table, you know, he like peeks like this, and he looks at Jacob and does this. So Jacob looks at the table, and Trent slipped his dick out of the leg of his basketball shorts, and he's just looking Jacob in the eye. Yes. Jacob says, "Oh!" And he starts laughing. I said, "What happened? What happened?" He had his fucking dick out.
Oh God! Have I told you about the time? Again, we're going back to my first ship. Every story this time. On the ships, right? We get these movies brought in that are old school, like film rolls,
right,
that they play on the mess deck all the time, proper reels. And the first movie that I was ever privy to was the movie called Waiting with Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Great fucking movie, right? Deborah went with 2. God damn it.
Woo! That was a solid bit.
Yeah,
solid bit and a fucking true story.
Mine was clean, okay? I could Jerry Seinfeld this shit.
Dude, I apologized. I knew, like, I told Jordan, I was like, Colin's going to be cut off because, like, I just don't tell stories like that. You know, like, I think that's going to, like, be good for me, the shock factor of this.
But yeah, we're watching Waiting, and that's, you know, there's that whole theme throughout the whole movie of, like, the dick game. You show your balls or, you know, something or whatever. Well, that took off on the boat.
Of course it did.
Of course. We got a bunch of fucking 18 to 20-year-olds. Of course that's going to fucking take off. And so we do this shit. We watch that movie probably it's on every goddamn night.
It's super funny too.
And we watch it over and over and over again. And then so we started playing the game with the, you know, with the bat wing, with the brain, with the whole thing. And then we started to create our own moves because, you know, you can't just be doing that stuff. I've been hearing all the jokes all my life. Way to go.
Tall jokes all my life.
Tall jokes. Yeah, they're pretty outdated, but I didn't know what to do.
Maybe we'll do this again sometime.
Oh,
now that
I
the
certainly
pressure's
will.
off.
Yeah. I had a good time trying to come up with bits, and most of them were just too long. I was too wordy. I couldn't find enough tags and stuff like that. And then I don't know if I can come up with a punchline for anything, but we'll see what happens. But I'm going to keep writing just because it's fun.
I had it easy. Mine was.
It just happened.
I'm just going to write this down.
It just happened to you, right? I almost did a thing about road rage. Have you ever been in a road rage incident or seen a road rage incident?
No.
Okay. So the story I was going to develop afterwards, because just to finish out the Waiting story, we did that shit for months. We started coming up with our own news. The worst of all was the carrot nose Snuffy, which nobody actually ever did, thank God. But it was the whole thing where the ultimate move in the movie Waiting, what monthly contest, Deborah says. Well, Deborah, join at top tier Patreon and we'll talk. We'll do that. Then it'll be worth it to humiliate myself every fucking 2 weeks on this show. Actually, you know what, Deborah? Yeah, daily. She says, daily, let's go. I was like, I'm willing if you sign up to top tier. I was like, I'll do one on my own on the fucking beer show on Fridays.
If you
How about
top tier,
that?
I will Patreon you a joke every single day. I will something.
Not even Hans Kim could do that. But yeah, the carrot nose stuffy was developed, and basically it was the move where you bend over backwards, upside down. Like you drop your pants, you bend over backwards, right, and then you stuff your junk between your legs. Which I think was just called the Snuffy in the show. But the carrot nose Snuffy was then you turn around and stick a carrot in your ass and wait for somebody to walk around, and then that was the whole thing. One guy attempted it, but it's unconfirmed because nobody actually saw it.
Yeah.
And so apparently we heard the story and he showed us the carrot. And there was like a mark on the carrot where you could tell part of it wasn't dry. So there was a whole thing to be had there. But it was a whole deal. But anyways, this road rage story. Lived in Rhode Island this was Staten Island. I lived in Staten Island. And the worst thing was I worked in Jersey, but I lived in Staten Island. And so every day I had to drive across the length of Staten Island, not that far, fucking 15 minutes max with no traffic. You get on the freeway, you take the bridge, pay the toll. Next thing you know, you're in the shithole of New Jersey known as Bayonne. But on the way back from work, it was terrible because you get out at like 3 o'clock, 3:30, whatever, and then you have to drive all the way through rush hour traffic. It would take me an hour to drive what took me 15 minutes in the morning. And one day, I'm sitting on the Staten Island Expressway, right? And there's a box truck up there. Or not even a box truck, a full-on semi-truck with a big-ass box trailer, right? And there's this fucking minivan behind it. Just damn near underneath this thing, right? And this fucking looks like a big old broad. It's hard to tell, but it's a big old broad sitting there fucking punching on the horn, getting pissed off at this guy. And at the earliest convenience, pulls in the other lane, shoots up in front of him, pulls right in front of this fucking semi-truck, right? And then starts brake checking the semi-truck, right? And the semi-truck, this is New York, bro. All the blue-collar workers in New York are immigrants. Full stop. And this guy, he must like Pakistani, Indian, something like that. Skinny guy from somewhere in that part of the world. And he starts getting pissed off, right? And so he starts revving his fucking engine and like getting close. And then the van would brake check him. And then he'd get close and the van would brake check him. And eventually, the truck hits the back end of the van, right? And so both of them stop and they both get out. And this whale of a woman gets out of that fucking minivan, and we're in stop-and-go traffic, bro. I'm just watching this whole fucking thing go down, right? And this younger, Pakistani, Indian type individual starts like, raising his hands like this, and they're both yelling, and obviously, I can't understand what's going on. And then, what the fuck happens? But this giant-ass fucking whale of a woman like fishes around in her purse and pulls out a fucking gun and just starts waving it in the air like this, and homie jumps back in his truck, shuts the door, rolls up his window, and just sits there.
Yeah, that's going to protect you.
And then eventually she hems and haws, get in her vehicle, and drives away.
God.
But I thought there was something funny to be had there. I just couldn't. At the end of the day, nothing actually happened, so there's no real-life story to be told there other than that crazy-ass event that just happened. And so I bailed on that last night. I was absolutely certain that throughout the week that I can come up with something here. Because the one I told you about earlier, it's too long of a story. That's a 10-minute long bit. There's no way I could do that. And so I walked away from that, and I was like, road rage is great. Everybody knows road rage. Everybody experiences it. I can come up with something, and I can just make up a little something at the end to make it funny. I couldn't do it. So I came up with this bit last night. And then finally, this morning, about an hour before you got here, I still had the last line empty. And I was like, I got to come up. Let's go with a pun. Fuck it. Let's just walk away. Yeah. But to judge yours, I will say, obviously true event, because we've all been there. Shout out to the chat. Minus you, Deborah. You may not have been there, but, because the apps these days are pretty great as far as, like, non-birth control stuff.
Yeah.
And I advocate them fully. It was also, actually, God, I don't understand how I keep coming back here, but in Staten Island, when I was stationed there, one of my best friends, him and his wife were not on birth control, and I did not quite understand how you could get away with that at the time. But his wife was on this app that cycled, and you take your temperature every day, you do all this shit, and
Right.
and then come to find out, that's actually the best way to do shit, because your cycle, according to your temperature and days, this, that, and the other thing, is way more accurate than just like popping a pill and fucking up all your hormones every day. I mean,
As long as
it's
you-
really sweet. You just got to stay on top of it. Take your temperature every day. You got to get the special temperatures that go down to like 1/10 of a degree instead of just, or no, 1/10 and 100th of a degree. 2 digits, not just 86 or 98.6, but
Right.
98.62, whatever. And then I can attest from years of taking advantage of that situation, you can get away with a lot for a long time.
You should store the information yourself, because if you use those apps, they sell that data.
Oh, word.
And then you get fucking targeted ads while
She's
you're
on
your
TikTok all the time. It don't matter.
I don't
She's
mean
giving
her.
away
I
the
mean
whole thing.
anybody else. Anybody who's trying to limit their exposure on the internet.
Kevin, this is my problem. So she was fat and couldn't drive. Must have been hard to drive with
Flipper arms. Jesus Christ.
I mean, today especially, you see lots of. How do you fit in that car? I don't understand how you're driving. But anyways, I don't want to fat shame people. It's just kind of hilarious when you see it.
No,
when they're crammed into super small vehicles, it's kind of funny.
We got Kevin as listener. We shame everybody. This guy's
Amen.
fucking hustling his ass off.
That's right.
While the powers that be are out there like, no, we should accept people for
fuck you.
healthy at every size and shit. And Kevin's like, I'll die if I don't lose weight. Like,
Exactly.
I can't get the surgeries I need.
I go with the
can't- yes.
Japanese model, man. In Japan, I follow a bunch of them
Shout out
Japan
Kevin.
vloggers and stuff like. Shout out Kevin Garcia.
You're
What's
a
up, big
baller.
guy?
Champion.
It's a whole deal over there, man. If you're a little chubby, the entirety of society is going to comment on like, oh, you're like a little. Sick,
I don't know about all that,
you
but-
know, like it's a whole, and it keeps people fucking healthy. That's all I'm
I
saying.
bet it keeps people
I'm
skinny.
down with body shaming. That's all.
Yeah.
I wish somebody would body shame me more. Get rid of my fucking beer gut.
You're terrible.
And on that note, good sir, I think we can call this bitch to a close.
That is right. With that, everyone, we will call the show to an end. So thank you, everybody, for being here with us today, for enjoying this show.
And
Of course.
enduring our crappy comedy bits.
That's
Although I
right.
think yours were pretty good.
I appreciate that.
It just seemed it was too real, bro. It was too
It's
real.
too real.
It was so good.
And of course, if you want to see more of this content, help us make more, go and subscribe. Fat shame everyone, Kevin says. That's right. Go and
I'm down
subscribe
for it.
to our Patreon and help us make more better content just like this. Help us quit our jobs. Help us do this all the time and just make content for you and help people understand freedom and liberty and what
Yes.
true beauty is in that.
Just imagine this show 5 days a week.
That's right.
Just imagine that. We
That's
won't
right.
do 7 hours.
No,
we'll do
no,
that.
no.
We'll still do that every 2 weeks. But
Yeah.
imagine this show every day, Monday through Friday, for a solid hour plus.
Yeah.
That would be sweet, right?
100%.
You've lost 211
211
pounds. For fuck's sakes, buddy.
You're a fucking baller, dude.
I
You're
am
an
just-
absolute champion.
I am in awe. I am in awe of the dedication. Good God. Keep it
You're
up,
an
buddy.
absolute champion.
And I'm just Jesus Christ.
Yes, he's a baller, dude. He's a baller. And he sends us stuff on Instagram all the time. Shout out to Kevin. He's a
The
baller.
man. The man.
Yes. So with that, we'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Thank
Yep.
you guys again. You can find me at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. Deborah, Kevin is on our Instagram. You can find him there so you guys can connect outside of the chat if you want. Because, yeah, Kevin he's busting his ass. He's got gardens going. He's growing his own
love it.
medicine. He's fucking balling. Kevin as a champion. I love Kevin. He's a huge part of the show. You guys are amazing. We love you, and we will see you in 2 weeks. Oh wait, hold on. I have a thing I want to try.
We got a thing. We
I've
got
been
to try.
trying to find a thing, for the.
It's good.
And I wrote one.
Oh, nice. I wish my calendar could be that full.
Here it is. Be safe. Be smart. Be strong, and be free. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Peace.